This video is sponsored by Normandy 1998, 212th Trooper, Silas 1610, Carmen CJ, Rune Scribble, Kids of the Kitsune, Blood Down, and Papa Poto. Our tale begins in the aftermath of Sonic CD, as Dr. Eggman and Metal Sonic are sent blasting off Little Planet in the wake of their defeat. Landing in a forest clearing far from Never Lake, the Doctor rages at once again being thwarted by that blue rat, with the blame being squarely heaped on Metal's steely shoulders. If only he had been less of a failure, then Sonic would be no more, and Little Planet would still be under the control of the Eggman Empire. Lashing out, Eggman then kicks Metal in the head, though when the robot remains broken and unresponsive, he storms away, calling his creation a worthless hunk of junk. Following this, time passes, days which become weeks and then months. All the while, Metal lays where he was discarded, and though his body is inert, his mind is not, with him using this time to reflect, and to replay the events of his race with Sonic over and over again in his mind. Where did he go wrong? What could he have done to prevail rather than become the failure that he is? For of this he is certain. He is a failure. His prime directives were to serve Dr. Eggman and to defeat Sonic the Hedgehog, neither of which he had been able to fulfill. Ergo, he is a failure. A worthless machine as his master had called him, fit to do little more than rust alone in the woods. And were it not for the hand of fate, this is precisely what Metal would have done. Though, as fortune would have it, his deliverance comes in the form of the very person he once took hostage, Amy Rose. While making her way through his clearing, the pink hedgehog accidentally trips over Metal's prone body, buried beneath a layer of snow, and upon seeing who it is, expresses panic and horror at the sight of her old tormentor, though, to her surprise, this is met with apathy by the android, who merely gives her a quick glance before resuming his solitary staring at the ground. In spite of herself, Amy cannot help but feel sorry for Metal, sensing his melancholy and loneliness, and so decides to help him out, since everyone deserves a second chance. To this end, she hoists one of his legs under her arm and begins to drag, hauling the heavy machine all the way to Tails' workshop in the hope that he can fix Metal up. Though at first the Fox is a bit nervous, having heard about his lethal skill and strength from Sonic, he does eventually agree to help, both since it's the right thing to do, and because the opportunity to get better acquainted with Eggman tech is too good to pass up. Getting to work, Tails begins repairing the rather extensive damage done to Metal's body, which has not been helped by the many months of exposure to the elements. This involves digging through and replacing several of Metal's key components, though Tails takes special pains not to alter the android's mind or personality in any way, as in his eyes, this is no different from what Eggman does to the animals he kidnaps and roboticizes. Instead, he talks to Metal, trying to get a better understanding of what makes him tick, psychologically speaking that is, though to his dismay, he finds the robot to be a creature of few words, with the scant answers he can coax out of Metal being short simple statements of fact regarding his capabilities and role as Eggman's enforcer. In turn, Metal eventually asks a question of Tails. Why is he repairing him considering the fact that they are enemies? With the twin-tailed fox laughingly replying that he's not the sort of guy who can turn his back on someone in need, especially since he knows what it's like to be in that position. Also, as far as he can tell, Metal's not really a bad guy. He's just following his programming, and that means doing what Eggman tells him, even if he probably shouldn't. Bluntly, Metal calls this reasoning illogical, but this just makes Tails laugh more, with him saying that maybe it is, but that's just how he operates. Finally, after much hard work, the repairs are completed, with the little yellow fox declaring that Metal Sonic is good as new, or perhaps even a little better, thanks to him fixing some of Eggman's more iffy design choices. Metal does not take kindly to this maligning of his master, stating that Dr. Eggman is a genius, and that no one can surpass his design, a note of pride in his voice being one of the Doctor's creations. Sounding disappointed, Tails sighs that Metal really admires Eggman, doesn't he, even after he abandoned him, but in that rebuking tone, Metal orders the fox to be silent. His master did no such thing, and now that he is operational again, he will return to his side, and prove that he is not a failure. Definitely saddened now, Tails tells Metal that he doesn't have to do that. He could be so much more than Eggman's pawn. He could be his own man, and part of their group. Sure, he's made some mistakes, but it seems like Amy's already forgiven him, and Sonic's not the type to hold a grudge, so... However, here he is cut off, as at the mention of Sonic, Metal's red eyes flash, with him declaring that he does not seek the Hedgehog's friendship or his forgiveness. He was designed to crush his loathsome doppelganger, and so will carry that directive out when next they meet. The only reason he is not abducting Tails as he did Amy Rose to draw Sonic out is because his master has not commanded it, though the fox should be warned. Just because he repaired him does not mean Metal will spare him if he stands in the way of his purpose. Then, without a word of thanks, he departs, firing up the jet engine in his chest and flying out of the workshop at top speed, leaving Tails alone. However, instead of looking worried, the Fox Boy smiles. Even if Metal didn't acknowledge it, he had at least recognized their time together had meant something, so perhaps if he can exhibit that sort of growth, there's hope for him yet. Over with Metal, he has just left the jungle, arriving instead in a large coastal city by the name of Station Square, though this is not his true destination, as his inbuilt Chaos Emerald radar has informed him that not too far from here is a large concentration of Chaos energy, which he deduces to mean several Chaos Emeralds are gathered together. According to his database, only 2 individuals have been able to successfully collect multiple Chaos Emeralds, those being Sonic and his master, with it standing to reason that if he follows that signal, he will be able to fulfill one of his 2 prime directives. Propelling himself up the side of the highest skyscraper in the city, Metal comes to rest atop the transmitter antenna, with him using this vantage point to scan the surrounding islands for a more specific read on which one contains the emeralds. Using this method, it does not take long to confirm which one it is, with it unsurprisingly being the most anomalous of the bunch, as Metal can see that this island is floating slightly above the water's surface. Briefly, the android wonders why this is, before quickly discarding the question as an irrelevancy. All that matters is reaching the island and tracking down either his master or his nemesis. Activating his jet engine, Metal takes flight once again, traversing the skies with ease and touching down on the coast. Like the island he just left, this place is heavily forested, though this is of little concern to the fastest machine in existence, with him shooting forward and smashing through any obstacle that gets in his way. That is until he comes across one that will not yield so easily to him, a red echidna who delivers a sneak attack which sends Metal flying off course before crashing into the dirt. Furiously, the echidna growls that this is low even for him, devastating the forest in his pursuit of the emeralds, though truthfully, Metal barely pays this any heed. That is until the red loudmouth calls him Sonic. Turning his glowing eyes upon the echidna, Metal rises to his feet, demanding to know where he learned that name, with the other replying that Eggman warned him about him, before adding that he already trounced the hedgehog once, so if Metal's one of his allies, he can expect the same thing. Though disgusted by the notion that anyone would ever mistake him for either Sonic or one of his allies, Metal has more pressing matters on his mind. This oaf had said he spoke with his master, meaning that perhaps he is here after all. Perfect. Now all he has to do is reach him, and he can finally return to his service after so much interminable waiting. In a threatening tone, Metal then orders the echidna to stand aside, though this is met with resistance, as the red menace who calls himself Knuckles declares there's no way he's getting past him. Unfortunately, as Knuckles is about to learn, he is not the only one who can use dirty tricks, since as soon as the refusal is out of his mouth, Metal bursts forward, using his incredible speed to drive the echidna through a rock before tossing him aside, making it very clear that he will not allow anyone to stand between him and his master. Taking off once more in pursuit of the Chaos Energy signature, Metal soon finds himself in a large desert, though being Dr. Eggman's greatest creation, he is unfazed by the terrain, with the same being true as he traverses a series of tunnels made of freshly cooled magma that lead him deep underground and into a crystalline cavern. During his journey, Metal has but one thought, the anticipation he feels at his imminent reunion with his master. Soon he will be back where he belongs, standing at the brilliant Doctor's side, and together they will have no trouble conquering this world and destroying that nuisance Sonic the Hedgehog. Speaking of Sonic, as if he had manifested him by power of thought, Metal then lays eyes upon his nemesis, as he along with Knuckles and Tails are in hot pursuit of something the android knows all too well, the Eggmobile. At last, he can rejoin his master, though as Metal takes off at a sprint towards the Doctor, he feels the floor cave in beneath him, sending him along with the 3 troublesome mammals all tumbling into a lower chamber. Then, as if matters could not get any worse, the Eggmobile takes off into the sky, vanishing from view with a large emerald in tow, and seemingly putting Metal back at square one. This simply will not do, and so wanting to vent some of this newfound frustration, the automaton rounds on his much-hated double, ready to get some payback. Though to his shock, Sonic does not seem overly bothered by his presence, simply dismissing him with a quip that they'll have to tango some other time, as he's got to go after the Doc. He then begins following after Knuckles, who is in the process of firing up what appears to be a warp point, with the blue hedgehog promptly vanishing a moment later. Though Knuckles is too exhausted to follow after the pest, Tails quickly goes to do so, but not before giving a backwards glance to Metal, as if asking what he intends to do now that Eggman has left him behind for a second time. Unwilling to even entertain the notion, Metal does not reply, instead flying onto the warp point just as it begins powering down, so that in an instant, he finds himself in what appears to be a citadel in the sky. By now Sonic and Tails have already gotten a running start, but refusing to be outdone by his doppelganger, Metal follows suit, turning the chase into a race. In that moment, all the yearning and shame fades away, as he is at last able to simply focus on what he was created to do. Best Sonic the Hedgehog. Being just as competitive, Sonic has no intention of letting Metal get one over on him, with the blue blur accelerating to match his rival, so that soon they are both moving at their top speeds, with this placing them neck and neck with one another. Unfortunately for Tails, he cannot keep up with his feverish pace, resulting in him being left behind, though Sonic and Metal are fine on their own, with neither letting anything slow them down, This includes Eggbots, though Metal feels no compunction about destroying them, since they're his inferiors, making their lives secondary to his objectives. In what Metal assumes is a vain attempt to escape him, Sonic then begins leaping between floating platforms and pillars, though showing himself to be the mammal's equal. Metal quickly changes trajectory to match his path, and close the distance between them once again. Grinning, Sonic teases that his rival still got it, though Metal says nothing in response. He does not need to speak to the Hedgehog in order to defeat him, so to trade banter would be pointless. Instead, he simply focuses on continuing his sprint to the top of the tower, though before this race can be decided, a new impediment comes along to bring both versions of Sonic to a screeching halt. It is another Eggman robot, though this is no simple badnik. In fact, this hulking behemoth has more in common with the pair who stand before him than he does with the rank and file of Eggman's infantry. This is Mecha Sonic. Smirking, Sonic quips that it must be his birthday, since now he gets to lay the smackdown on two Metal heads, while in contrast, Metal is silent. However, this is not from stoic focus as it was before, but instead from shock. After all this time spent waiting, after all the effort he put into fulfilling his mission and returning to the Doctor's side, he finds that another has come along to take his place? Rage the likes of which Metal has never felt before surges inside him, and so not even sparing a second to think, he directs it all at this usurper. Firing up his jet engine, Metal slams hard into Mecha Sonic, catching the bigger bot off guard and allowing him to be pushed back. Seeing this, Sonic then adds a spin dash of his own, slamming into Mecha's steely shell, before grinning that he guesses Tails was right about Metal being a good guy after all. However, this belief is proved false a moment later, when Metal thrusts a hand out to grab the Hedgehog in a chokehold and hurls him at Mecha, making it abundantly clear that just because he is fighting his fellow robot does not mean that he is Sonic's ally, and that as far as he is concerned, both Mecha and Organic Sonic are enemies he will destroy here. Having reached a similar conclusion, Mecha Sonic then barrels at his mechanical brother, employing a bladed spin attack that forces Metal to cross his arms and activate his black shield so that he is not cleaved in half. For a moment, the immovable object clashes with the unstoppable force, though before it can be definitively proven which of them is superior, Sonic swoops in, using a homing attack to strike Mecha in the side where he has no bladed quills, thus dealing considerable damage and sending the big brute skidding across the platform they are standing on. Giving the closest approximation of a scowl that he can without a mouth, Metal then proceeds to drive an elbow into Sonic's gut, winding him so that he can finish his clash with his replacement in peace. Though in the time it has taken him to do so, Mecha has come back in for another attack, using his wheel feet and the momentum of Sonic's hit to launch himself back into the fray, while extending both arms to catch Metal and Sonic in a double clothesline and slam them into the ground. While this move does damage Metal, it inflicts a far greater wound to his pride, as with it, he is forced to accept that this faker is roughly comparable in power to him, though he refuses to believe it is a superior model, as such a thing does not exist. In an attempt to prove this, he begins readying his secret weapon, allowing blue sparks of electricity to crackle around him, the early signs of his systems going into overdrive. As he does this, Sonic dashes into combat Mecha once again. Not that Metal is complaining, on the contrary, this is perfect, since now he can take out both his doppelgangers in one fell swoop. Rising into the air, Metal feels the blazing orb of golden energy pulsing all around him. Then, after giving his enemies what he is certain will be a last look, he dives. However, in making this decision, Metal has failed to factor in one crucial detail: Sonic's adaptability and knack for constantly improving. Since having seen this move already during their race on Stardust Speedway, he is able to avoid it, leaping out of the way at the last second, so that Mecha alone takes the full force of this attack, with Metal plunging his energy-clad fist into the other android's chest, before channeling all the power generated from this overdrive attack into Mecha, causing him to explode. Unfortunately, such a powerful move always comes at a cost, with Metal collapsing to his hands and knees a moment later, his circuitry completely overloaded from going beyond his limits. Though, as he watches the destroyed head and torso of Mecha soar over the edge of Sky's Sanctuary, he knows that it was worth it. He is, and always will be, the Doctor's greatest creation, and now there is no one who can stop him from taking his rightful place at the brilliant scientist's side. However, as he looks at the place where Mecha just stood, an unbidden thought enters his mind. If he is the greatest, why did his master replace him? In the aftermath of Mecha Sonic's defeat, Metal remains where he is for a time, unable to move a single servo while his systems undergo the reboot process. This unfortunately gives Sonic just the opportunity he needs to continue his pursuit of Dr. Eggman, though before he goes, he gives his mechanical double a thumbs up, and thanks him, saying he would have had a hard time beating Mecha without his help. Loathing fills Metal at these words as he glares at Sonic's retreating back. He absolutely did not help him, no matter what the Hedgehog may think, something he will make abundantly clear when he destroys him during their next encounter. A moment later, functionality begins slowly returning to Metal's body, allowing him to stand as his internal diagnostic subroutines clear him to return to the hunt. And it is fortunate that they do, as at that moment, the entirety of Sky Sanctuary is coming down around Metal, with the tower Sonic sped up having already crumbled, meaning the android cannot follow him. Thankfully, due to having made use of the warp point as well as his speed while racing the blue road up to this platform, the Death Egg has not yet risen too far above Metal, meaning all it takes is a short burst from his jet engine to ascend into the space station before it leaves the atmosphere. Knowing his master will be in the central control room, Metal makes haste towards the middle of the Death Egg, with none of the robots present attempting to hamper his progress as they all recognize him as an ally. In no time at all, Metal finds himself stepping into the Doctor's inner sanctum, though his greeting is hardly the one he had hoped for, as in the poor lighting, his master initially mistakes him for Sonic just as Knuckles did, with this triggering a monologue from the Doctor until Metal steps forward so that his face can be illuminated by one of the video monitors. At once, Dr. Eggman's demeanor shifts, going from hostile to shocked, as he demands to know what the robot is doing here. In response, Metal simply takes a knee and bows his head, his intention clear, to resume his service to the Doctor now that he has returned, and the usurper is dead. Metal does not blame his master for creating a substitute, as it was only logical that he would require a new right hand with Metal himself out of commission, instead placing all culpability on the shoulders of his inferior doppelganger Mechasonic for daring to try and take his place. However, now that he is back, there is no need for such pale imitations, since he is more than capable of carrying out the Doctor's will. Though Metal says none of this, Eggman with his 300 IQ is able to read it all in the android's eyes, and more importantly, he is able to come up with a way to exploit these errant emotions, adopting a proud smile and welcoming his prodigal creation home. This warm reception fills Metal with joy, more than enough to finally drown out that uncomfortable doubt that had been playing in his mind since defeating Mecha, as it is only natural that his master would be happy to see him. After all, he is his greatest creation. Unfortunately for Metal, this reunion is promptly cut short when the Doctor turns his attention back to the screens, before pointing at several where a blue blur is streaking from robot to robot, easily destroying them before continuing on its way. In a tone of deepest loathing, the Doctor declares that Sonic the Hedgehog is already more than halfway through the Death Egg, and so he needs Metal to head him off, and keep him in one place long enough for him to come back him up with his giant Eggman Robo. Eager to prove his continued value to his master, Metal nods and rises to his feet. Then without a word, he takes off, moving at top speed towards Sonic's last registered position. Once again, the journey is no issue for Metal, with him soon spotting Sonic and locking onto him, so that as the Azure speeds to push us forward, he is sideswiped by his mechanical double. Rebounding off a nearby wall, Sonic quips that he didn't expect to see Metal again so soon, though it seems he's up to his old tricks and working for the Doc again. Honestly not the brightest move, since he already discarded him once according to Towels and Amy. Crimson eyes flashing with fury, Metal goes on the attack, boosting forward and swinging a punch at Sonic's face. Though exhibiting his own speed and dexterity, the Hedgehog manages to spin dash out of the way, before taunting that old Metalhead's gotta do better than that if he wants to catch him. Growing more riled by the second, Metal next attempts a jet-powered kick, though once again Sonic dodges, leaping upwards then coming back in for a homing attack that he hopes will down the droid, and let him get back to work hunting down Eggman and the Master Emerald. However, here Metal has a surprise up his sleeve, as at the last moment he crosses his arms, activating his black shield, and sending the rodent bouncing into the roof with his own speed now being returned to him as damage. Nonetheless, rather than being deterred, Sonic grins that this is what he's talking about, since Metal is still one of the toughest guys he knows. Too bad he's a bad guy, since after how they took down Mechasonic together, he bets they'd make a sweet team. Metal does not dignify this with a response, instead using the time Sonic wastes flapping his lips to close the distance between them and drive a steel-plated knee into his nemesis' stomach. Though, as he will learn, Sonic is not called the fastest thing alive without good reason, as a split second later the Hedgehog has recovered and retaliated, dropping a two-handed hammer blow into Metal's chrome cranium, sending him hurtling back to the ground where the Hedgehog soon joins him. Staggering back to his feet, Metal then charges at his foe once again, immediately accelerating to Mach 1 in an attempt to shatter Sonic's bones upon impact, though this is simply met by equal speeds from the Hedgehog, resulting in a sonic boom erupting at the point of their collision and sending them both flying backwards. However, being perfectly matched in their tenacity, the two fighters simply use this to rev themselves up further, as they bounce off corresponding walls and come back in for another go, this time successfully socking each other in the jaw at the exact same moment. This brings both Metal and Sonic to an abrupt halt, as they continue to bury their fists in the other's face, though this is hardly a concern, at least not for Dr. Eggman, as he arrives on the scene in his giant Eggman Robo, and praises Metal for holding the blue rodent at bay. He then attempts to crush Sonic with the Robo's colossal hand, though zipping away from this attack with ease, Sonic retaliates by using his spin dash to cleave through several of the giant machine's fingers. Cursing furiously, Eggman then orders Metal to dispatch the rat, an order the loyal android is all too happy to obey, shoulder charging Sonic in the back, and sending him stumbling forward, so that he is easy for his master to smack. Laughing maniacally, the Doctor praises praises Metal and tells him to do that again, though having figured out their pattern, Sonic is able to avoid the follow-up attack before getting a little payback as he kicks Metal from behind, so that it's he who stumbles into Eggman's attack. Even with his titanium body, this hurts, knocking Metal off his feet and resulting in him leaving a deep divot in the Death Egg's floor as he goes sliding across the corridor. Nonetheless, he does not blame his master for this mistake, as surely it must have been that, as he had been preparing to strike Sonic, and it had been his own failure to stop the blue nuisance that had resulted in him taking the blow instead. Meanwhile, Sonic resumes his clash with the not-so-good Doctor, using his speed to slice through the remaining fingers on the giant Eggman Robo, and forcing him to unveil the War Machine's secret weapon, a giant laser cannon in place of its mouth, powered by none other than the Master Emerald. He then opens fire, letting loose a beam of blue energy twice the size of Sonic, and while the Hedgehog is able to avoid it, Metal in his prone state cannot. As the beam of energy shoots towards him with no sign of stopping or hint of intervention from his master, the android is forced to face a rather difficult truth. Dr. Eggman does not care about him. He did abandon him all those months ago. It was he who chose to replace him, not Mecha Sonic, and now he has deemed his creation expendable, so long as there is a chance he can finish off Sonic. All of Metal's fervor, his devotion, his loyalty, have in the end amounted to nothing, just like him. Consigning himself to oblivion, Metal goes to close his eyes and accept his fate. Though, this is all stopped when he feels a pair of gloved hands lift him up, followed by a sudden rush of speed as he is deposited out of the laser's path. Looking up, he finds his savior to be none other than Sonic, and feeling compelled to speak, he utters a single word: why? Flashing his double a grin, the Hedgehog simply replies that us Sonics gotta stick together, before giving Metal a gentle punch on his steely shoulder. Then, before more words can be exchanged, the blue blur is gone, already back in the fight, using a homing attack to strike the laser cannon while it is cooling down after that last attack. From the sidelines, Metal watches as a complex mix of emotions flood through him. Anger is naturally one of the most potent, as such betrayal by his maker deserves nothing less. Though there is also the same deep sadness he felt during his months alone, as some seemingly malfunctioning logic circuit attempts to rationalize the Doctor's actions in a way that make them not his fault, and mean he can maintain his loyalty to the man he had up until recently considered his master. However, in the face of Eggman's disloyalty, Metal knows that those days are over. Now he will exact retribution upon the man who used and betrayed him, making him rue the day he turned his back on his greatest creation. Being the sort who figures actions speak louder than words, Metal wastes no time inventing some of this newly directed fury on the giant Eggman Robo, blasting off and landing a kick on the laser cannon to further damage it, before touching down beside Sonic. Speaking of the Hedgehog, at the sight of what Metal just did, he flashes him a grin, stating it's about time he realized what a no-good two-timing jerk Eggman is. As is his way, Metal says nothing to this, seeing no need to confirm what they both already know, instead turning his attention to going in for another shot at the cannon. However, this time Eggman has a counter in place, blasting the android with fire from his Robo's nose. Though due to his armor plating being designed to withstand the heat and friction of supersonic speeds, this is at most a minor inconvenience to Metal, as he strikes the same place he did last time, causing the barrel of the cannon to warp. Seeing what Metal is doing, Sonic joins in, spin dashing into the dent his doppelganger has made, thus making it even worse. As a result, when Eggman goes to open fire again, the laser is not able to smoothly travel through the barrel, instead getting caught inside it and detonating, with the only casualty of the attack being the giant Eggman Robo. Unfortunately, being the tricky cockroach that he is, Eggman is not without a contingency, revealing that his Eggmobile was housed inside the Robo's cockpit, so that as the mech crumbles, he is able to escape with the Master Emerald. Were that not bad enough, the explosion of the giant Eggman Robo has set off a chain reaction, causing the Death Egg to begin falling to pieces, and though their motives may be different, both Sonic and Metal recognize that this means their window to stop Eggman is rapidly closing. Taking off as though they were racing, the pair of blue blurs chase after Eggman's Eggmobile, while behind them, the ground they were just standing on falls away, putting them mere moments ahead of calamity. Nonetheless, neither is the type to be worried by such things, with them instead taking turns to leap up and slam into the Eggmobile, while a rather irate Eggman yells at them to stop it, calling them both vexing vermin. Paying this no mind, the duo then prepare a double-strength homing attack, in which Sonic will launch himself into a spinning metal, so that when he homes in on Eggman, it will be with twice as much force, concentrated into a single point. Knowing how devastating this could prove, Eggman makes one last attempt to sweet-talk his creation, frantically claiming that the only reason he didn't stop the laser was because he knew he was strong enough to survive it, and that he'd like nothing better than to have the robot be his second command of the Eggman Empire once he's conquered the world. However, the time for such bribery is over, with Metal simply giving his former master one last look with those blazing red eyes of his, before starting his spin, so that when Sonic smacks into him, he shoots forward like a cannonball, and punches a hole clean through the Eggmobile. Thanks to this damage, the lower half containing the claw with the Master Emerald falls away, allowing Sonic to grab it, while Metal lands a short distance away, that complex mix of emotions coming back, as he watches his creator begin falling to earth in a half half-destroyed vehicle. However, now is not the time for such deep reflection, as with the Death Egg re-entering the atmosphere and falling apart faster than ever, the two Sonics need to get off it now if they mean to survive. Running up to join Metal at one of the impromptu exits made by the Death Egg's failing out of structure, Sonic gives his double a quick shove before leaping out after him, the Master Emerald still held firmly in one of his hands. For a moment, the pair experience pure weightlessness as they plummet towards the onrushing ground, though before it can claim them, something rises up from below. The Tornado piloted by Tails, as he positions himself beneath the two Sonics so they may land safely on the plane's wings. Grinning broadly, Sonic calls his friend's timing perfect, saying he knew he could count on him, while in contrast, Metal says nothing, instead simply surveying the destruction all around him with an impassive expression. Touching back down on Angel Island, Sonic and Tails do not hesitate to present Knuckles with the Master Emerald, causing the Echidna to gruffly state that he guesses he misjudged them, and that he shouldn't have let Eggman manipulate him. Laughing heartily, Sonic tells the Red Ruffian not to sweat it, and that he can make it up to him by buying him a chili dog, though all levity is quickly stripped from the situation when the trio of animals hear the sound of Metal's jet engine whirring to life. At once, Sonic and Knuckles each take defensive stances, ready to fight if need be, while Knuckles demands to know if the android's gonna try and steal the Master Emerald now. In response, Metal simply shakes his head. Then, as is the reason he had powered up his engine, he flies off, making it abundantly clear that he does not want the Echidna's treasured emerald. In truth, he does not know what he wants now that Eggman is gone and he is without direction, though one thing is certain, he means to find out, and will keep going as long as it takes to discover his own purpose. Metal is lost. Not physically, of course. His internal GPS would never allow for that. But mentally, emotionally, existentially. In the past, his purpose was clear. Obey his master and destroy his nemesis. Two directives he could follow without question. But now everything is backwards. His master betrayed him, and his nemesis saved his life. Metal doesn't know what to believe anymore, but worse, he does not know what reason there is for his existence. He is a machine, an artificial life form created to serve a purpose. Ergo, if he has no purpose to serve, then he should not be. That is basic logic. In the months following the Angel Island incident, Metal has wandered the Earth in search of a purpose, a reason to justify his existence, now that his original functions are seemingly null and void. These travels have taken him from Central City to Spagonia, Soliana to Westside Island, but no matter where he has looked, Metal has yet to find any answers, with him now winding up back where this whole ordeal began, in the forest near Station Square, the place where the Doctor abandoned him. Standing over the patch of grass that had been his prison for so long, Metal glares at it, as if somehow all his turmoil and anguish is its fault, though being the logical entity that he is, he knows that this is ridiculous. However, before he can look away and begin his search anew, the very ground at which he is glaring begins to rumble, though as he looks around in search of the cause, he sees that it is not below him, but above, as passing overhead is a giant aircraft carrier, bearing the insignia of the Eggman Empire. So, the Doctor is alive after all. As with his presumed demise back on the Death Egg, this sight fills Metal with contradictory emotions, rage, and strangely enough, relief. Though there is no time to unpack the latter, as now that he knows Eggman is alive, he has a goal again, even if it is only a temporary one rather than the true purpose he was seeking, and that goal is to pursue his vendetta against the one who wronged him. Letting his single-mindedness guide him once more, Metal then takes off into the sky, his jet engine allowing him to fly after the egg carrier, though it is not an entirely smooth flight, as the craft's onboard defense systems quickly detect the unidentified flying object, making its way towards the carrier, and so begin firing weapons. Being the fastest machine in existence, this is no problem for Metal, who simply ducks and weaves out of the way of the missiles, though having no ranged attacks to retaliate with, he is forced to think laterally, choosing to dive below the cloud cover in order to hide from the targeting system, then rise back up when he's directly beneath the craft, exploiting a blind spot, and allowing him to make his way aboard stealthily. Touching down on an open-air catwalk in the bowels of the egg carrier, Metal then begins looking for an entrance into the ship proper, as that will also lead him to the Doctor, though before he can locate one, something comes along to claim his attention, that being Sonic, as it appears that he along with Tails arrived shortly before Metal, and are now seeking the same thing. For a moment, Metal merely watches, feeling a sense of superiority towards his double, as he makes a fool of himself shimmying around pipes and pulling himself along the underside of scaffolding so that he can cross the vast expanse of emptiness that spans out beneath them. However, unlike their prior encounters, this feeling is not laced with the same venom it once was, as while Metal still does feel definite satisfaction in the knowledge that he can do something Sonic can't, by clearing those same hurdles in an instant with his jet engine, and a desire to make that superiority known, he does not actively wish the hedgehog ill in that moment. This is a marked change, and one not in line with his programming, causing Metal to wonder if this could be a result of what happened on the Death Egg. Truthfully, he does not know, with the uncertainty only fueling the turmoil inside him, though at least one thing is certain: he will monitor this shift for further developments. By now, Sonic and Tails have caught sight of Metal, with the former calling out to his robotic duplicate, asking what he's doing here, though in this he gets no answer, as Metal simply flies over to meet them, while training his eyes on the ceiling, as if he's trying to glare a hole in the hull all the way up to Eggman. Taking the hint, Sonic states that they're going after the dock too if Metal wants to join them, and though the android gives his rival a look of contempt, he does not object, instead simply shooting forward and destroying a spinner badnik that was about to strike Sonic from behind. Forming up, the trio then begin making their way up the various walkways leading towards the egg carrier's interior, with Metal attempting to take point. Though having never been the sort to follow anyone else's path, Sonic does occasionally reclaim the lead, an act Metal cannot abide, with his intense competitiveness compelling him to rectify this, by shooting past Sonic once again. Unfortunately, this one-upsmanship draws the attention of a very unwelcome spectator, that being a large automated turret, which begins opening fire on the trio, destroying the catwalk they're standing on, and forcing them to find a new way into the vessel. Being the smartest of them, Tails suggests they make destroying the turret their first priority, before flying off towards a conveniently placed missile launcher right near the turret's position. However, in order to reach that without being blown to pieces, he requests Sonic's help, with the blue blow being happy to act as a decoy for his buddy. This just leaves Metal, and while he feels no particular fondness for his companions that would induce him to help them, he figures that he can at least use this opportunity to prove himself superior bait to Sonic. To this end, the android flies up to hover right in front of the turret's barrel, before summoning his black shield, so that when the cannon unloads into him, he is able to withstand the barrage at point-blank range. This display of what can only be called showboating, even if Metal would never acknowledge it as such, buys Tails just the time he needs to acquire and fire the missile launcher, with the turret going up in flames a moment later, much to Sonic and Tails' delight. Though, all the same, the Hedgehog does complain slightly that by floating right in front of it like a sitting duck, Metal did rob him of the fun of outrunning those shells. However, this just earns him a look of scorn from the android, whose expression makes it very clear that he is not here for fun, he's here for revenge. Thankfully, before any more unrest can brew, Tails points out that the hole the missile launch created should lead them right into the egg carrier's lower decks, which in turn puts them one step closer to Eggman and Amy. Though Metal doesn't know what Amy Rose has to do with anything, he doesn't really care either way, and so simply flies upwards through the hole, while Tails does likewise a moment later carrying Sonic. Together, the trio then survey the room they have found themselves in, with Sonic and Tails immediately dashing off to destroy a capsule, where the Doctor has no doubt trapped a number of animals to be used as living batteries in his next batch of badniks, while Metal heads towards the nearest control panel to access the lift controls so they can ride directly up to the deck. Unfortunately, the terminal is password locked, though fortunately, it only has 6 giant keys to choose from: an A, an E, 2 G's, an M, and an N, with it taking very little time for Metal to surmise the password is Eggman, a fact Metal would call on the nose, if not for the fact that it is simply emblematic of who his creator is. Nonetheless, now that the elevator car has been unlocked, Metal silently gestures for the others to join him as he climbs in. Then, when all three are in position, he presses the activation button. A few moments later, the group arrive on deck as planned, only to find Dr. Eggman and Amy Rose already locked in a heated confrontation, with the Doctor having just grabbed a blue bird from out of the girl's hands thanks to his Eggmobile's extendable claw. Angrily, Sonic orders the Doctor to let go of Amy's little friend, though with a mad laugh, Eggman replies that he has no need for the creature, now that he has taken possession of the Chaos Emerald it had been guarding. However, all laughter is then cut short when the Eggmobile is rocked violently as Metal slams into it, having quite literally seen red when the Doctor had made his little quip about having no need for the bird. At the sight of his creation, Eggman demands to know what Metal is doing here, though taciturn as ever, the android simply skids to a stop, then throws himself at his former master once again. Recognizing the murderous intent in the robot's red eyes, the mad scientist and would-be conqueror attempts to flee, though not before summoning out a member of his new E-Series line of androids, who he identifies as Gamma, and claims is not only more loyal, but also far stronger than Metal. Unfortunately, this only infuriates the Bluebot more, as to have his loyalty questioned by the man who used and discarded him twice is something Metal will not tolerate. To this end, he begins laying into this so-called Gamma, with the same ferocity he exhibited against Mecha Sonic. In a rather poor attempt at self-preservation, Gamma tries to shoot at his robotic foe, though being built to match Sonic's speeds, dodging these is child's play for Metal, before he dives low and sweeps Gamma's legs, so the cumbersome E-Series goes crashing to his back. This renders the red robot virtually defenseless, and seeing his chance to end things here and now, Metal readies his overdrive once again. However, before he can launch his killing blow, Amy runs forward, positioning herself between Metal and Gamma, while throwing her arms wide and pleading with the android not to go through with the attack.
Frantically, Sonic and Tails yell for Amy to move, as despite being their uneasy ally at times, they both know Metal will not hesitate to plow right through the pink hedgehog if she stands between him and his goals. Though, to their surprise, the blue android stays his hand, at least for now, instead piercing Amy with his glowing red eyes as he asks the same question he asked of the two boys in the past. Why? Standing firm, Amy explains that Gamma, or as she calls him, Mr. Robot, is a friend, and that he helped her and the Blue Birdie escape from Eggman's prison. This latter revelation gives Metal pause, as it means that somehow this E-Series model breached his programming to defy the Doctor, just as he did. Interesting. Nonetheless, Metal does not deactivate his overdrive form, instead asking another question, whether in freeing her from Eggman's prison, she believes that Gamma saved her life. Without hesitation, Amy nods, and though Metal's expression cannot change to the extent an organic creature's can, she thinks she sees thoughtfulness in his eyes at her words. In this, she is entirely correct, as at that moment, Metal is weighing up the logic of Amy's actions. Gamma saved her life, so now in turn, she is saving his. A life for a life. That equation balances. Though, in exploring this line of thought, Metal cannot help but bump into another fact. It was Amy Rose who saved him back in the forest. For a moment, there is stillness. Then, with a slight shift in posture, the android ends his overdrive, and falls to his knees thanks to the recoil. Rushing over to him, the trio of heroes all survey Metal with concern, though throughout his paralysis, the robot only has eyes for Amy. Then, when he finally regains the power of speech, he utters 4 words. Our equation is balanced. Reading between the lines in these enigmatic words, Amy thanks Metal, while as Sonic and Tails help the android to his feet, the Blue Blur playfully asks whether this means old Metalhead's not going to kill him either. In a flat tone, Metal simply replies that he is uncertain, though this does little to hide the undertone of shame at making what to him is an admission of a fatal flaw. A functional machine does not deal in doubt and ambiguity. It is if or else, on or off, yes or no, and the fact that he cannot even say regarding one of his prime directives is troubling in the extreme. However, before more can be said, Tails interjects to inform everyone that the egg carrier is losing altitude, meaning that unless they do something, they're going to be in for a very wet and bumpy landing. To this end, the group decide to split up, with Sonic telling Tails to get Amy to safety, while Gamma decides to use his jet booster to fly off on his own. As for Sonic himself, he declares that he's going after Eggman, before giving Metal a look that says he already knows his double's coming with him, and that he welcomes the assistance. The two Sonics then take off in the direction they saw Eggman flee, with it turning out that he is still there. With him are 2 individuals that Metal does not know, a morbidly obese cat crying for his froggy, whatever that is, and some sort of vaguely shark-like water spirit, who immediately piques the android's interest, as it is currently possessing 4 of the 7 Chaos Emeralds. However, this is all about to change, as with a cackle, Eggman then bestows the creature with 2 more emeralds, causing it to mutate into a hulking quadrupedal beast that bears little resemblance to what it was before, with it now appearing far more powerful. In a warning tone, Sonic tells Metal to watch out, since this guy's name is Chaos, and he's one tough customer, whose power appears to be tied to the number of Chaos Emeralds he has. Nevertheless, this does not cow Metal, as in his eyes, this Chaos is just another impediment on his way to the Doctor, meaning he will destroy him like all the rest. Lunging at the monster, Metal finds him to be unlike any opponent he has ever faced before, as being a creature made of water, any blow landed on Chaos simply dissipates in a ripple, preventing Metal from dealing lasting damage. Were this not bad enough, when Sonic enters the fray alongside his metallic ally, Eggman decides to tilt the odds back in his favor by dropping several small satellites which are rigged to discharge cold energy and freeze nearby creatures solid. Recognizing these from his time with the Eggman Empire, Metal hastily hurls the nearest one at Chaos, freezing the watery beast solid, and allowing Sonic to shatter him for considerable damage, while also creating a window to recover while the monster reforms himself. Flashing the android a thumbs up, Sonic then tries this trick for himself, while Metal boosts up to attack Eggman's Eggmobile while it's low enough to deploy the satellites. Like before, this causes the hoverpod to shake, with the Doctor very nearly falling out, and seeing this, Metal prepares to make another attempt on his creator. However, at that exact moment, Sonic's voice fills Metal's auditory senses as he yells for his battle partner to watch out, but unfortunately, it is already too late, as before Metal can assess the problem, he feels a watery tendril wrap around his torso and begin pulling him in. This presents a very real problem, as with his jet engine submerged, he cannot use it to escape Chaos's grasp, meaning that though he hates to admit it, he is stuck. Briefly, he considers trying to create a ring spark field like he did on Stardust Speedway, since the electrical current might be enough to stun the beast so he can escape, but with how long it takes to charge, he may not have time before he is completely submerged inside Chaos. Then, he feels a hand clasp around his own, and looking up, he sees Sonic, evidently trying to pull him free from Chaos's clutches, despite the fact that the creature is far larger and stronger than both of them. In a reassuring voice, the Hedgehog urges Metal to hang on while he figures out a plan, though a gruff voice tells Sonic that he guesses there's a first time for everything, as the blue blur never really struck him as the planning type. This dig is accompanied by the feeling of Chaos's grip loosening, and as Metal rounds on the source, he sees Knuckles, having punched clean through the water beast tendril, severing it. Grinning broadly, Sonic thanks the Echidna for the assist, though stiff as ever, Knuckles just barks at the speedster that he can handle Chaos, so he should go chase down Eggman since he's getting away. Good to Knuckles' word, when Sonic and Metal look skyward, they see the Eggmobile cutting a hasty retreat now that Chaos is up against 3 powerful opponents and the Egg Carrier is doomed. And so nodding their acknowledgement, the pair give chase, determined to make the Doctor pay. Leaping off the plummeting egg carrier, Sonic and Metal attempt to keep their eyes on Eggman as he descends into the jungle of mystic ruins. However, to their dismay, this choice of departure point proves far more favourable to the Doctor than themselves, with the Eggmobile quickly vanishing among the tree cover, while they are forced to make a somewhat hard landing into the foliage below. Looking around, the duo see no sign of their quarry, though they do quickly spot an ancient-looking temple not too far away which begins rumbling shortly after they've landed. Then, to Metal's annoyance, Sonic begins rambling about some red light that only he can see, while insisting that it's trying to lead him into the temple. Having no time for such trivialities, as he highly doubts Eggman would be hiding in a place like that, the android turns to leave, determined to hunt his maker down by himself if he has to. Sensing Metal's impatience, Sonic does not attempt to stop him, instead wishing his ally luck, while joking that the last one to reach Eggman owes the other a chili dog. Unsurprisingly, Metal says nothing to this, instead using his jet engine to take flight, his destination being simple: the high cliffs of Windy Valley, as they will give him a vantage point from which he can scout around for the Doctor's location. As the name would suggest, this area is rather windy, forcing Metal to expend additional energy so he can reach the highest peak without being blown away, though it is more than worth it for the view he now has. Scanning in a full 360-degree radius, the Bluebot is dismayed to discover no trace of Eggman, though something interesting does come along to catch his eye, that being Gamma fighting against another E-Series model, and seemingly winning. This certainly lends credence to what Amy Rose had said about him being a fellow rogue Eggman android, though in order to be certain, Metal has to get a closer look. Descending down to a lower cliff face, he watches as Gamma promptly destroys his cohort, before turning his large green eyes on Metal, an almost quizzical tilt to his flat head. Speaking plainly, Metal asks what the other robot is doing, to which Gamma answers that he is saving his friends. A confusing statement in its own right considering what he just saw Gamma do to his fellow E-Series, though that is hardly the main question on Metal's mind. Thinking of his mission, the metallic hedgehog next asks Gamma if he knows where their creator is, though to Metal's chagrin, this is met with a shake of the head, as Gamma replies that he is only tracking the other E-Series models. Figuring that the Doctor may have summoned one to protect him like he did on the egg carrier, Metal decides to follow Gamma, an act the other android does not object to as he takes flight, with Metal following close on his proverbial heels. As it turns out, the second E-Series is located in the mountains of Angel Island, which has once again fallen into the ocean for reasons unknown to Metal. Nonetheless, just the sight of the place makes him think back on when he was here last, and how desperate he was to return to Eggman's service. In that regard, he had been a fool. However, this thought does bring up another, that being to do with Gamma, and how he managed to break free of Eggman's control. Still in that factual machine-like voice, Metal asks Gamma how this happened, with the Red Robot stating that it had been building for a while, as he bore witness to more and more abuse from their creator, though ultimately, it was the sight of the blue bird who had been accompanying Amy Rose, as it had triggered a change in him which caused him to recognize the small creature as a friend, a concept he had not been designed to understand. He then elaborates that through this seemingly small deviation from his programming, he had come to a larger decision, that his function is not to serve Dr. Eggman, but to protect his friends. This explanation fascinates Metal, as not only does Gamma's experience of mistreatment and defection so closely mirror his own, but somehow instead of falling into uncertainty, the E-Series had been able to give himself the very thing Metal had been searching for since leaving this island. Curiosity seeping into his tone now, he asks how exactly Gamma was able to designate his own purpose, though here the larger android admits that he has insufficient data to answer. An unhelpful response, but all the same Metal does not blame his fellow machine, as these matters are highly mercurial to beings like them who operate on facts and logic. Instead, the Bluebot ponders his own purpose once more, as perhaps if Gamma can assign himself a new one after eschewing the one he was designed for, then so can he. Finally, the duo arrive on Red Mountain, where E-104 Epsilon is waiting for them, looking rather panicked. To an organic, this would be invisible, but to Metal and Gamma it is as clear as day, from the way his head is half a degree out of alignment, to the manual readjustment of his optical sensors every 800 milliseconds, as if by doing so it might reveal that he is not actually on this strange mountain. In an attempt at a comforting tone, Gamma informs Epsilon that he is here to save him. Then without hesitation, he opens fire, riddling the other E-series with laser bolts. Naturally, this puts the already on-edge Epsilon into fight-or-flight mode, with him retaliating by firing rockets at the two new arrivals. Though thinking fast, Metal intercepts these with his black shield, startling the Orange E-series further, and giving Gamma the opening he needs to land the killing blow, thus bringing an end to Epsilon. A moment later, a Robin then emerges from out of the vanquished robot's chassis, with this seeming to please Gamma, who declares Epsilon to be rescued, while Metal once more wonders what exactly the E-series definition of rescued is. Concluding that it's illogical to operate on speculation when solid data is available, Metal requests that Gamma explain his mission parameters more specifically, with the green-eyed bot complying, as he states that the continued existence of the E-series is untenable in two regards. Firstly, it requires the imprisonment and subjugation of a sentient life form in their animal batteries, and secondly, by its definition it is life of servitude to an uncaring master who is only strengthened by their continued functioning. Therefore, logically speaking, the most favorable outcome is the destruction of the E-series androids, and the release of the trapped animals. Thus, to do so is to save them. Acknowledging this logic, Metal agrees to continue assisting Gamma in this mission, as even if it does not lead to the Doctor as he had hoped, it still aligns with his own desire to impede Eggman. Though, in truth, this is not his only motive, as in his own way, Metal has come to like Gamma, or at the very least relate to him, while finding his ability for self-determination intriguing. To this end, he makes no complaint when Gamma reveals that their next target, EO-15 Zeta, is located on the egg carrier, a place their creator most assuredly will not be, having abandoned it like he abandoned all of them. Using their jets, the return journey to the egg carrier is a short one, with Metal casting a cold eye over the derelict craft as it floats in the open ocean, like so many of Eggman's discarded vessels likely are. Briefly, he wonders if Sonic has found Eggman yet, strangely enough finding the idea a hopeful one, as if he cannot be the one to bring an end to the Doctor, then he supposes his double would be the most preferable stand-in. Nonetheless, he does not allow himself to get lost in reverie, being alert and ready when Gamma announces that he has unlocked the hot shelter portion of the egg carrier, allowing them to proceed down to where Zeta is being housed. Metal can hear something like anger in the way the larger android makes this last statement, and so it gives Gamma a slight tilt of his head, needing no words to communicate his question. Sagging slightly, Gamma states that while accessing the egg carrier's internal database, he discovers that Zeta has been upgraded, being physically hardwired into the egg carrier as part of its defense system. Though Gamma does not say it, Metal knows what this truly means. Zeta is now doomed to spend eternity trapped on the abandoned ship if they do not save him, making it all the more imperative to the red robot that they do. However, here Gamma adds something that surprises and confuses Metal, that this is exactly like what happened to Beta. Though Metal does not know who this is or what exactly Gamma means, he can surmise that this is another E-series who was similarly mistreated by their maker, only adding fuel to his companion's anger. Following Gamma down into the hot shelter, Metal is unsurprisingly met with resistance in the form of laser turrets, and a few unfortunate badniks who were forsaken when the vessel went down. However, these are no real problem for the fastest machine in existence, with him simply plowing through them at tremendous speeds that reduce them to scrap in an instant, with Gamma being there to clean up any he misses, proving himself an ideal combat partner. Finally, the pair reach a small conveyor belt which deposits them directly into the central chamber of the egg carrier's defense grid, where as they figured, Zeta is situated. All it takes is a single glance to understand the full reason why Gamma was so upset before, as the purple android's modifications are so extensive that he has become something unrecognizable from the other E-series. Instead, he more closely resembles the large turrets on the underside of the craft, and as his green eyes meet Gamma's, there is no recognition in them. Zeta is already dead in all the ways that count. This fight is simply the act of destroying a vacant shell to free the prisoner trapped within. Wanting to end his brother's suffering as quickly as possible, Gamma immediately springs into action, strafing the giant purple mass with his gun arm, while Metal begins running in the opposite direction, once more employing his enhanced speed, though this time to throw off the turret's targeting systems, as by going too fast to get a solid lock, it will force the aiming subroutine to keep restarting, chewing up Zeta's CPU, and allowing Gamma to finish his sad duty all the faster. Once again, Metal and Gamma's synchronicity proves to be the key to victory, with Gamma capitalizing on being out of the line of fire to line up a single shot which takes off Zeta's head, shutting him down permanently, and bringing an end to the whole affair. Then, as Gamma had hoped, a peacock emerges from the smoking hole atop the turret, being at last free to return to its life. Looking over at his red companion, Metal asks how many are left, with the bigger bot responding that only 2 E-series remain, Gamma and Beta. He then elaborates that Beta is currently on deck, meaning their mission will soon be complete, a statement which earns him a nod from Metal, as the pair take off in determined silence. As Gamma had said, Beta is waiting for them when they arrive on deck, though like Zeta, he is not a standard model, having taken taken on aerial capabilities, with this explaining what Gamma had meant when mentioning him earlier. Nonetheless, Metal is only concerned with one thing: assisting his comrade in destroying the black and white bot. Due to his upgrade into a combat drone, Beta proves himself a far more challenging foe than his predecessors, not only having a more sophisticated missile guidance system that cannot be tricked by Metal's running, but also a fearsome dash attack, which possesses the power to bowl even the strongest opponent off their feet. However, while this might be enough to overwhelm most opponents, Metal and Gamma are not most opponents, using their teamwork to hold the line, with Metal acting as the shield once again by employing his black shield to clash against Beta's rainbow one when he attempts to ram them, allowing Gamma to be the spear, who strikes at their foe's exposed weak points. By using this strategy, they are quickly able to critically damage one of Beta's wings, grounding him and bringing the fight to an end, even if he will not accept it. Looking over at Gamma, Metal sees sadness in his green eyes. Then, without a word, he levels the barrel of his gun against Beta's single optical sensor and fires, decimating his central processor in an instant. Like with all the rest, a bird emerges from the husk of Beta a moment later, though this one is notable in that it's the same type of flicky as Amy Rose's friend, except that it is white rather than blue. At the sight of it, something in Gamma changes, like he has just made a rather difficult decision. Then, in the flat robotic tone Metal used when they first spoke to each other, he states that now it is time for the final E-Series unit to be terminated, E-102 Gamma. Despite not having a stomach, Metal feels his sinking as he stares up at the bigger bot. He does not want this. He does not want his friend to die. Red eyes meeting green ones, Metal asks if this is necessary. Part of why the E-Series was untenable was because of their life of servitude, but since Gamma is free of Eggman, this is not a factor, so to reach the same outcome would be illogical. Still in his level voice, Gamma replies that the first issue with his series still exists. In order for him to live, another innocent creature must remain imprisoned and used as a battery. To choose to continue doing so when another option presents itself would be to show the same callous disregard for those below him as Eggman. He does not wish to emulate the Doctor. Therefore, the only remaining path is his destruction. This is logical. Try though he might, Metal cannot refute this, though it does not mean he likes it. Gamma is his first true friend, and to lose him is a pain he's never felt before, with the closest experience being the Doctor's betrayal back on the Death Egg. After a moment of silence, Metal adopts the same resolute tone as Gamma, and acknowledges his friend's decision, stating that if the Red Bot would like, he will carry out the termination. Nodding his appreciation, Gamma then begins walking away, as to give Metal a run-up, though as he does, he has one last message for his smaller friend, that he is sorry he could not save him, not through destruction like the other E-Series, but by helping him find that which he was seeking. In a voice that shakes ever so slightly, Metal retorts that Gamma did, since by working with him, he now knows that he can choose his own purpose, and the one he has chosen is to continue saving their kind from Eggman, even when Gamma is gone. Regretfully, the E-Series replies that he wishes he could have helped his friend as he helped him, though, as he says it, Metal has an idea, a way in which Gamma could live on, while the animal inside him could be free, and so in a voice that carries a note of hope, he tells his friend that he still can. He then explains his plan, speaking more than he ever has before, as he states that if he were to assimilate Gamma's code into himself, the other android would still continue to exist as a part of him, while no longer requiring the animal battery. From the look in Gamma's eyes, he had not considered this possibility, though when he steps forward, it is to deploy 2 cables from his fingers, indicating his readiness to begin. In response, Metal activates a panel on the back of his head, revealing a pair of cable jacks, which Gamma's cords fit perfectly inside. Following this, the process only takes a matter of seconds. Then when it is done, the lifeless form of Gamma crashes to the ground, as from his chest emerges another flicky, this one pink. Excitedly, it rises into the air, nuzzling against the white one in an evidently joyous reunion, and as Metal watches the pair fly away in search of their blue friend, it is with eyes that now glow green, just as Gamma's once did. For a time, Metal simply watches the flickies who emerged from Gamma and Beta, finding it to be a bittersweet experience, as while this is what his friend had wanted, the cost of these birds' freedom had been a high one. Then, a third flicky comes into view, the blue one who'd been accompanying Amy Rose, having evidently come to reunite with its friends. With it is Amy herself, and upon seeing Gamma's lifeless body, a look of sadness crosses her face, though in a resolute tone, Metal informs her of the E-Series fate, and how it was entirely his choice, made to serve a good greater than himself. Nodding her appreciation for this news, Amy agrees that Mr. Robot was a true hero. Then, with a soft smile, she squeezes Metal's steely hand. Not sure what to do in such a situation, Metal turns his green eyes back up to the flickies, only to watch as a fist on a tether collides with the blue one, knocking it out of the sky. Following the cable back to the puncher's source, Metal finds an unfamiliar model of Eggman robot who is glaring menacingly at Amy Rose. At once, he readies himself for a fight, feeling a compunction to protect the pink hedgehog, which is likely a result of Gamma's integration, though as it turns out, this is unnecessary, as bringing forth her Pico Pico hammer, Amy makes short work of the green machine, smashing it to pieces in 2 swift swings, then rushing in to check on her feathered friend. Thankfully, the bird is for the most part uninjured, returning to the air after a bit of encouragement, with the other flickies soon joining it, as it flies away for good this time. This leaves Metal to wonder what he should do now, as despite having the purpose he sought, he is unsure as to how he should go about enacting it. However, before he can give much time to pondering, something draws his attention, that being the sudden rumbling of the ocean itself beneath them, followed almost immediately by the sound of massive watery bursts in the distance. Zeroing in on the source, Metal sees that Station Square has suddenly been flooded with water coming from all angles, though this is hardly the most pressing issue, as from the deluge has formed a giant beast, who Metal can safely surmise is Chaos, now back and stronger than ever. Frantically, Amy tells Metal that they need to get over there, since she knows Sonic and the others will be trying to fight that thing and need their help. Though Metal has no stake in such a fight, that same compunction from before compels him to acquiesce, with the Bluebot scooping the hedgehog up in his arms like he once did to kidnap her, before taking flight towards the flooded city. Touching down a few moments later, Metal sees that Sonic and his friends are here just as Amy Rose had said, with the Blue Blood grinning that he was just starting to worry those two were going to miss the party. Smiling as well, Amy replies that he should know by now she'll always be there to back him up, before offering him a Chaos Emerald, stating this should hopefully give him the strength he needs to beat that big brute Chaos. Nodding his thanks, Sonic then adds this emerald to the other 6 he already has on hand, with the effect being almost instantaneous, as his fur glows gold and he transforms into Super Sonic. Now stronger and faster than before, Sonic is able to take flight and charge at Chaos, though to Metal's surprise, he does not appear to be trying to destroy the monster, instead seeming to be playing with it, like he's trying to let it work out its frustration through combat. Only when Sonic believes that Chaos has done so does he strike, decimating the water beast with one blow, so that when he reforms, it is not any of the forms Metal has seen, but instead a humanoid who gives off none of the malice its other states did. Now with its rage quelled, Chaos can at last depart in peace, doing so alongside a female echidna and some small winged creatures, though they are not the only ones, as in the sky, Metal spots Eggman in his Eggmobile skulking away with his tail between his legs after all the misery he caused. Having no desire to let the Doctor get away, Metal looks to Sonic to wordlessly ask if he intends to join him in hunting Eggman down, though to his surprise, he finds the blue hedgehog already gone, having presumably set off in search of his next adventure. Strangely enough, Metal does not blame his rival for this, as he is equally determined to be in the next leg of his own journey, with him quickly making his way over to Tails, as he may be able to help him. Looking up as the android approaches, the twin-tailed fox asks what he can do for Metal, with the Bluebot responding that he has a query. Can Tails recreate the code inside himself and Gamma that allowed them to rebel against Eggman? Since reason would dictate that such a profound change in both their personalities would be a result of a variance in their code, which could in turn be transmitted to other Eggman androids, thus freeing them from the Doctor's control. Smiling a little at this new challenge, Tails agrees that such a thing should be feasible, though they'll have to return to his workshop, something Metal does not object to, considering how much time he has already spent there. Wasting no time, the young scientist immediately gets to work, taking a complete copy of Metal's code and scanning it for any duplicate sequences, since thanks to having assimilated Gamma, he should have 2 sets of whatever made him defect. However, try though he might, none of these pieces of code give any indication that they are what granted the 2 rogue Eggman androids free will. Subsequently, Tails begins examining Metal's body, talking as he does, with Metal being reminded of the time spent being repaired after he was forsaken by the Doctor. Though he no longer sees Tails as an enemy, Metal still has no interest in socializing with the fox, and so for the most part stays silent, letting the boy genius do what he needs to. Unfortunately, this too turns up nothing, with Tails ultimately concluding the reason behind Metal's change of heart is not to do with his code or composition, but instead his experience. In a troubled tone, Metal states that this does not compute, with Tails laughing that's the point. The reason he was able to defy his programming is because he looked at things like an organic would, taking into consideration factors like his feelings, rather than operating on pure machine logic. Though a little affronted at being likened to organics, Metal cannot deny that this has the ring of truth, remembering how the discussion about feelings and motives with Amy Rose was pivotal in Gamma's change, while he was prompted by the hurt he felt at Eggman's betrayal. However, this poses a question then. How is he supposed to save the other Eggman robots? Shrugging slightly at this query, Tails suggests that perhaps Metal could try talking to his fellow automatons, since if he can get them to really reflect on their lot in life, now it's no fun being Eggman's slave, they might be able to break free of his control on their own like he did. This prospect does not enthuse Metal, as not only is he hardly the sort to win hearts and minds, being programmed for violence rather than social skills, but he also knows that most badniks are not built with the sentience and higher reasoning abilities needed to have a mind which can be changed. Though, all the same, he agrees to try, as this is the purpose he decided for himself, and so will not abandon it at the first hurdle. With this settled, Metal then turns to leave, though before he does, he gives Tails a long look, one the twin-toed fox takes to be Metal's attempt at thanking him for his help, and perhaps even apologizing for some of his prior hostility. Then, without a word, the cybernetic speedster is gone, his first destination being the ironically named Final Egg, located not far from here, having learned of it through Gamma's memories. Arriving in the valley, Metal does not have to work very hard to find the hideout, as it is the only steely grey tower in sight, not to mention the base of the spire is lit up in ominous red colour, which stands out even more starkly against the natural greens and browns of the forest. Figuring that going in loud will not induce any of the inhabitants to listen to him, Metal opts for a more stealthy entrance, flying up the side of the base until he finds an air vent he can kick in and slide down. Unfortunately, due to Eggman being the paranoid egomaniac that he is, even the air ducts are crawling with turrets and spikes, though making use of his speed and agility, and on a few occasions his black shield, Metal is able to race down the pipeline, before coming out in a central chamber of the Final Egg. As he had hoped, several badniks are on patrol, though none seem much like conversing when he arrives, having only the animal instinct to attack the intruder, forcing him to save them in a manner more in line with Gamma's definition. Making his way further in, Metal is met with the same issue every time he comes across a group of Eggbots, so that by the time he reaches the very heart of the base, Eggman's private lab, it is with many freed animals, but no new allies. Heading over to Eggman's computer terminal, Metal begins searching for any signs that a higher-end android might be present, though to his dismay, he learns that while one had been in development as part of something called Project Metacarpals, the android listed only as MK01 had been transferred to a different base to await completion when news of Sonic's arrival at the base had reached Eggman. Through this, he also learns the fate that had been intended for him and all his fellow Sonic duplicates. Once they had defeated the original, they were to be decommissioned and disassembled, so they could never threaten Eggman. Scowling at how this is a typical repayment from the Doctor, Metal charges up a ring spark field, allowing yellow electricity to circle all around him. Then with a slight motion, he discharges it, completely frying Eggman's systems, and turning this lab into a ruin. It is a small act of revenge, but it feels good all the same. From here, Metal continues his quest to save his fellow machines, though no matter how many bases he storms and how many badniks he attempts to convince, the result is always the same. Months pass in this manner, with Metal growing steadily more despondent, until one day he finds himself deep inside a hidden badnik factory, buried beneath Neo Green Hill Zone. Having just saved another group of Eggman robots, Metal is now making his way through a hidden passage that his radar says houses a Chaos Emerald, figuring it would be unwise to leave such a thing in the possession of the Doctor. However, before he can make it to the end, he is suddenly assailed from behind, as something round and fast slams into his back. Immediately switching into combat mode, the android does not hesitate to thrust out his arm, while spinning in place, so that he catches the attacker before they can flee and slams them painfully into the wall. Glaring up at his foe with glowing green eyes, Metal is shocked to see that it is none other than Sonic, and from the looks of things, the Hedgehog is equally surprised to see him, gasping Metal's name, before demanding to know what he is doing here. However, the answer to this comes not from Metal, but from Tails, as he hovers into view, joined by Knuckles and Amy Rose. In a warm tone that suggests he is happy to see the Blue Bot again, Tails explains that Metal must be here to try and save the other robots. Isn't that right? Nodding his assent, Metal then releases Sonic, and as the blue blur slides to the ground, he apologizes for the sneak attack, stating that in the gloom he didn't recognize Metalhead, and thought he was just another bad guy. Eyes still piercing his rival, Metal does not acknowledge this apology, instead chiding Sonic that if that was the case, he should not have held back, since it was far too easy to retaliate and put him in what could have been a fatal position. Letting out a gentle chuckle, Sonic replies that he'll take that under advisement, though for now, he's got other stuff to do, like catch Eggman. This catches Metal off guard, as he had not known the Doctor was here, with Knuckles nodding and stating they're currently chasing after him, since he's up to his old tricks of trying to assemble the Chaos Emeralds and take over the world. Making a grave noise, Metal agrees that would be suboptimal, before stating the emerald located in this base is just up ahead, so it should not be too hard to retrieve. Giving the android a smile, Amy thanks Metal for the tip, though she wishes they knew where the others were, since it seems like they're always playing catch-up with Eggman. Factually, Metal replies that he knows where they all are, revealing his inbuilt Chaos Emerald radar to the heroes, with this putting a smile on Sonic, Amy, and Tails' face, as they urge him to tell them where the emeralds are. Turning his attention to the radar for a moment, Metal informs them that not counting the emerald already in their possession, and the one at the end of this corridor, there is one located in Casino Paradise, 2 on Ice Mountain, 1 in Sky Sanctuary, and 1 in the atmosphere, likely inside an orbital Eggman base. Patting his duplicate on the back in appreciation, Sonic tells his team that this means there are 4 spots they need to hit up, and 4 of them, so if they all split off and go after a different emerald, they should be able to collect them all before the egg star. However, here Metal corrects Sonic's math, stating that there are 5 of them present, with the blue hedgehog laughing that he didn't want to speak for Metalhead, but if he's offering to help, they aren't going to refuse. Since Eggman not taking over the world aligns with his goals, Metal does not object, simply stating that he will retrieve the Sky Sanctuary Emerald, since as the only one who can reach the place without need of external assistance, it is logical he be the one to do so. While Sonic has no objection to this, Knuckles is a very different matter, refusing to allow this treacherous robot anywhere near the Master Emerald, since for all he knows, this whole redemption has been an act to steal the Emerald for Eggman when their guard is down. At once, Sonic and Tails spring to Metal's defense, vouching for his change of heart, though it is Amy who comes up with the most practical solution, stating that since there are 5 of them and only 4 places they need to go, why doesn't she accompany Metal to make sure he's on his best behavior? While Knuckles would rather be the one to supervise Metal, he trusts Amy and so agrees, though as he prepares to head off for Casino Paradise, he gives the robot a hard look, warning him not to try any funny business while in the sacred shrine. Having no intention of doing anything untoward, Metal is unbothered by this distrust, instead simply lifting Amy into his arms and taking flight back towards the entrance, and then into the sky, his radar guiding him towards Angel Island. As with most things Metal does, this flight is spent in silence, with the android being focused on his objective, and Amy having spent enough time with Sonic to recognize and respect single-mindedness. Finally, the pair pass over the coordinates from Metal's radar, with Amy letting out an exclamation as she points down at something, though, as it turns out, it is not the Chaos Emerald, but instead a scowling echidna who is glaring up at them. Sounding a little annoyed at this lack of faith in her, Amy grumbles that Knuckles really mustn't trust Metal if he snuck up here to spy on them. However, in a grave tone, Metal counters that this is not Knuckles, but instead an Eggman android like himself, likely sent ahead to retrieve the Chaos Emerald for the Doctor. The pair then touch down on the marble platform, and up close Amy sees that Metal is right, as this Knuckles is slightly off colour, having magenta fur rather than crimson, along with yellow gloves which contrast Knuckles' white ones. One thing the fake echidna has in common with the original though is his glare, which is firmly trained on Metal, with it seeming as though he hasn't even seen Amy. Good. He can use that. And so as he places the pink hedgehog on her feet, he instructs her to go get the emerald while he will hold off the other android, earning him a nod before she runs off, proving herself to be no slouch in the speed department. Now that it's just the 2 of them, Metal turns his attention to his foe, asking if he is correct in assuming that he is MK01, or rather, Mecha Knuckles. But in this he receives no response, with the blue bot wondering if this is what it's like facing off against him. Nonetheless, he does not let it faze him, instead continuing that Mecha Knuckles would be wise to abandon whatever mission Eggman gave him, since the only reward he will receive for his devotion is either abandonment or deactivation. Once more the magenta android says nothing, simply glaring harder at what he perceives to be a traitor to the Eggman Empire. Then, when it becomes clear that Metal does not intend to strike first, he does the honors, springing forward and swinging a fist at his foe. However, just because fighting had not been Metal's first plan, does not mean he is unwilling to engage, as with swift and deadly precision, the blue bot dodges the blow and strikes back with a punch to Mecha's mechanical cheek, strong enough to tear away a piece of his faux fur coating, revealing the metal beneath. Anger only growing at this, Mecha Knuckles next tries a spin dash, though this is right up Metal's alley, with the reformed robot clashing with Mecha each time he tries, resulting in them repeatedly slamming into each other, then breaking apart as they race across the Sky Sanctuary platform. Finally, one such collision proves too much for Mecha Knuckles, with him being knocked onto his back, and as Metal returns to a standing position, he plants a foot on his foe's chest and commands him to listen. However, it seems that Mecha Knuckles still has one last trick up his sleeve, opening his mouth wide and launching a missile from it, which Metal is wholly unprepared for, resulting in it detonating right in his face and sending him flying backwards. A moment later, Mecha Knuckles emerges from the plume of black smoke left in the missile's wake, his fur and false lens covers burned away to reveal the true android beneath. Nonetheless, he is just as fearsome, if not more so, as with hate in his now red eyes, he charges at the downed Metal. Scrambling to his feet, the Bluebot is forced to throw a hasty punch to meet Mecha's, with it becoming patently obvious that only now is Knuckles' doppelganger fighting at full strength, as while Metal is faster, Mecha has the upper hand in raw fisticuffs. To this end, Metal attempts to do the logical thing and play to his own strengths, employing hit-and-run tactics and homing attacks to get in and out before Mecha Knuckles can do serious damage to him. However, just like Metal, Mecha is relentless, using his missiles to level the playing field, as for all his skill, range is one area in which the Bluebot is woefully outmatched. Thankfully, Metal is able to make use of his speed here to outsmart the missiles, ducking, weaving, and spinning in ways that cause them to crash into each other or else pillars, thus preventing them from hurting him, though this comes at a cost, as all this concussive and explosive force has caused the floating platform they are standing on to crack and become unstable, with large chunks dropping away into the sea below. Once more, Metal orders Mecha to stop, stating it's illogical to continue this barrage, as it will result in both their deaths. Though hard-headed as the real Knuckles, Mecha refuses, even as the very ground he is standing on begins to give way. Seeing this, Metal immediately changes course, running directly at Mecha, as despite what a massive pain he is proving to be, he is unwilling to let the other high-end android die. His function is to save him, ergo he must. No, he will. Leaping over one last missile, Metal at last reaches Mecha, a hand outstretched towards the Echidnabot, though as it locks around the other's wrist, he sees something sinister in his red compound eyes. Then, before he can react, Mecha Knuckles clamps a gloved hand around Metal's wrist, locking them together, before using his other hand to punch the unstable ground, causing it to shatter, and then both to fall. Desperately, Metal tries to use his jet engine to stay aloft, though with Mecha's added weight, he cannot fight gravity, and so is forced to watch as the water rises up to claim them. For his part, Mecha looks entirely content with this end, happy to have given his life to destroy one of his master's greatest enemies. While as for Metal, he silently laments, not only that now his purpose will go unfulfilled, but that in making him a replica of Sonic, the Doctor gave him the Hedgehog's greatest weakness, that he cannot swim. An unknown amount of time later, Metal awakens on a beach, though it seems he's not alone, as to his left he sees Mecha Knuckles, while above him stand two figures he knows well, Gamma and Mecha Sonic. So, there is an afterlife for machines. That is something Metal had not expected, though as he looks closer, he realizes something is off. Mecha Sonic is not the same as he was when they fought, having several altered parts, while the E-Series is green, when Gamma was red. In a rough voice due to all the water still in his vocal modulator, Metal asks where exactly he is, to which the E-Series kindly replies that he is safe, fear not, since this island is a haven for all the robots Dr. Eggman abandoned. For a moment, Metal simply stares at the E-Series, unable to keep the suspicion from his gaze, as a haven for the Doctor's creation sounds almost too good to be true, the sort of thing Eggman himself would concoct to lull them into a false sense of security, though as he looks into the earnest green eyes of this android, so like his friend Gamma's, he finds himself inclined to believe him. The Bluebot then attempts to stand, wanting to get a better look at his surroundings, albeit with some difficulty, though when he begins to wobble, a helping hand reaches out to steady him, with Metal being surprised to see that his savior is none other than Mecha Sonic. In a gentle voice, Mecha encourages Metal not to push himself too hard, though all the same he does not withdraw his hand, supporting his doppelganger as he takes his first few shambling steps up the beach, allowing the landscape beyond to come into view. This is the Death Egg. Or rather, it is the crashed ruins, which have partially been swallowed by the sea. Though even in its ragged state, Metal recognizes this place well from his time here during the Angel Island incident. From beside him, Mecha comments that it's strange, isn't it? That the symbol of Eggman's tyranny would be repurposed as the sanctuary of those he had wronged, though he supposes they all have Metal and Sonic the Hedgehog to thank for this place, since it was them who brought the Death Egg down. Turning to face Mecha, Metal gives him a questioning look, uncertain as to why the other android is being so amiable with him. Last time they met, he, Metal, tried to kill Mecha, and for all intents and purposes succeeded, blowing him to bits and sending his broken body crashing into the ocean. Understanding the unspoken question, Mecha simply answers that neither of them is who they were back then when they were still in the thrall of their creator, and that he holds no grudge from his past life. So if his brother would allow him, he'd like to start fresh. Metal is at a loss for words, having never imagined anyone, let alone a former enemy, would name him brother. Though, when Mecha extends a hand to shake, Metal takes it. Turning back to the beach, Mecha then begins making introductions, stating the Green E-Series is E117 Sigma, their founder and the de facto leader of this community, though for obvious reasons, they try to avoid any sort of system in which one android holds power over another. Instead, everyone simply pitches in and tries to help improve the island however they can. Toddling up to join them, Sigma agrees with Mecha's summary, while adding they still have a long way to go before they can finally call this island fit for habitation, since most of the corridors and rooms near the outer wall of the Death Egg, which are now the lower levels of the island, were badly caved in during re-entry and the crash landing into the ocean, making them inaccessible without excavation. Currently, that and the re-establishment of vital systems such as communications and repair bays are a top priority, though it has been slow going, as currently, Mecha and Sigma are the only ones with the physical capabilities needed for such hard labor. In a neutral tone, Mecha replies that he could assist them, though it is presented more as a statement of fact than an offer, as in truth, his motives are not entirely altruistic, since the expansion of this place aligns with his goals to save more of their kind, considering he will need a place to send those he saves. Ergo, it is logical and mutually beneficial that he do what he can to accelerate the excavation and repairs. Laying out this logic to the others, he is met with appreciative acceptance in spite of his claims of selfishness, with Sigma promising to do all he can to make this place home for any other badniks Metal sends their way, and perhaps in time, even for the green-eyed speedster himself. Metal had never really considered the idea of having a home, so to speak, since homes are something for organics, while he as a machine can exist wherever he is required to fulfill his purpose. Though, as he meets the earnest gaze of Sigma and the steady one of Mecha, he finds the notion to be an appealing one. And so the work begins, with Metal following Mecha and Sigma down into the labyrinthine tunnels of the Death Egg to begin clearing away scrap and assorted debris that has so far impeded excavation. It is trying physical labor even for an android, though following his brush with death at the hands of Mecha Knuckles, he is more determined than ever to see his purpose fulfilled, pushing forward at top speed, often through the use of his jet engine or spin dashes, in order to more quickly clear a path. However, this way of doing things often puts him far ahead of the other two, who prefer to act more methodically, hanging back and ensuring a space is completely cleared before moving on to the next. Metal also thinks he sees amusement in Mecha and Sigma's eyes whenever he does this, and so a few days into the endeavor decides to inquire what in his behavior the pair find comical. In a placating tone, Mecha replies that it seems his brother has not let go of all his old programming yet, as in spite of all the growth he has clearly gone through since Angel Island, he still feels the need to always go fast and speed through every problem he faces in order to reach the next objective. Puzzled, Metal asks what is wrong with that, as his way is efficient, though with a faint chuckle, Mecha replies that while this is true, it is not necessary here. Part of being free is being free to go at his own pace, so for one who has always burdened himself with haste, perhaps it will do him some good to learn how to slow down and enjoy the place he is, instead of always looking to the horizon. This gives Metal food for thought, as logically he knows his brother is correct, since stillness is a means through which a unit can conserve energy, allowing for greater functionality later. However, on an emotive level, he has always despised slowing down, as it feels like failing, with stillness being tantamount to death. Even just the memories of those months lying dormant in the forest still fills him with rage. But as Mecha had said, perhaps this is simply a byproduct of being Eggman's tool, a control mechanism built in to force him to keep completing objectives for his master until he breaks. This will require reflection. Though thankfully, Metal has plenty of time for it, being able to ponder long and hard as he works, now alongside Mecha and Sigma, adopting their methodical manner, with him even asking them both about their own experiences overcoming their Eggman programming. Through this he learns that their stories are quite similar to his own, having been forced to come to terms with the Doctor's betrayal after being abandoned. Like him, Mecha had gone through a period of what he later came to recognize as depression and denial, wanting to return to Eggman and get revenge on both Sonic and Metal, though thankfully, Sigma had been there to help him through it, teaching him to let go of his anger and move on from the Doctor. Ever the modest one, Sigma credits Mecha with overcoming this on his own, though here the larger Sonic duplicate refutes his mentor, stating that he could not have done it without him, a claim which makes Metal think of Gamma and how much this place would have meant to him. This only inspires Metal to work harder, as he wants this island to be the sort of perfect haven his friend would have wanted for their kind, though this is kept in check by Sigma, as part of taking things slow also means resting regularly, since while they do not require it in the same way organics do, over-repetition of the same motion without breaks will cause their joints to wear out, and considering they do not have any control as to what spare parts they will find inside the Death Egg or will wash up on the beach, it is unwise to risk incurring undue damage when there is no time limit on their task. During these rest periods, Metal often returns to the surface to check on Mecha Knuckles, who following his own awakening on the beach, had taken to brooding on the far side of the island, furious at being unable to escape and return to his master. As a result, each time he sees Metal, he shoots him a venomous, hate-filled glare, clearly viewing it as his fault that he's stranded here, though his gaze is seldom directed at the blue bot's face, instead generally being pointed at his torso, or more specifically, his jet engine, since currently, it is one of the only viable means of leaving the island. Knowing the anguish Mecha Knuckles is going through, as it is the same turmoil he faced during those long months alone in Mystic Ruins, Metal freely invites him to fight him again if he thinks it will give him a sense of meaning, though the red-eyed ruffian should be warned, he has no intention of giving up his jet engine or his life to a pawn of Eggman. In his eagerness to leave, and his hubristic belief that he is the Doctor's greatest creation, Mecha is quick to accept this challenge, coming at Metal with everything he has. While for the most part Metal has no issue with this, allowing the Echidnabot to go all out, he does draw the line at missile attacks, using his Ring Spark Field or Overdrive to disable Mecha whenever he attempts these, as he will not have the brash brawler causing further cave-ins or setbacks for the excavation team because of a grudge match. Being smart enough to understand what Metal is doing, and hating the feeling of having their fights cut short, Mecha eventually stops attempting these moves, instead focusing on taking his nemesis down with the power of his fists alone. However, just as it was on Sky Sanctuary, the pair appear roughly even in strength, even if their respective specialties are different. As a result, these duels generally end inconclusively, with both fighters walking away battered, but a little wiser as to how the other one operates, with plans to apply this knowledge when their clash resumes the next time they meet. Though they never intervene, Sigma and Mecha are to say the least curious about these fights, with Sigma asking Metal why he continues to antagonize Mecha in the aftermath of a particularly brutal showdown. In a factual tone, Metal replies that he is not. He is simply trying to fulfill his purpose by saving the Echidnabot, since he sees now that reasoning with him in his current state will not work, so instead, he will attempt to speak to him in his own language, that is to say, combat. Still not entirely convinced, Sigma expresses worry that with these clashes only growing more heated, they will eventually result in one of their deaths, though just as factually, Metal states that he will not allow that, as he is not fighting with the intent of destroying his opponent, but rather allowing him to unburden himself from his anger and confusion by focusing it all in one place, Metal himself. Speaking up now, Mecha queries if his brother is attempting to recreate the effect of their fight, except with the roles reversed, as he recalls Metal citing it as a turning point, though in response, the smaller Sonic android states that this is only half of his reasoning. He is also drawing inspiration from a battle he watched Sonic have with a monster named Chaos. In that fight, Sonic had more than enough power to destroy the beast, though he refrained, instead allowing it to fight until its rage had subsided, only ending it then. Likewise, he intends to continue engaging in these duels with Mecha until such a time as the red-eyed ruffian's rage has been quelled, however long that may take. Recognizing the importance of this to Metal, Sigma and Mecha do not challenge him about his plan again, instead simply watching from a distance each time the Bluebot goes off to engage in his little scraps, as they begin referring to them, and greeting him when he returns, having evidently been unsuccessful once again at calming Mecha fury. Nonetheless, Metal does not allow himself to be deterred or distracted, either in his attempts at helping the Echidna android, or his commitment to Mecha and Sigma, with him working diligently in both endeavors. While the former remains as seemingly unattainable as ever, the latter at least is making headway, with a trio of robots clearing out more and more of the Death Egg as the weeks tick into months, so that soon they have enough space vacated that they can actually begin converting some of the cleared rooms into living quarters and other amenities that will make this place feel more like a home. One such addition is the assigning of a name to this place, as just like them, it has become something more than Eggman's base, and therefore deserves a designation of its own that reflects that. As the leader, it seems only right that Sigma be the one to decide on the name, and after much thought and consultation with the handful of ex-badniks who have come to inhabit this place, he ultimately settles on Scrapnik Island. And so it is that Sigma and Mecha begin the process of leading their fellow Scrapniks down through the corridors they have cleared out, while Metal watches on, an unmistakable sense of pride in their achievement. Soon he intends to return to the outside world, so he can begin growing their ranks, though as he spots a pair of familiar red eyes glaring at him, he knows that he still has one more duty to discharge here on the island. Turning to face Mecha Metal states that it's rare to see him so far from his usual brooding spot, and while the mechanical fist fighter remains as silent as ever, Metal has no problem understanding his motive after all the time they have spent together locked in combat. By leaving his usual domain to seek Metal out, he is making a declaration. Either he will claim the other android's jet engine in this fight, or he will die in the attempt. The time for stalemates is past. Having no reason to hesitate, and planning to strike before his foe can get his bearings, Mecha lunges at Metal, though to his dismay the wily speedster is already prepared for him, sidestepping his punch and tripping him with a swift kick to the shin. This sends the Echidnabot stumbling, as Metal proceeds to spin dash into his back, though by burying the spikes of his gauntlet into the sand, Mecha is able to use this to his advantage, transferring the momentum of Metal's blow into speed as he spins in a wide arc, coming out behind his attacker and landing a surprise shoulder barge. As a result, it is Metal who lands face first in the sand, while Mecha stands over him, though being the quicker of the pair, when the gunmetal grey Echidna swings swings what is meant to be a finishing blow, the Bluebot is able to activate his black shield, warding off the attack and allowing him to strike back by shooting upwards with his jet engine and delivering a bicycle kick to Mecha Knuckles' chin, which sends them both skyward. Somersaulting in midair, Metal is the first to touch down, though by employing Knuckles' gliding ability, Mecha Knuckles is able to mitigate any damage, slowing his descent before picking up speed again the moment his feet touch the ground as he charges at Metal once more. Flying backwards, Metal is able to dodge the 1-2 punch that follows, with this only aggravating Mecha Knuckles further as he follows after his foe, his swings growing more and more wild with each successive blow. Finally, Metal reaches the shallows, and so comes to a stop, with the Echidnabot assuming that he is afraid of going beyond that point, a cowardly defect they do not share. Raising both fists, Mecha Knuckles charges, ready to end things, though still Metal does not move, allowing his rival to close in and swing both punches before his arms come to life, shooting up and wrapping around the Metal Echidna's wrists. At such close range, they are almost nose to nose, with red eyes staring into green and green into red. This is the moment Metal had been waiting for, and so with a sense of finality, he activates his ring spark field. At once, paralyzing pain shoots through Mecha Knuckles' body, far greater than any other time he has been struck with the attack, with him collapsing to the ground a moment later as Metal releases his hold on his wrists. As he falls, Mecha Knuckles at last understands the more analytical android's plan. He had lured him into the water to make his electrical attack more powerful, while also hovering above the surface so he would not be affected. Tricky jerk. Briefly, Mecha Knuckles wonders if Metal intends to leave him here until his circuitry gets overloaded with water and he rusts away, though it seems the Bluebot has other plans for his rival, waiting until the electricity is dissipated before grabbing him by the leg and dragging him once more onto the beach. As he does this, he begins to speak, telling Mecha Knuckles about his strategy coming into their fight, with this quickly morphing into the story of his time with the excavation team, along with the adventures he had with Sonic and his friends, and the lessons he learned from both groups. Finally, he speaks of his purpose, of the long, often painful journey started by Eggman's betrayal, which led him to the decision that he would save their kind, and how this includes helping Mecha Knuckles accept the reality of their situation. The Doctor has forsaken him, just like everyone else on this island, though this does not mean he has no reason to exist, but instead that he must find his own purpose. By now, Mecha Knuckles has regained access to his motor functions, and so scrambles to his feet, though to Metal's surprise, he does not attempt to attack him, instead turning his back on the Bluebot and walking away, though as he watches him go, Metal is sure he sees a change in the way the Grey Echidna carries himself. Following this, a few days pass as Metal resumes his excavation work, while Mecha Knuckles stands sentinel on the edge of the island, staring out at the sea, his gaze not even wavering when Metal comes to check on him. Then, on the third morning, something happens that surprises the Sonic android. When he approaches Mecha and Sigma to begin the day's work, he finds a new face standing beside them, Mecha Knuckles. Though he is silent as ever, everyone understands the meaning of this gesture, and so as they descend into the bowels of Scrapnik Island, it is as a quartet rather than a trio. Due to his large spiked fists, Mecha Knuckles proves himself to be a considerable asset in breaking down pieces of metal and concrete, with the group's progress increasing dramatically in the weeks following his addition. While at first he exhibits the same haste Metal did, he takes the notion of slowing down far quicker, syncing up well with his compatriots. This is not the only change that Mecha Knuckles undergoes in this time, however, as it seems he has given up on his plans to escape, instead choosing to finally accept his place here. Part of this entails taking a new name for himself, as a means of differentiating himself not only from what Eggman intended him to be, but also Mecha Sonic, now they are spending so much time together, with the Echidnabot finally settling on Scrap, both in reference to him embracing being a Scrapnik, and the fights with Metal that helped him get to where he is now. Speaking of which, since joining the excavation team, Scrap no longer challenges Metal to fight, or even glares at him when he comes into view. Instead, when their eyes meet, the Bluebot sees one who views him as a rival still, but also at the very least, an ally. And so, time passes, with Metal's inbuilt chronometer informing him that he has been on Scrapnik Island for approximately a year. Though he knows he should leave now that he has achieved all his objectives on the island, he finds himself disinclined to do so, and while it is easy to justify this as an attempt to defy his objective-focused programming, he cannot hide the true motive from himself. He does not want to leave this place that has become a home to him, to part ways with the machines he has come to consider as friends. It is illogical, but it is also the truth. Unfortunately, fate is not so kind as to allow Metal a permanent reprieve, as one day while he and his friends are fixing up the communications hub so they can make contact with the outside world, the video monitors all burst to life. On each screen is the same figure, Dr. Eggman, and while at first the group wonder if this is simply an old recording from the base's databanks, it soon becomes apparent that this is not the case, with the Doctor seemingly making a worldwide broadcast, in which he uses an orbital laser cannon to destroy half the moon, before announcing the people of Earth have 24 hours to accept him as their unquestioned ruler, lest he unleash this weapon upon the world. In the aftermath of this declaration, none of the four Skrapniks speak, all well aware of what Eggman Dominion would mean, not only for their island, but for the world as a whole. It is a grim prospect, and not one Metal is willing to accept, with him stating that he will leave at once to confront their creator and put a stop to this scheme. This naturally worries his friends, as they are not blind to the danger such a mission will entail, though seeing the fierceness in Metal's glowing green eyes, they do not attempt to stop him. Instead, they simply follow him to the surface, and watch as he begins his takeoff sequence, with Mecha urging his brother to take care of himself. Solemnly, Metal promises that he will, and that he'll be back as soon as he can. Then, with his eyes fixed once more on the horizon, though for very different reasons from before, he takes flight. Wind whips past Metal as he flies over the ocean, his heading already locked in, Central City. Having consulted with his Chaos Emerald radar, he had discovered that 6 of the gems were already consolidated in orbit, likely aboard that space station from Eggman's announcement, while the last one is located in the aforementioned city. It is therefore logical to assume that sooner or later the Doctor will make an appearance there, meaning if Metal finds the Emerald, he will invariably find his creator. However, it seems that Eggman is not the only familiar face the android is fated to encounter, as when the location of the final Chaos Emerald comes into view, Metal catches sight of Tails, Amy Rose, and Knuckles, all converged on that spot, suggesting that he is not alone in his mission. Touching down beside them, Metal gives the trio a nod of greeting, intent on getting to work as soon as possible, though it seems this will have to wait, as from the looks he receives in return, it is clear that they were not expecting him. For the most part, Knuckles is able to mask his surprise with an expression of cool disinterest, like Metal's presence is beneath his notice, while in contrast, Tails is struck dumb, looking as if he's seen a ghost. However, Amy is an entirely different story, as she storms over the android and smacks the top of his head, while calling him a jerk for letting her think he was dead after witnessing his fall from Sky Sanctuary. Then, most perplexingly of all, she adds that she's glad he's okay, having seemingly done a complete 180 in terms of her mood in the span of a second. Recognizing that his absence has upset her, Metal attempts to apologize, giving a succinct account of where he has been and what has transpired over the last year, with Amy, Tails, and even Knuckles seeming intrigued by the idea of Skrapnik Island. In turn, Tails gives the Blue Bot a rundown of their own situation, from Sonic's arrest, to the appearance of the Black Hedgehog, to the fact that they are currently in the process of trying to locate the President's limousine, since they believe this will allow them to track down where Eggman is hiding. Without hesitation, Metal asks what he can do to help, with this earning him a surprised look from Tails, who comments that the android really has changed a lot thanks to his time on that island. Though being more than happy to accept assistance, the Fox Boy tells Metal that while they are all fugitives, Sonic is the most wanted among their group, so if he can act as a decoy to draw police and gun soldiers away from both the Blue Blur and the President, that would be a big help. Nodding his understanding, Metal prepares to take off, though before he goes, Tails patches him into their comms, meaning it will be easier to relay information back and forth, especially with everyone on the move. When this is done, Metal gets to work, activating his jet engine once more and blasting off, with it taking him very little time to attract police attention, as while he would never admit it to himself or anyone else, he is just as much of a show-off as Sonic, meaning that inconspicuousness is not one of his strengths. Speaking of Sonic, not long after he has begun his diversion, Metal hears the Speedster's voice in his head, courtesy of Tails' upgrade, with the Hedgehog expressing delight that Metalhead is back, since he never doubted he was alive even for a second. After all, they've got a rivalry to settle. In a deadpan tone, Metal replies that calling what they have a rivalry would be a misnomer, as he has demonstrated repeatedly that he is superior to his organic counterpart in every worthwhile metric. Though recognizing these words for the teasing they are, Sonic laughs that if the robot is so sure about that, then they can have a race when this whole fiasco is over, so he can put his money where his mouth is. Though Metal does not reply to this beyond a simple grunt of acknowledgement, Sonic can tell that the Blue Bot finds this prospect as enticing as he does. However, before more can be said on the matter, Tails cuts in, informing Sonic that he's locked onto the President's limo, so they should start heading over there now. Not needing to be told twice, Sonic conveys his understanding, then with a smile to his voice, says that he'll catch up with Tails and Metal real soon, before cutting communications. A moment later, Tails does likewise, his attention now on reaching the limo as well, while Metal begins his true diversion, doubling back the way he came and using his slipstream to flip his pursuers' cars before taking off once more. This naturally attracts the attention of an even larger group of police and gun soldiers, now using helicopters and armored trucks to keep him in their sights. This causes Metal to smile internally, as he had hoped they would take his bait. Now all he has to do is keep these elites busy long enough for Sonic and Tails to fulfill their objective. Needing to appear as though he's trying to escape the authorities, Metal briefly runs into oncoming traffic, using his super speed to ensure that he does not collide with anyone, though it seems Gun do not have the same compunctions, opening fire from one of their helicopters and forcing several cars to veer off the road and crash as they attempt to take Metal down. Recognizing that this strategy is untenable if his adversaries are willing to go to such lengths, the fastest machine in existence changes tack, leaping off the road and flying up the side of a nearby building before coming out on the roof. As he had hoped, the soldiers mistakenly believe that he is now trying to escape across the rooftops, and so abandon their assault on the highway in favor of trying to box him in. Thankfully, it is at this moment that Tails radios in once more, informing Metal that they've located Eggman and giving him the coordinates of their rendezvous with instructions to meet them once he's lost his pursuers. By now, 4 helicopters are encircling the Blue Bot, their spotlights and weapons all trained on him, while from a PA system, they demand he surrender, still under the misapprehension that he is Sonic. However, Metal has no intention of doing any such thing, and so begins his escape protocol, flying directly upwards as his jet engine begins whirring faster and faster to build up power. Then, when it has reached its maximum output, he shows his foes what true speed is, rapidly accelerating to Mach 6, and vanishing with only a sonic boom left in his wake. At such velocity, there is no chance of pursuit, with Metal feeling a distinct satisfaction at the knowledge that these humans will likely never forget what they have just witnessed, though it is slightly curdled by the fact that it is his doppelganger who will get the credit for his feat of speed. Nonetheless, Metal does not dwell on this, instead plotting a course for the coordinates Tails sent, with him being the first to arrive, even outstripping the Cyclone, which appears a few minutes later, carrying Sonic and all his friends. Nodding his greeting to the group, Metal asks what their objective here is, with Sonic explaining that Egghead's up on the Space Colony Ark, so they're gonna bust into his base and use whatever method he's using to get up there to pay the Doc a visit. Or beside him, Knuckles growls that he's gonna get even with that Batgirl who has the remaining pieces of the Master Emerald. Seeing the logic in Sonic's plan, and not really caring about Knuckles, Metal agrees to follow along, joining them as they make their way inside, until finally they come to a large locked stone door. Fretting slightly, Tails says they'll need to find a key, which means backtracking and maybe even going to the lower levels, though seeing this as more organic inefficiency, Metal simply tells them to stand aside, before running back down the corridor they just came through. For a moment, the heroes share a look, wondering what Metal meant by that, though their answer becomes clear a moment later when he comes shooting back into view before barreling into the door at top speed. Thanks to activating his black shield at the last second, Metal himself is undamaged, though the same cannot be said for the stone, which has crumbled into pieces from the impact, proving itself no different from all the steel and concrete he would shatter during the excavation of Scrapnik Island. Rising to his feet and dusting silt from his cobalt paint job, Metal gestures for his allies to follow, and though he does not say a word, the organics cannot help but feel as though he is judging them from the look in his glowing green eyes. However, before they can progress, an enraged voice screeches that Metal is an ungrateful trash can, before demanding to know how dare he rampage through his master's base like this. Turning as one, the heroes see the speaker to be none other than Eggman, who declares that he will crush the 5 intruders and take the final Chaos Emerald for himself, before summoning out a large stone monster to destroy them. Inspired by Metal's straightforward thinking, Sonic tells his friends to go on ahead and that he'll catch up. Then, with a grin, he leaps into the air, dodging the rock creature's fist and kicking the machine atop its head, which he figures is how Eggman is controlling it. In this, he is entirely correct, as with the restraining mechanism disabled, the Golem turns its ire on the Doctor, forcing him to deal with that, and allowing Sonic to meet up with the others, just as they're about to take off for the Space Colony Ark aboard a rocket ship. Unfortunately, even the flight to the Ark presents its own challenges to be overcome, as following an accidental collision with an asteroid, Knuckles shards of the Master Emerald are scattered into space, with the Echidna loudly trying to seize control of the rocket in a manner that makes Metal dearly miss the eternally silent Scrap. Nonetheless, this attempted mutiny results in a crash landing, with the team splitting up, as Knuckles goes to retrieve his prize, Tails attempts to shut down the laser cannon's defenses, and Sonic dashes away to plant a decoy Chaos Emerald in the power grid which has been designed to neutralize the other emeralds and detonate. This just leaves Metal and a rather annoyed Amy, who bemoans the fact that the boys are always leaving her behind, a sentiment Metal can quite understand, with him agreeing to stay by her side. This makes Amy smile, as she calls Metal a good friend, a surprise to him, as he did not realize she saw him as a friend. Though he does not object to the designation, instead simply nodding his understanding, and perhaps even reciprocation of the sentiment. Together, the pair then begin heading deeper into the Ark, figuring they can at least do some reconnaissance, since knowledge of the enemy base could potentially come in handy if plans go awry as they are wont to do. Alas, this exploration leads them right into the path of Eggman, who evidently was able to survive his encounter with the Golem, and is now bent on completing his scheme and taking revenge on his enemies. To this end, he attempts to take Amy hostage, figuring she can be used to make Sonic surrender, though this plan fails to take into account one thing, that being Metal, as when the Doctor aims the Eggwalker's gun at her, the fastest machine in existence leaps into action, grabbing the pink hedgehog in his arms and zipping away from his creator, in a peculiar inversion of his and Amy's first meeting. For a time, Eggman attempts to give chase, screaming that he should have melted Metal down into slag when he had the chance, though it quickly becomes apparent that he is no match for his greatest creation in terms of speed. Thankfully, he has a backup, and so with a cruel grin on his lips, radios Shadow, ordering him to take down the robotic hedgehog and bring the girl to him, since if left unattended, those two could be a major hassle. Intrigued by the notion of another fake hedgehog like that blue one he met in the city, Shadow assents to this mission, taking off at top speed towards the section of the arc Eggman had said they were in. Being the ultimate life form, it only takes him a moment to catch up with Metal, though when he attempts to take Amy, the cybernetic speedster surprises him by braking suddenly and forcing Shadow to overshoot. Placing Amy on her feet once more, Metal then turns to face his discolored double, stating that he must be the black hedgehog Tails told him about, with Shadow sneering in turn that Metal must be the Doctor's failed creation run amok. Recognizing this as an attempt to make him angry so he'll make a mistake, Metal does not rise to the bait, instead throwing himself at Shadow, who matches his speed, resulting in them clashing in the middle, forearm against forearm. Breaking apart, the pair next attempt more conventional fisticuffs, with Metal punching Shadow in the stomach, while the black and red renegade uppercuts his jaw, with it once again seeming as though their abilities are comparable. Staggering back, Shadow jeers this fake hedgehog is even more derivative of him than the last one, since he was created by the great Gerald Robotnik, while Metal was created by his vastly less talented grandson, evidently in an attempt to recreate the perfection that is the ultimate life form. Coldly, Metal retorts that he is a duplicate, yes, but of someone vastly more impressive than this long-forgotten relic of the past, a claim which clearly angers Shadow as he charges once more at Metal. Seeing an opening to end things while the black and red hedgehog is emotionally compromised, the blue bot readies a ring spark field, which he unleashes just as Shadow comes into range, figuring this should stun him long enough to be taken out of commission. However, just before the electrical field can make contact, the ultimate life form utters two words which change everything: Chaos Control. In an instant, Shadow is gone, having seemingly teleported at speeds which make Metal's Mark 6 showing from earlier appear sluggish in comparison, with the android being briefly left mystified as to where his opponent has gone, though this mystery is quickly cleared up a moment later, as Metal feels some sort of energy attack strike his back before detonating, with a resultant explosion knocking him to the floor. Looking up, the blue-hued android sees Shadow standing over him, one hand pointed as if in preparation to launch another attack, while the other is locked tight around Amy's wrist. In a voice filled with menace, the artificial life form then orders Metal not to get in his way again, or he'll destroy him, before taking off once more while Amy cries out for a friend to help her. For a moment, the android simply lies there, struggling to regain control of his body after the damage that chaos attack just inflicted. Though refusing to be beaten, he eventually wills himself into motion. Though it wounds his pride to do so, Metal is logical enough to recognize that he cannot defeat Shadow on his own, and so his first act is to activate his internal comms and inform Sonic of the situation, before requesting he back him up in his attempt to rescue Amy. All his usual joking now absent from his tone, Sonic agrees that of course he'll help, telling the android to just give him the location. Knowing his creator well, Metal quickly surmises that Eggman will be on the command bridge, wanting to micromanage the final stages of his plan, with Sonic stating that he'll be there in a flash. In spite of himself, Metal cannot help but feel reassured at the other speedster's confidence, with it bolstering him to return to his feet and take off at a run, since he has no intention of being shown up by a second hedgehog today, meaning that when Sonic arrives at the door to the bridge, he is met by a somewhat battle-damaged but unmistakably determined Metal. Entering the round room together, the two heroes find Eggman still in his walker, with a gun arm pointed dangerously at Amy's head. In an exultant boom, the Doctor grins that he knew Sonic would come, though he did not think Metal had become so soft-hearted. Not that it matters, as he has no objection with his creation witnessing his ultimate victory. Bluntly, Sonic asks what Eggman's demands are to let Amy go, with the Doctor laughing that he wants Sonic's Chaos Emerald, ordering him to step forward and place it in the center of the room, while also commanding Metal to join him, since he doesn't want the devious droid out of his sight for a second. Knowing that Eggman holds all the cards here, Sonic and Metal do as they're bid, stepping forward, while Sonic himself lays the fake Chaos Emerald on the ground, before asking if the Doc is happy now. However, here Eggman replies that he isn't, but he will be momentarily, as with a malicious grin, he presses a button on his console. At once, a glass tube descends around the pair, sealing them in, while the Doctor jeers that he is not some fool who can be deceived by a fake Chaos Emerald, though he is glad they came, as now he can deposit them into space like the refuse they are. Furiously, Sonic declares that Eggman won't get away with this, while Metal glares savagely at his maker, but this does little to faze the rotund man, as he states that he already has, since the capsule they're in has been rigged to explode the second they clear the colony, So like it or not, this is the end. Then, with a second press of a button, Sonic and Metal feel themselves falling, the view of the bridge replaced with that of space. Though this is hardly their main focus in this moment, as both have their eyes locked squarely on the timer at their feet, which is rapidly ticking down from 10. On the Ark, silence reigns, as everyone watches the capsule containing Sonic and Metal hurtle into space. Heroes and villains alike waiting with bated breath to see if the intrepid duo can escape their grisly fate. Meanwhile, inside the pod, time is running out, with it seeming as though all hope is lost. That is until Sonic has an idea, a crazy Hail Mary if ever there was one, though as it stands it might be their best chance. Looking Metal in the eye, Sonic solemnly asks if the android trusts him. Then, with no time for explanation, he extends a hand to his duplicate. A moment later, the capsule explodes, showering the surrounding space with fiery wreckage, and as Amy wails for her love interest in her friend, Eggman gives a respectful nod, bidding farewell to a pair of worthy adversaries. However, this is not left to linger for long, as soon a new figure makes their way onto the bridge, that being Tails, who'd been en route to assist Sonic and Metal in rescuing Amy, though after witnessing the explosion is now here to avenge his fallen friends and carry out their last wish. Unfortunately, in his grief-stricken state, he is no match for the Doctor, especially when he still has Amy as a hostage, and so it is only a matter of time before he is bested, and Eggman claims possession of the final Chaos Emerald, bringing him one step closer to his ultimate goal. As this is happening, Knuckles finds himself in the bowels of the Ark, having retrieved all of the Master Emerald shards and reforged them into the majestic green gem. Now all he has to do is get back to Sonic and the others, though it seems this will occur far sooner than he had anticipated, as suddenly a flash of light fills the corridor, followed by two thumps, as Sonic and Metal land at the Echidna's feet, each with a hand on Tails' fake Chaos Emerald. Worriedly, Knuckles asks what happened, with Sonic explaining they use Chaos Control to escape the capsule, though it's really taking it out of them. Noting his agreement, Metal is the first to rise to his feet, taking the fake emerald with him as he surveys it. Logically speaking, they should not have been able to manifest Chaos Control with a facsimile, though he supposes he is proof of what a replica can achieve. So it is not outside the realm of possibility that a sufficiently well-made copy can rival the genuine article. Joining Metal on his feet now, Sonic takes the emerald from the android's grasp, stating he should get some rest, while he, Sonic, slam dunks this baby into the Eclipse Cannon, as if it works like Tails said, that might be enough to destroy it. However, here Metal refuses, stating that he has no intention of allowing Sonic to carry out the pivotal step of the plan by himself, and besides, he still owes him that race. Face splitting into a wide grin, the blue blur tells Metalhead that he's on, all his fatigue seemingly forgotten. Then, as the cybernetic speedster takes his mark, he follows suit. As one, the two then take off, the long straight runway of the Eclipse Cannon serving as a perfect race course. Like with all their previous competitions, the pair seem relatively comparable, with neither being able to hold the lead for very long as they both vie for victory. Though unlike all past cases, there is no animosity here, with this simply being for the sake of bragging rights and the joy of going fast. However, it seems they're not the only ones interested in this race, as from behind them emerges another competitor running at speeds capable of matching their own, that being Shadow. Coming up between them, the Black Hedgehog expresses surprise at the pair's survival, with Sonic laughing they really have Shadow himself to thank, as if he hadn't shown them both Chaos Control, they wouldn't have been able to escape the capsule. In a tone of begrudging respect, Shadow comments that it seems there is more to this too than simply being his knockoffs, though he's afraid their journey ends here, as he cannot allow them to stop the cannon from firing. Still smiling, Sonic replies that they'll have to see about that. Then as his green eyes meet Metal's, both know they're having the exact same thought. As one, the two Sonics then rush inwards, trying to ram Shadow from either side. Though using Chaos Control, the Ultimate Lifeform is able to avoid the attack, appearing slightly ahead of them, and firing off several of those attacks he used to down Metal, which he dubs Chaos Spears. However, having learned from their previous bout, Metal is ready this time, darting in front of Sonic and activating his Black Shield, which neutralizes the bolts, while also giving Sonic a chance to leapfrog over him and deliver a two-footed kick to Shadow's face. Tumbling backwards, the Black Hedgehog is then caught off guard as Metal rushes in once more, this time to grab him by the throat and initiate a ring spark field. Bright yellow electricity then begins emitting from Metal's body, with Shadow being helpless to resist, paralyzing him and allowing Sonic to zip past them both with an appreciative salute. However, Shadow is not called the Ultimate Lifeform for nothing, and so marshalling all his willpower, he fights off the paralysis just long enough to fire a point-blank Chaos Spear into Metal's chest. Now it is the android's turn to be sent flying, with the ring spark field quickly dissipating, thus allowing Shadow to return to his feet and begin pursuing Sonic once more. Following suit a moment later, Metal pushes his jet engine to catch up with the others, passing through the corridor and out onto a catwalk exposed to the vacuum of space. Nonetheless, Metal does not let this phase him, instead closing in on the other hedgehogs just as Shadow spin dashes into Sonic's back, forcing him to drop the fake emerald and crash face first onto the ground. Thankfully, before Shadow can shatter the stone, Metal swoops in, snatching it up and continuing to race down the path, while Sonic cheers him on, urging him to keep going and destroy the cannon. However, before he can reach his objective, something comes along to stop him in his tracks, with that something being Shadow's foot as it slams into his face, courtesy of another Chaos Control. Due to the sudden and unexpected nature of this hit, Metal goes veering off course, soaring over the right side edge of the catwalk and seeming to plummet to his death. Though nothing could be further from the truth, as a moment later, he comes flying back into view from the left and delivers a mid-air rolling kick to the back of Shadow's head. Touching back down on the path, Metal and Shadow then square up, ready to clash once again, with the Ultimate Lifeform taking the first move as he begins hurling Chaos Spears at his adversary. Taking to the air once more with a whirring from his jet engine, Metal dodges each of these. Then to Shadow's utter shock, he throws the fake Chaos Emerald at his head. In that moment, the Black Hedgehog cannot fathom why the android would gamble with the very item they are fighting over. Though, all becomes clear a moment later when a white-gloved hand bursts into view over his shoulder and grabs hold of the emerald, as Sonic leaps once more into the fray. Nodding approvingly at his double in recognition of his quick thinking and reflexes, Metal moves to the side, allowing Sonic to maintain his momentum as he sprints off now that the cannon's barrel is almost within reach. Furiously, Shadow attempts to activate another Chaos Control so he can stop the blue blur, though this is where Metal comes in, slamming into the broody hedgehog, and sending them both flying far away from the cannon. Sonic will complete the mission, of this he is certain. All he has to do is occupy Shadow for a few seconds longer. Then he hears it, the sound of a chain reaction, and as he looks over his shoulder, Metal witnesses as multiple explosions rock the Eclipse cannon, disabling it. Though he lacks a mouth with which to smile, Metal cannot help but feel pleased, as through this act, he and Sonic have not only foiled Eggman's scheme, but also saved the world, and all those who inhabit it. However, as is always the way, nothing can be so simple, as when the sounds of detonations finally cease, they are replaced by a man's voice coming through the Ark's intercom system. Though Sonic and Metal do not know who this is, Shadow instinctively mutters the name Gerald, with Metal recognizing this as the Black Hedgehog's creator and the grandfather of Eggman. Listening closely to the words now, the trio of speedsters are shocked to hear that Professor Gerald had a failsafe in place, which involves the Ark now plummeting to Earth, thus wiping out all life on the planet, as payback for the wrongs they committed against his family. At once, all delineations of hero and villain disappear, as everyone on the Ark understands the direness of the situation, with Eggman taking charge, as he summons everyone back to the bridge so they can formulate a plan to stop this collision. Though the prospect of obeying the Doctor is a highly odious one to Metal, the thought of his home and family being destroyed is enough to quell these misgivings, with him following Sonic back to the meeting point, while Shadow departs to attend to his own business. By the time the duo arrive, everyone is assembled, prompting Eggman to explain the plan he, Tails, Rouge, and Knuckles have devised. Using the Master Emerald's ability to neutralize the Chaos Emeralds, they will cut off the Ark's power source, thus stopping it before it can hit the Earth. However, in order to reach the Eclipse Cannon's core where the emeralds are located, they will all have to pull together. Nodding their understanding, Sonic and Metal listen as Tails and Eggman begin allocating jobs, with it falling to the pair of speedsters to race down the shortcut to the core as fast as they can, while the others clear away the security doors and energy fields meant to impede them. Taking off at top speed, the duo begin their descent, heading first to the chamber where the Chaos Emeralds had initially been housed, before leaping onto a railing and grinding their way down towards the core. Due to the severity of the situation, neither says a word, instead listening intently as their allies sound off on the radio to announce as each obstacle is disabled. Finally, Knuckles is the one tasked with taking care of the last energy field confirms the completion of his task, with it being good timing, as at that moment the railing ends, causing the blue duo to begin sprinting once again. Even with all the intended impediments taken care of, the path to the core is still a labyrinthine one, with Sonic and Metal having to run along hard light platforms and slide under security lasers. However, with the fate of the world hanging in the balance, they don't let anything stop them. Their motions a perfect mirror of each other as they descend further down. Meanwhile, having no assigned job, Amy has taken it upon herself to find Shadow, tracking him to a small windowed alcove where he is watching the Earth draw nearer with each passing second. Having a good idea what the Pink Hedgehog is here to say, Shadow brusquely states that he has no intention of helping the others save humanity, since they deserve to die for what they did to Maria. Though instead of being met with hostility as he had expected, he feels a hand wrap around his, as Amy begins to speak. In a soft voice, she begs him to reconsider, saying that while some people are bad like Professor Gerald said, most most are good and deserve to be happy, so please, at least give them a chance. These words seem to trigger something in the Black Hedgehog, as a memory plays out in his mind from 50 years in the past. Then, with a curt nod, he agrees to a chance, before taking off, now with 2 promises to keep. Down in the cannon core, Sonic and Metal have arrived at last, meeting up once more with Knuckles, who expresses shock at the fact that the core is designed to resemble the Master Emerald Shrine on Angel Island. Factually, Metal surmises that this was likely intended to harness the Chaos Emerald's energy in the same way the shrine can, though at that moment, Knuckles is less concerned with why this is, so much as how to stop it from ending the world. Taking off at a run, the trio begin heading towards the false altar, though unfortunately, it seems Professor Gerald has one last contingency in place to prevent his scheme from being thwarted, the original prototype for the ultimate life form, known as the Bio-Lizard. Existing in a constant state of agony from which it can never escape due to its incredible healing factor, the Bio-Lizard is none too happy to be woken from stasis, and so goes on a pain-filled rampage throughout the chamber, with Sonic, Knuckles, and Metal all being caught up in its flailing. Knowing they'll never be able to reach the goal in time with this thing on the loose, Metal instructs his companions to go ahead without him, while he occupies the monster, a plan Sonic and Knuckles both agree to, wishing the android luck, before running ahead. Looking the Bio-Lizard in what were once presumably its eyes before they were replaced with machinery, Metal cannot help but feel pity for this wretched creature. Though it is not an Eggman robot, as a Robotnik's creation, it is still his kin, and so his directive extends to it as well, meaning it is his duty to save it the only way that will bring it peace and release. A swift and humane death. Taking a running start, Metal dodges the orbs of umbral energy the Bio-Lizard launches from its mouth. Then, when he has the speed he needs, he takes flight, flying over the beast snapping more, and landing atop the life support system affixed to its back. Logically speaking, destroying this will be the quickest way to end the Bio-Lizard's suffering, and so powering up a ring spark field, he pumps electricity into the device, until finally it seems to overload, causing the brown reptile to fall prone. Despite being a victory, Metal's only emotion is anger that the uncaring nature of a Robotnik to his creation necessitated this, though he is not given long to dwell, as with a roar, the Bio-Lizard rears its head once more, courtesy of its healing factor, even without life support. This leaves Metal vulnerable to an unexpected swipe from the creature's tail, which sends him crashing into the yellow fluid the Bio-Lizard is standing in, though before he can drown in the small pool, he feels himself being tugged roughly back onto land. Looking up, Metal sees his rescuer to be none other than Shadow, with the true ultimate life form declaring that he can take care of this failed prototype. Nonetheless, Metal is not one to go back on his word, and so the battle quickly becomes a 2v1, with Shadow and Metal finding their fighting styles work unexpectedly well together, as both are focused and determined combatants who recognize the importance of going for the kill as quickly as possible. As a result, they're able to promptly dispatch the Bio-Lizard together, while further inside the chamber, Knuckles at last activates the Master Emerald, bringing an end to the danger. Or so the heroes think, as in either a moment of surprising sapience from the Bio-Lizard, or else simply an animalistic desire to thwart the ones who had heard it, the great beast activates its own chaos control, merging with the Ark, and becoming the final hazard. Thanks to this, the Chaos Emeralds are no longer required to power the collision, and thus a new plan is needed if Earth is to be saved. Thankfully, Sonic has one, suggesting that he and Shadow could use the Chaos Emeralds to go super, since with their combined power, they might just be strong enough to beat the final hazard. Stepping up, Metal declares that he will help as well, though instead of standing with the other hedgehogs as they are encircled by the Chaos Emeralds, he approaches the Master Emerald and lays a hand on it, claiming that Mecha once told him of a form akin to Sonic's super state that he could acquire by channeling the power of the Master Emerald, so perhaps if his brother has that ability, so does he. Over the intercom, Eggman refutes this, stating that he never designed Metal to be capable of such a transformation, though his protests are quickly silenced as the android's blue body takes on a magnificent golden glow, which matches the pair of hedgehogs perfectly. In a resounding voice, Metal informs his creator that he has grown far beyond the meager scope the Doctor envisioned for him, becoming his own entity, capable of forming connections and determining his own purpose, and it is these thoughts that drive him, these thoughts that the Master Emerald is turning into power. In the wake of this declaration, Eggman is left speechless, though Metal is unconcerned with what he thinks, his focus now on joining up with Sonic and Shadow as the three of them take flight, leaving the cannon core and entering once more into the vacuum of space. As expected, the final hazard is waiting for them, now more berserk than ever thanks to its incomplete fusion with the Ark. though this is also to their benefit, as due to this merge being so ill-advised, several red pulsing sacs have burst out of the lizard's torso, with the trio easily surmising these will be weak points they can strike for massive damage. The only question is how to reach them, as thanks to its body replacing the Eclipse cannon, the final hazard has gained the ability to emit powerful lasers, which will disintegrate them in an instant if they make contact. Logical as ever, Metal advises a tag-in system paired with hit-and-run tactics, as this will likely confuse the beast, and make it more difficult to identify who it should be targeting, an idea the others agree to, with it being agreed Sonic will go first, while the others hang back. Taking off at super speed, Sonic wastes no time in striking the nearest sack, causing the final hazard to shriek in pain. Then with equal agility he retreats, high-fiving Shadow and signaling that it's his turn. Like Sonic, Shadow immediately takes flight, though his approach is notably more fraught, as at the last second the final hazard chooses him as its next target, and so fires a point-blank laser, which requires a hasty Chaos Control teleport to avoid. Nonetheless, he does manage to reach his target and drive a kick into the red welt before retreating and tagging in Metal, who is more than ready to go. Unfortunately, by now the final hazard has clued into their strategy, recognizing the one closest to it is always the most immediate threat, and so once more waits for Metal to close in before blasting him with its laser. Being inexperienced with Chaos Control aside from the joint effort with Sonic in the capsule, Metal does not attempt it, instead choosing to cross his arms and activate his black laser, a risky gambit if ever there was one, as he has never tested the shield against anything so powerful, though, having faith in his own strength, he presses on. From behind him, Metal hears the sound of Sonic giving him encouragement, while through the comms, Eggman orders his creation not to die, as he will not tolerate any suggestion that his workmanship is inferior to his grandfather's. In response to this, Metal fires up his jet engine once more, and as he flies forward, splitting the laser down the middle with his diamond-shaped force field, he zeroes in on the third sack, slamming into it and causing it to burst. By now, the final hazard looks to be on the brink of death, and spotting the final red welt, the trio of hedgehogs converge on it, each readying a punch, so that when they strike it, a surge of chaos energy ripples through the beast, obliterating it completely, and bringing an end to its suffering at long last. However, this victory is not the end as the heroes had hoped, as the Ark has finally made it into Earth's gravitational pull, meaning that even without a power source, it will still make impact and eradicate all life on the planet. Looking at each other, the trio all know there is only one solution to this problem, and so raising their hands as one, they initiate a joint super chaos control, which sends the space colony back into orbit, saving the world. Unfortunately, such an attack comes at a cost, as while Sonic and Shadow are able to stay aloft, having only contributed 1/3 of the energy for the Chaos Control, the same cannot be said of Metal, since after taking one of the final hazard's laser blasts, on top of his several fights in the strain of both his super form and Chaos Control, he is at his limit, and so begins to fall. Desperately, Sonic reaches out for his friend, though it is already too late, with him becoming a fireball as he plummets down towards the planet below. As he is wont to do, Metal takes these final moments to reflect, thinking of the life he bought for himself, and the friends he made. He feels no remorse for the path he has taken, even if it has led to a premature end, with his only regret being that he could not keep his promise to Mecha, Sigma, and Scrap, but at least through his final act, they will be safe once more. Then, as the ground rises up to claim him, the light of Metal Sonic's eyes go out, a brilliant green until the end. Up on the Ark, Sonic and Shadow return to the command bridge where the others are waiting for them. Having seen the final battle, no one bothers to ask where Metal is, instead gathering around the large window to gaze upon the world their friend saved with his sacrifice. Finally, Shadow is the first to speak, stating that he will remain here on the Ark to watch over this world, both as a means of keeping his promise to Maria and to honor their fallen comrade, though should the others ever need him, they need only call. Nodding gratefully, Sonic thanks the ultimate life form, while in a pompous voice that almost hides his sadness, Eggman claims they should all be thanking him, as it was his machine that saved them all. This earns him 6 stern stares, as everyone is disgusted with the Doctor's gall, while in a tone that is both defiant and proud, Sonic states that Metal was more than just a machine. He was a brave and heroic hedgehog who gave his life to save this planet. For a moment, no one speaks. Then, to the surprise of everyone, Eggman gruffly agrees, saying that Sonic is right, and that it's like Metal himself said, he grew beyond merely being his creation, and became something, no, someone, very special. A year has passed since the incident aboard the Space Colony Ark, in which Metal sacrificed himself for the sake of the world. Since then, his friends have done their best to move on from their grief, going on adventures, and making new friends, such as a young rabbit named Cream and her pet Chow Cheese. However, even after all this time, Metal's absence is still felt, with Sonic and Amy feeling it especially strongly. As a tribute to their fallen friend, the Blue Blur, along with Tails and even occasionally Knuckles, have taken to visiting Scrapnik Island in order to help with the continued excavation. This has brought them into contact with Mecha, Sigma, and Scrap, all of whom have become fast friends, with Mecha and Sonic bonding over their memories of metal, while Sigma and Tails share a knack for engineering and robotics, though the pair have become closest to by far Knuckles and Scrap, with Sonic teasing that he thinks Knux has found his soulmate, as what could be better for him than an equally hard-boiled and punch-happy echidna who also shares his love for long stoic silences. Naturally, Knuckles denies this in his usual terse way, snapping that maybe he just needs a little peace and quiet after dealing with a certain blue hedgehog who never shuts up. Though all the same, it is not long before a warp point is installed on Scrapnik Island to make visiting easier. It is during one of these visits that something peculiar happens, as when Sonic, Tails, and Mecha emerge from the tunnels of Scrapnik Island, they find the beach to be bathed in shadows, despite the fact that it should be the middle of the day. Looking up, they see the cause immediately. A fleet of airships so large and numerous they have blocked out the sun itself, though even in the gloom, Sonic has no trouble identifying the Eggman Empire's insignia on the side of every vessel. Heatedly, Sonic calls out to the dock, demanding to know what he's doing here, with this earning him a laugh, as Eggman's voice rings out over the flagship's PA system, declaring that he's simply here to reclaim his property, since by right, this trash heap and everything on it is his. In a tone of disgust, Sonic tells Egghead to think again, since these androids are their own people, so if he tries to hurt them, he'll have to get through him first. However, this just earns the Hedgehog another laugh, as Eggman sneers that it won't be him the Blue Rat is fighting, before cutting off the intercom. A moment later, a series of splashes fill the ears and auditory circuits of the island's inhabitants, as hundreds of Eggman robots rain down from the sky and land in the water just off the coast. Then, when the last of the red-orange robots has risen out of the foam, a final machine crashes down on the beach to stand at the head of the army, a sleek blue model who everyone here knows well. Metal Sonic. In a ringing voice, Eggman commands the android, who he dubs his Metal Commander, to seize the island and destroy all who oppose him, with the Bluebot nodding obediently as he rises to his feet. Now in a standing position, everyone can see that Metal is not quite as they know him, having received some notable modifications, such as 5 wicked-looking metal quills extending from his head and a billowing black cloak, though the most chilling change of all is that his eyes are once again a blazing blood red. Understandably shaken by this, Sonic asks his friend what happened to him, though to this he receives no response beyond a fist being swung at his face as the Metal Commander rushes towards him. Dodging by the skin of his teeth, Sonic tries the question again, though once more the machine says nothing, kneeing him in the gut this time, and ramming a kick into his back as he falls to his knees. Laughing maniacally now, Eggman tells Sonic to save his breath, since the friend he knew is gone. Instead, what he sees before him is his perfected creation, carrying with him all the skills and abilities he gained from his time as a hero, along with a few upgrades courtesy of the Doctor himself, but with none of that foolish emotion or rebellious nature that made him turn away from his master. He is the greatest tool of world domination ever to exist, and it is partially thanks to Sonic and his friends. Voice shaking with disgust and horror, Tails cries out to Eggman, demanding to know how he could do this to Metal, since he himself said that he respected the android, though this only serves to further amuse the Doctor, as he retorts that he does respect Metal. That is why when he found him broken after the Ark incident, he knew that he had to have him back under his command, and from the looks of things, it was well worth the time and effort of repairing him. By now the battle has well and truly begun, with the horde of Eggman robots following their commander and storming the beach. Those capable of fighting have taken up arms against the invaders, with most facing several foes at once, while those such as the smaller Scrapniks who cannot help have begun retreating down to the bowels of the island, though they all know this is little more than a prolonging measure, as with the numbers they're up against, they simply cannot win. Recognizing this, Knuckles orders Tails to escort as many non-combatants as possible to the warp point, since their top priority needs to be making sure as many androids as possible get off the island before it falls. Nodding his understanding, Tails begins shepherding the fleeing Scrapniks, while with a low growl, Knuckles finishes off the 2 robots he's fighting and throws himself at the Metal Commander, figuring that if he can cut the head off the snake, it might buy them some time at least. Due to having his focus still on pummeling Sonic, the Metal Commander does not see the first hit, with it being enough to send him reeling. Though unfortunately the same cannot be said for the second, as now that he has registered Knuckles as a threat, the Bluebot uses his incredible speed to grab his foe by the face and lift him into the air, while squeezing down with his vice-like metallic hand. At the sound of Knuckles' pained screams, Sonic begs his former friend to let the echidna go, and this time, the android does speak, though not to him. Instead, he mechanically states 5 words: "Lifeform data successfully copied." As soon as the words are out of his proverbial mouth, the Metal Commander releases his hold on Knuckles, though he is not done with the Red Ruffian, as before his feet can touch the ground, he is sent flying by a fierce uppercut that launches him across the island. barely contained glee in his voice. Eggman then asks what the defenders think of that, calling it one of the upgrades he has given to his Metal Commander, the ability to scan and replicate the power of any opponent, making him virtually unbeatable. This is a daunting prospect to say the least, though even in spite of this latest blow, the heroes fight on, with Scrap taking it upon himself to be the Metal Commander's next opponent, while on either side of him, Mecha and Sigma fall in, intent on protecting their home and saving their friend. To this end, Mecha tries first to speak to his brother, reminding him of where they are and what they've been through together, though like all other attempts to reach him, this is met with swift and brutal retribution, as the Metal Commander strikes Mecha hard in the chest, with a blow carrying all of Knuckles' strength. However, being a sturdily built machine, Mecha withstands the hit, seeming to fold in on himself, but truthfully this is just the beginning of his spin dash counterattack, as he curls into a bladed ball and barrels towards the blue bot, all the while wordlessly regretting that it has come to this. Unfortunately, even Mecha's speed cannot compare to the fastest machine in existence, with the Metal Commander simply leaping out of the way, though this puts him right in the path of Scrap's fist, as he launches himself upwards to strike his former mentor in the cheek. While this does damage the Metal Commander, it will take more than this to best him, with him preparing to retaliate. That is until he feels himself being caught in a full Nelson and lifted off his feet, thanks to Sigma using the others as a distraction so he could get behind him. In his soft, kind voice, Sigma apologizes to the Metal they once knew for this, while telling Scrap and Mecha that he has him restrained. Though, as the other two androids begin their approach, they hear what can only be called a powering up noise coming from the fallen hero's chest. Then, they see it. A bright blue laser like that of the Eclipse Cannon, which immediately opens fire on them. Desperately, the two Scrapniks attempt to leap out of the way, but not having been built for speed like Metal and Mecha, Scrap is too slow to avoid the blast entirely, with it disintegrating his left arm up to the shoulder and taking him out of the fight. Not only this, but thanks to the kickback of the blast, Sigma is blown off his feet, landing hard on the ground, while the Metal Commander touches down far more gracefully on his feet, his cold eyes surveying the trail of devastation his laser has left in the landscape of Scrapnik Island. Seeing this breaks the trio of Scrapnik's hearts, as it is proof that their friend is truly gone, since they all know how much Metal had loved this place, and that he would never willingly do it or them harm. By now, the island has been completely overrun by badniks, with Sigma having to carry the wounded Scrap above his head so the Eggbots cannot prey on his weakness, while Mecha tries to keep them away from his friends. Even Sonic and Knuckles are beginning to fatigue after so many clashes against the apparently endless supply of robots, with it seeming as though this will be all of their last stand. However, at that moment, Tails emerges from the entrance to the underground, informing the others that all the civilian Scrapniks have escaped, meaning it's time for them to leave. Nodding gratefully, Sonic forces himself to execute one last spin dash, pinballing himself from robot to robot as he zigzags his way towards the Tornado 2, where Tails will be waiting for him, while the others break off their fights and rush down into the tunnel as fast as they can, all eager to reach the warp point and their only hope of escape. Seeing this, the Metal Commander raises another laser to finish off the fleeing enemies, though refusing to suffer any more losses, Sonic changes course, slamming into him instead and causing the blast to go wide. Then, as he unfurls, he looks into those glowing red eyes, and in a low voice makes a promise that next time they meet, he will get the real Metal back, no matter what it takes. As expected, the Metal Commander says nothing to this, though if he had, Sonic would not have been able to hear it, as at that moment, the buzzing of a plane's propeller fills his ears, with the blue hero looking up to see Tails in the Tornado, holding out a hand for him. Reaching up, Sonic feels his best friend pull him into the plane's second seat as they begin to rise. Naturally, Eggman has no intention of letting them get away, having his fleet open fire from above, though what the Tornado lacks in size, it makes up for in maneuverability, with Tails expertly dodging the aerial bombardment as they leave the island and their foes behind. Looking back one last time, Sonic tries to console himself with the fact that they managed to get everyone out of there, meaning none of the other Scrapniks will have to share Metal's fate, though in his heart, he knows that this is just rationalization. They lost today, and they lost badly. Not long after this, the Fox and the Hedgehog arrive at the Shrine of the Master Emerald, where they're able to regroup with their friends and lick their wounds. As a precaution, Knuckles has destroyed the warp point on this end, meaning Eggman and his cronies cannot follow them, though this is little comfort to the Scrapniks who have just lost their home at the hands of one who was meant to be their greatest champion. Seeing no point in sitting around moping, Sonic begins brainstorming with Sigma, Mecha, Tails, and Knuckles about what their next move should be, with Tails suggesting they could contact Shadow and see if he can use the Arc to give them some intel on Eggman's next move, while also calling Amy, since as someone close to Metal, she will want to know what has become of him. Using his newest creation, a device he calls the Miles Electric, Tails is quickly able to set up a video conference, projecting images of both Shadow and Amy, while Sonic gives them a rundown of their current predicament. Understandably, Amy is horrified by what she hears, hanging her head sadly and muttering that Metal never would have wanted this, while in a more stoic tone, Shadow agrees that the android deserved better. He then informs them that while they've been speaking, he said the Ark's internal systems track the Egg Fleet's movements, and from what he can tell, they're headed for what looks like a base in Rail Canyon. However, this isn't the important part. What they really should be concerned about is the giant warship being constructed inside the canyon, since this thing makes the egg carrier look like the Eggmobile by comparison. According to the Ark simulations, the fleet will arrive at Rail Canyon in approximately 3 days, which is also when that warship will most likely be ready to launch. Looking troubled, Sonic asks what his black and red counterpart is saying, to which Shadow plainly replies that if Sonic and whoever's going with him can get there before the Doctor does, they might be able to stop this thing from becoming operational, while also getting another chance to rescue Metal. As for him, he along with Rouge, if he can get a hold of her, will infiltrate the Egg Fleet en route to the canyon, since that way they should be able to gather more information, and if need be, try and slow Eggman down to buy Sonic and his team more time. To the surprise of everyone, this is where Amy speaks up, stating that she will join Shadow and Rouge as their third member, since she wants to try and talk to Metal. After all, they are friends, so maybe she can snap him out of whatever brainwashing Eggman has done to him. From the scowl curling his lips, it is plain to see that Shadow thinks this is a bad idea. Though ignoring his better judgment, he agrees to this request, though only on the proviso that she be careful, since she reminds him of a friend he once knew, and like her, he suspects the pink hedgehog to be the type who puts her friends above her own safety. Looking a little sheepish at the intensity with which Shadow is scowling at her, Amy promises that she'll be extra careful, with this satisfying the ultimate life form enough that he instructs her to report to the Ark as soon as possible. Meanwhile, feeling some of his old exuberance coming back now that they have a plan, Sonic expresses his intent to leave at once, with Knuckles and Tails declaring that they'll go too to back him up. However, in what is yet another surprise, Sigma, Scrap, and Mecha all state that they wish to help too, since they want to rescue Metal just as much as the Organics do, though they will need to wait until Scrap can be fitted with a new arm, so the others should go ahead without them, and they'll rendezvous at the Rail Canyon base. Noting their agreement, the newly formed Team Sonic then turn to depart, though before they go, they urge their robotic friends to get ready, since when they next cross paths with the Metal Commander, they may not have the option of retreating, meaning they gotta be at their best, since it'll take all of them giving 100% if they want to stand a chance against his new upgrades. Meanwhile, in a dark and gloomy cell, Metal Sonic awakens, his green eyes staring determinedly at the path that lies ahead of him. Today is the day. Today, he will escape. Rising to his feet, Metal makes his way towards his cell door, powering up his jet engine and easily smashing through it just like every other day. Despite his numerous escape attempts, his captorers made no attempt to fortify the door, a fact which could be attributed to several causes, though Metal knows the truth. Eggman wants him to destroy the door, to gain a small fragment of hope from this minor victory, so that when he fails, his defeat is all the more bitter. Though the android hates to admit it, it is a testament to how well the Doctor knows him, at least as well as he knows his creator, with his whole complex being perfectly designed, not only to contain him, but to torture him. One need only look at the numerous video screens lining the walls to see that, as on them are displayed his past failed escape attempts, the most heinous deeds the so-called Metal Commander has done in his absence, such as the sacking of Scrapnik Island, and even what he is doing at any given moment, just to remind Metal of how that abomination walks free bearing his face while he remains trapped here. However, in spite of all of this, Metal does not let it weaken his spirit, with it truthfully having the opposite effect, as it drives him forward, pushing him to keep going, though perhaps that too is what Eggman wants, as it is clear that this is meant to be a Sisyphean punishment for his desertion, which can only work if he stays the course, and does not allow his suffering to break him. Not that this will ever happen, not so long as the Doctor and his loathsome copy remain a threat. Taking off through the maze of corridors, Metal quickly spots his jailers, the horde of egg pawns and E-series created to keep him here, with his appearance causing them to immediately enter combat mode and rush him. Thankfully, with his speed and strength, it is child's play to dispatch them, clearing his path once more and pressing forward, though they are far from the last, as mere seconds later, another group appears in front of Metal, with twice as many members. Like before, Metal destroys them, though not before taking a few hits, with the same being true for the third group, with one Egg Knight even managing to ram its lance into his jet engine, temporarily disabling it. As a result, when the fourth swarm converge upon him, he cannot rely on speed to protect himself, with several of the E-series riddling his arms, legs, and torso with bullets. This unfortunately leaves him open to a surprise attack, as several more knights use their lances to skewer him through the back, pinning him to the floor. Then, without a word, the nearest E-series levels its gun at his head, opening fire and in one swift motion ending this escape attempt like all the rest. We now return to Team Sonic, who have just made it to Grand Metropolis, having already traversed the seaside and a series of ruins since leaving Angel Island. For the most part, they have managed to make good time, even with Tails delaying their departure to work on another project. But it seems as though that is all about to change, as when they step foot into the city, they find the place swarming with various makes and models of Eggman robots. In a grim tone, Tails muses that the Doctor was serious about his intent to use Metal as a tool for world domination, while on either side of him Sonic and Knuckles retort that it doesn't matter, since they're going to stop him, with the first first step being to end this little occupation so they can move on. Rushing into the crowd of androids, Knuckles decides to take point this time, employing a pair of fastball specials to send Sonic and Tails bowling through the bots as they both utilize spin dashes to mow them down. It is an effective strategy, and one the enemy had not anticipated, having seemingly taken control of this place with little resistance. However, this is not to say that they have been entirely unopposed, a fact which becomes clear when Sonic dashes ahead, only to be sent sprawling onto his butt when an Ignite rams him with its spiky shield. The orange killing machine then prepares to finish its target off with a blow from its lance, though this is promptly halted when a kunai finds itself buried in its arm joint, making the stabbing motion impossible. A moment later, the source of this attack makes himself known as a purple chameleon appears atop the robot's head, and deftly pulls the lance from his prey's immobilized grip, before stoically informing another unseen ally that it is safe for him to attack now. In contrast to his deep and serious voice, the response he receives is a high-pitched burble as the young bee calls him the best, before he swoops in and stings the robot's head, causing it to explode. In a tone of astonishment, Knuckles addresses this pair by name, calling them Espio and Charmy, and demanding to know what they're doing here, though before they can answer, a new voice cuts in, stating that Knux better not forget about him, the one and only Vector. Turning to face the source, Sonic and Tails see that he's a large crocodile who is easily smashing his way through a small group of bots on his way to join them, while with a faint smile, Knuckles replies that he wouldn't dream of it, before asking how the trio have been. Grinning broadly, Vector replies that they've been great, having recently gone into business together, with this being their first paying gig, a fact Knuckles congratulates them on, while in a slightly confused voice, Sonic asks the Echidna to rewind a little and explain who these guys are and how he knows them. Calmly, Knuckles explains that these three are a group known as the Chaotix and that they're old friends, while adding in a chiding tone that he does in fact have a life outside of Sonic and his adventures. Shrugging that if they're friends of the Echidnas that's good enough for him, Sonic invites these guys to help them clear out the robots, an offer Vector is happy to accept, while Charmy somewhat obliviously asks if this means they'll have to split their pay 6 ways, since that's what they were contracted to do. Shrugging good-naturedly, Sonic tells the bee not to sweat it, and they just want to get through here so they can help out a friend, with Espio calling this goal noble as he takes out a few more bots with Shuriken. Now that this is settled, the two teams begin working in tandem, their varied skills being more than enough to overcome this relatively meager invasion force. Nonetheless, when Team Sonic prepares to leave, the Chaotix warn them to watch out, since from what they've heard, several big cities are in a similar state, thanks to some new higher-up in the Eggman Empire wanting to soften up the major targets before launching the main invasion. As one, Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails all share a look, knowing exactly who would come up with such a methodical and logical plan. And so speaking up, Sonic tells the other trio that if they're looking for more work now that this job is done, why don't they go help liberate those other cities too, since they can clearly hold their own in a fight. At once, Charmy and Vector see dollar signs, while even Espio agrees this would be a good use of their skill set, with Team Chaotix deciding to set off at once, while assuring their new clients not to worry about a thing, since they never fail to deliver, a claim which in retrospect means very little considering they've only had the one job. When they're gone, Tails questions Sonic on how exactly he intends to pay for this gig, though with his usual air of confidence, the Blue Blow replies that he's got it all figured out. He's gonna have Knuckles haggle down the price for him, since after all, what are friends for? Furiously, the Red Ruffian growls that Sonic has a lot of nerve trying to use him like that, though by now the speedster is already on the move again, prompting his companions to follow suit, with Tails laughing at the situation, while Knuckles yells for the Hedgehog to get back here. Meanwhile, as night descends upon the world, a new figure ascends, that being Amy Rose, as she boards the Space Colony Ark, courtesy of the teleporter Eggman had set up in his now abandoned Pyramid base. By the time she arrives, Rouge and Shadow are already waiting for her, with the former flapping down to greet the Pink Hedgehog, and inform her they've got a plan which should be able to get them onto the Egg Fleet without detection, though she'll let Shadow go over the specifics. Grunting his acknowledgement, the Ultimate Lifeform then informs Amy that she and Rouge will be deploying the same type of capsule Sonic and Metal were imprisoned in, with this allowing them to survive re-entry, at which point Rouge will take over and get the two of them onto one of the airships. Concerned in her voice, Amy asks what about Shadow, to which the surly Hedgehog replies that he needs to be outside the pod to launch it, at which point he will follow after them by jumping directly from the Ark. Due to his unique physiology, he should be able to withstand the experience without issue, though from the way he says it, Amy suspects that even if it would be an issue, he would prefer it to riding in one of those capsules, something she'll have to ask him about later. With the explanation out of the way, Shadow calls for them to assume their positions, dubbing the group Team Dark, which earns him a smirk from Rouge, who coquettishly laughs that she still prefers the name Team Jewel, while Amy chimes in that if this name is meant to represent their group's appearance, then Team Pink makes just as much sense. However, with a harumph, Shadow tells the pair to drop it, since they have work to do, an order the Bat and Hedgehog are willing to accept, as they step onto the command bridge's circular trapdoor and feel the glass tube descend around them. Then, when they are sure the capsule is sealed, Shadow presses the button, and the duo feel their stomachs lurch. The view that follows is undeniably beautiful, as Amy and Rouge watch the inky darkness of space give way first to brilliant reds, gold, and oranges as their pod begins re-entry, followed shortly by sweeping navy blues and wine-dark purples as far as the eye can see, to signify they have made it into the atmosphere and are now falling through the night sky. In the gloom, it is a bit difficult to see their surroundings, though being an expert in locating hidden treasure, Rouge is quickly able to spot the egg fleet right below them as Shadow had promised, and so enacts her part of the plan, opening the capsule's hatch and causing them both to be sucked into the air. Letting out a surprised yell, Amy clings tight to her hammer, wondering if she can time a swing just right to break her fall, though this is not necessary, as a moment later, she feels Rouge's hands close around her waist, with the bat gliding them gently down onto the deck of the nearest airship. In a slightly breathless voice, Amy demands to know why they couldn't have just stayed in the pod, though the answer to this comes a moment later, as the cylinder is promptly blown up as soon as it enters into range of the fleet's automated cannons, with Rouge smirking that's why. Not long after this, the duo are joined by a surprisingly unfazed Shadow, with the only sign that he just fell from space being the slight smell of burned quills and the crater his impact makes in the deck. Still smirking, Rouge comments that it's so good of their fearless leader to join them, though stoic to a fault, Shadow simply tells them to come on, since they're near the back of the convoy, and their target is most likely in the flagship, meaning they have a ways to go. Gripping her hammer determinedly, Amy gives her fellow hedgehog a nod as she falls in step with him, while on his other side, Rouge keeps pace in the air. The first order of business is finding a way onto the ship in front of them, since without that, they'll never reach their goal. Though to do that, they must first clear out the badnik flight crew who are milling around on the deck. Here Amy proves immensely useful, as by leaping into the air and bringing her hammer down onto the ground, she is able to create powerful shockwaves, which she calls Rose Typhoons, the result of which are dozens of badniks being knocked into the air, making them easy prey for Shadow and Rouge to finish off with kicks or chaos spears. When these goons are dispatched and the team are at the bow of the ship, it is easy enough for Rouge to carry them the small distance to the next craft, though this does leave her a bit worn out, meaning they have to resume on foot once they reach the other side so the Bat can recover and ready herself for the next flight. Meanwhile, up in the flagship, the Metal Commander surveys the bridge, watching as his subordinates pathetically scurry back and forth, making sure everything is running at peak efficiency for the Doctor's plan. In his eyes, they are less than vermin, mere cogs with no purpose but to serve and then be discarded when their function is fulfilled, though for now he will oversee them, as it is his master's wish. At his side stands his adjutant, the last of the original E-100 series, designation E-123 Omega, a hulking red brute who plainly resents his position, and desires nothing more than to eliminate the commander and take his place, feeling that it is his by right, as a newer and therefore superior model with greater potential. In fact, at present he has made no less than 12 attempts on the Metal Commander's life, with each ending in a painful beating for the E-series, though for reasons unclear to him, the blue android has never attempted to destroy him in return. And so it is that Omega waits for now, listening attentively as one of the technician bots informs their leader of a trio of organics making their way towards the command ship, while adding that according to security footage, they are all enemies of the Eggman Empire and known associates of Sonic the Hedgehog. This at last intrigues the Metal Commander, especially when he learns the identity of the intruders, as he does not presently have any of their life data, with him subsequently decreeing that he will deal with them personally, before heading to the exit with a swish of his black cloak and Omega at his heels. As soon as the door to the corridor closes behind them, the agitated adjutant puts his own plan into action, unloading his full magazine of bullets into the commander's back, in the belief that the enclosed space will disadvantage him, as he is a speed-based unit. Though having preempted this, the bullets instead clatter harmlessly off the Metal Commander's black shield, as he turns slowly to face his disloyal subordinate. Then, in an instant, the blue bot is upon Omega, unleashing a ring spark field that brings him to his knees, where he belongs. Or with a look that could freeze Mercury, the commander calls the E-series pathetic, not even worth destroying. Stepping out onto the deck where the intruders are most likely to appear, the Metal Commander soon catches sight of one, Amy Rose, as she bashes her way through a small group of egg pawns who prove themselves predictably worthless against her speed and strength, with it soon just being the two of them who remain amidst piles of scrap. Spotting the android's glowing red eyes through the gloom, Amy turns to face him, her expression a mix of emotions, ranging from relief to horror, friendship to grief as she calls his name in a small voice. Making no attempt to respond, the Metal Commander instead begins approaching the hedgehog, with Amy taking this as a good sign, as she pleads with him to remember their friendship, and how far he's come from being Eggman's tool, which means he can do it again. He just has to remember who he truly is. At these words, the Metal Commander slowly begins reaching out a hand towards his former friend, Well, in his red eyes, Amy sees something that was not there before. She knew he was still in there. He just needs someone to remind him. Now they can get out of here together. All thought of reunion is promptly torn from Amy's mind as she feels 5 cold metallic fingers lock around her windpipe, their steely grip pushing all the air from her lungs so that she can do little more than gasp as she is lifted off her feet. Looking into her terrified eyes as she desperately struggles to free herself, the Metal Commander feels nothing, just as he did when facing Metal Sonic's other allies on Scrapnik Island, as to him, they are simply enemies of his master, and sources of life data to be acquired. Speaking of which, he briefly pauses to log hers, as it is not unimpressive considering her defeat of his subordinates, a testament to her position as one of the Doctor's more notable enemies, though it seems she is not the only one with that classification present, as from above him, the voice of Rouge the Bat speaks up, calling that no way to treat a lady, as she drives a downwards axe kick into the back of his plated cranium. Turning in the direction of the hit, the Metal Commander spots both Rouge and Shadow, who had evidently cloistered themselves out of sight in case Amy's plan failed, with the black and red hedgehog now joining the fight as well with a volley of chaos spears that require the Commander to drop Amy so that he can cross his arms and activate his black shield. Capitalizing on this, Shadow employs a chaos control to position himself between the Metal Commander and the pink hedgehog, allowing Rouge to check on her. Though being tougher than she looks, Amy tells her teammate that she's fine, rising to her feet and redoubling her grip on her hammer. Together, the combined forces of Team Dark then converge on their opponent, with Shadow using his speed and dexterity to distract the Commander, so that Rouge and Amy can attempt to strike his weak points. Though unfortunately, even when working in tandem, they lack the power to be more than a minor annoyance. To make matters worse, these attacks also give the Metal Commander more chances to copy their life data, with him grabbing hold of Rouge during her second attempt at a kick to his head, and even managing to catch Shadow when he teleports in to save Amy from a point-blank laser blast, with the latter granting him access to several new abilities, courtesy of Shadow's innate connection to chaos energy. Putting these to immediate use, the blue bot does not hesitate to pepper the ultimate life form with his own chaos spears, sending him flying and forcing Rouge to order a retreat, as it is plain to see that their presence has only made their enemy stronger. Though it pains Amy to leave without rescuing Metal, the sight of Shadow's unconscious form is enough to convince her to fall back for now, with the pink hedgehog grabbing her vanquished ally in her arms and using a Pico hammer to pole vault out of the Metal Commander's reach, so that Rouge can catch them and take flight. Having no clear escape route, the wily treasure hunter settles for flying over to the nearest airship, as this will at least give them time to regroup and form a plan. At least, that is what Rouge thinks, right up until she sees the Metal Commander raise his arms skyward, as a bolt of pure lightning soars up into the air. For a moment, no one is sure what the intent of such a move is, though the answer becomes clear a moment later, when the bolt comes back down to strike the ship Team Dark is hiding on, blasting it out of the air and sending chunks of flaming debris falling to Earth. As the Metal Commander watches this scene of devastation play out, he feels no remorse for his decision, as by his assessment, the loss of one airship and several hundred robots is within acceptable parameters to ensure the death of 3 high-profile enemies. However, being more methodical than his master, he is unsatisfied with the simple assumption that his quarries are terminated, instead requiring verification in order to register the act as completed. To this end, he activates his internal comm system, ordering Omega to take a dropship down to the wreckage to search for survivors and eliminate any he comes across, figuring even the simple-minded Killbot cannot mess this up. Casting his red eyes over the burning vessel one last time as it finally vanishes from view below the clouds, the Metal Commander makes his way back to the bridge, his mind set on his singular purpose: to ensure that nothing impedes the launch of the final fortress, and the Doctor's plans for world domination, now that it is so close at hand. We pick up with Team Scrapnik as the sun rises on Lost Jungle. Due to needing repairs, this trio had departed later than the other teams, putting them somewhat behind schedule, though this delay had not been entirely deleterious, as during that time, Sigma had built them several upgrades, which he and Tails had designed in light of Sonic's words regarding needing to be at their best for this mission. Most notable of these is Scrap's new arm, which has taken the form of a spiked mace, increasing his combat and excavation power exponentially, also proving quite useful here, as it allows them to clear a path through the forested underbrush. As for Sigma and Mecha, their augmentations are less obvious, though the pair are certain they will come in handy when it comes time to confront the Metal Commander. At least, Mecha wants to be certain, as though he has not told his friends about this, during the invasion he'd experienced the strangest flashes of envy, like he had wished it was him rather than his brother standing at the Doctor's side. Logically, he knows this is ridiculous, as he is happy with his life, and has long since moved on from his devotion to Eggman, though he cannot help but fear that these feelings will re-emerge during their next confrontation. As a result, he remains mostly silent as he and his teammates press forward, not even reacting when a giant alligator attempts to consume the 3 of them, with the only thing pulling him from his reverie being a cry for help from somewhere in the distance. This at last attracts the attention of the kind-hearted android, with it being plain to see that his comrades also want to help, resulting in them wordlessly changing headings as they move in the direction of the scream. A moment later, the trio burst through the canopy, arriving near a tranquil-looking lake, where a group of Eggman robots are attacking a large purple cat and his tailed frog companion. Leaping into action, Mecha begins spin-dashing into the villains, making sure not to damage them with his blades, instead putting his effort into tripping them so they cannot cause further trouble. Likewise, Scrap takes pains to pull his punches, clashing his mace against the Egg Knight's lances and only striking hard enough to disable their foes, while Sigma takes to the air and shoulder charges the Egg Flappers hovering above the group. Despite their somewhat rusty appearance, Team Scrapnik quickly show themselves to be a well-oiled machine when it comes to teamwork, with this proving too much for their less advanced peers. Even the cat and frog do their part to help out, with the former using his fishing rod as a weapon, while the latter pounces onto the evil robots' faces, temporarily blinding them. Unfortunately, while well-intentioned, this plays right into their enemy's hands, as it seems they are here for the frog, meaning that when he lands on one of the flappers, the aerial bot simply takes flight, registering this as a successfully completed objective. In a turn of heartbreak, the cat calls out for his friend, who he names Froggy, pleading for him to come back, and moaning something about not again, though it seems it is already too late, as the undefeated members of the Eggman Strike Force have begun their retreat, leaving Team Scrapnik, the cat, and their vanquished allies behind. Flopping down despondently onto a log, the cat once more whimpers for Froggy to come back, while in a kind tone, Sigma expresses his team's deepest sympathies, as they all know what it is like to lose a friend to the clutches of Dr. Eggman. Through this conversation, the team learn not only that the purple feline is named Big, but also that Froggy was once before abducted by the Eggman Empire during the Chaos incident, with his kidnapper being an E-series just like Sigma. This is deeply troubling to hear, since none of the Strapniks can fathom what reason the Doctor would have for being so invested in the capture of a simple frog, though there are two things of which they are certain. 1, it cannot be good, and 2, rescuing Froggy has just become a primary objective, both to thwart their evil creator and to help their new friend. At this news, Big's eyes light up as he thanks the trio, calling them nice robots, with this warming the group's mechanical hearts as they start moving once again, their new mission driving them forward as the outline of Rail Canyon appears on the horizon. Soon it will be time to destroy that battleship and confront the Metal Commander again. They just hope their friends are having as easy a time as they are. Omega is furious. How could he not be when he's been given an assignment fit for a basic egg pawn? Nonetheless, he descends to the surface on the Metal Commander's orders to search the wreckage of the downed ship for any signs of survivors, with it being slow, tedious work to sift through the mounds of twisted metal for something he knows he will not find. After all, few aside from himself have ever survived the Commander's wrath. However, it seems the E-series may have underestimated the organics, as when he steps inside one of the few intact cabins that his quarry might have used as a refuge, he hears the door slam shut behind him, followed by the turning of the locking wheel, evidently meant to trap him inside. While this might have been sufficient to imprison a run-of-the-mill machine, he is superior, and so simply tears the hatch from its hinges, revealing the female bat organic, who is among the enemies he is meant to terminate. With a deep sigh, Rouge huffs that she hates Eggman robots, as she begins fleeing into the air, while to her surprise, the big red rust bucket seems to agree, with him calling his fellow robots worthless consumer models. Briefly, Rouge wonders why the robot would agree with her, but right now, this is hardly her biggest concern, as he's just opened fire upon her, with a wily treasure hunter having to dive and weave to avoid being shredded by machine gun bullets while she waits for her backup to arrive. Thankfully, it is not a long wait, as a moment later Amy appears, leaping out from a pile of debris and bringing her hammer down on the android's flat yellow head, momentarily blinding him as his face is temporarily buried in his torso. Though this does not stop Omega, who simply fires wildly into the air, having no compunction about hitting anyone or anything that might be in the way. Seeing this, the two members of Team Dark fall back, with the bat asking Amy if she managed to find a safe place for Shadow, to which the pink hedgehog nods, stating that he's resting in one of the other rooms. However, this claim is almost immediately disproven, as a Chaos Spear whizzes through the air to strike Omega, with the two women in the android looking up to see a wounded but battle-ready Shadow standing on an outcropping made of broken metal. Urgently, his allies tell him to go rest since he's still not fully recovered from his battle with the Metal Commander, let alone the emergency Chaos Controller used to save them, though in his usual obstinate way, the black and red hedgehog doesn't listen, instead blasting Omega a few more times, then dashing out of the way when the hail of bullets are turned on him. Figuring that there's no point arguing, Amy and Rouge instead make the most of this diversion, looping back and using a combo move to bowl Omega over and put an end to his rampage. Joining them a moment later, Shadow asks if they want him to finish this bucket of bolts off, though with a shake of her head, Amy says that maybe they can convince him to join them, since she's seen an E-series turn its back on Eggman before. Looking intrigued, Rouge agrees that it's worth a shot, relaying what Omega had said earlier about his own dislike for other Eggman robots, with Amy beaming that maybe it's a sign he's ready to become a good guy. Unfortunately, they are not so lucky, with Omega expressing his contempt for his captors, though it is not as great as his loathing for the Metal Commander, with him explaining his hatred for his superior and his desire to depose him. Though the idea of someone as trigger-happy as Omega being at Eggman's side is almost as unappealing as Metal being there, Team Dark cannot deny that the enemy of their enemy is their friend, with Rouge proposing a temporary alliance until they have returned Metal to his right mind, as it furthers all their agendas. Begrudgingly, Shadow and Omega both agree, with the Bat and Hedgehog getting to work formulating a new plan based on Omega's information, such as the best way to infiltrate the Bullet Station base, and the details surrounding the final fortress, which up until that point had only been speculation based on external images. However, one member of the team remains notably quiet during this planning, that being Amy, with her not saying a word even as they prepare to move out and rendezvous with their other allies at Rail Canyon. Curiously, Rouge asks her what's the matter, with the Pink Hedgehog replying that it's something Omega said. He's tried to attack the Metal Commander before and failed repeatedly, but in spite of that, the Blue Bot has never finished him off, whereas he showed no hesitation blowing up a whole ship of allies to get them. Furrowing his brow, Shadow agrees that this is definitely strange, though with a surprising smile, Amy retorts that actually it makes perfect sense, recounting the story she had alluded to earlier regarding a Free World E-series and the deep friendship Gamma and Metal had struck up. So, maybe the reason the Metal Commander keeps sparing Omega is because he reminds him of Gamma, which would mean the good Metal might be trying to reassert himself. And if that's the case, then it's only a matter of time before he succeeds, as she's never met anyone with more of an iron will. In the depths of his prison, Metal awakens once again, having spent the last 24 hours painfully reconstructing his consciousness. This is the price he must pay every day for his failure, as in spite of his antipathy towards him, Eggman will not allow his creation to die. While this could be attributed to another part of the prison's torment, making him slowly rebuild himself only to be torn apart day after day, Metal has a theory of his own, that the Doctor cannot afford to have him truly be erased, otherwise he simply would have deleted him during the reprogramming, rather than compartmentalizing his consciousness in a corner of his own mind. This is an immensely hopeful prospect, as if his creator is still using his life data, so to speak, then that means a link between this manifestation of Metal and his body still exists, and logically speaking, if this is true, then he may yet be able to make this terrible situation right. This belief has served as powerful fuel for Metal every day, with today being no different, as he once more blasts through his cell door and begins his sprint towards freedom. Like always, he is presented with egg pawns meant to stop him and displays designed to cause him distress, though today a new sequence has been added to the tableau, a memory of Amy Rose speaking with the Metal Commander, appealing to their friendship, only for the Heartless machine to grab her by the throat. This sight sickens Metal, with him unintentionally powering up into overdrive and cleaving a path through the next wave of bots in his fury. This time his lookalike has gone too far, and he will make both it and Eggman pay. Unfortunately, before he can enact his vengeance, he must first survive, as a moment later, the drawback of overdrive kicks in, immobilizing the Blue Bot, and sending him crashing to the ground. Spotting this weakness, his jailers begin closing in, ready to end things once again. That is until a hail of bullets from above cause them all to explode, while leaving Metal uninjured. Looking up, the Blue Bot is shocked to see that his savior is none other than Gamma, as the red robot descends on his jet booster to land in front of his friend. In his modulated mechanical voice, Gamma apologizes for taking so long to find Metal, revealing that during the reprogramming, he hid his code in his friend's cage to avoid deletion, since he knew the Doctor would be too eager to unleash his new servant on his enemies to take the time and clear that. This hypothesis fortunately proved correct, allowing him to reintegrate himself and begin freely searching their shared neural network, though in order to avoid detection, he's been forced to use backdoors and other suboptimal routes. Taking the E-Series' outstretched hand and rising to his feet, Metal tells his comrade that he has no reason to apologize, expressing gratitude that he's here at all, though with something like a smile to his tone, Gamma replies that he did state his intent to repay his help back on the egg carrier, with this allowing him to do so at last. By now, more Eggman robots have converged on them, though feeling bolstered by the presence of his friend, Metal goes back to back with Gamma, allowing the pair of green-eyed androids to fight without worry knowing that the other has them covered. When this horde is defeated, the duo then move on, with it being plain to see that in his hubris, the Doctor failed to consider a world in which a friend would come to help Metal, as none of the groups who attempt to subdue the escapees are capable of standing up to a pair who fight with trust and respect for one another. As a result, it is not long before they reach the access point Gamma used to get in, with the E-Series laying down suppressing fire as Metal departs first, immensely relieved to be free of his prison. A moment later, the red robot joins him in the virtual nether space between programs, sealing the door after him and preventing pursuit, while with mechanical efficiency, Metal begins scanning the pathways that lay ahead of him. Curiously, Gamma asks what his friend is looking for, to which Metal simply replies that escape was only the first step. Now he must find where the Metal Commander program is located, so he can oust the malevolent malware and regain control of his body, once and for all. The sun hangs low over Rail Canyon as Team Sonic make their grinding descent. It has been a long road, though thankfully they are almost at the end. All they have to do is make it through that base before the Egg Fleet arrives, and they should be able to stop that giant warship from launching. Now that they are here, Sonic understands why Shadow spoke of it with such concern, as it seems to take up the entirety of the canyon floor below them. Briefly, the blue blur considers simply dropping down onto the deck and smashing everything in sight, though he quickly reconsiders, as that would just alert every robot in the canyon to their presence, and if the battle on Skrapnik Island taught them anything, it's that they are not invincible, and cannot take on the entire Eggman Empire by themselves. This truth weighs heavily on Sonic, as it feels like yet another failure on his part. If he'd just been faster or stronger, maybe he could have taken that ship down by himself, rather than dragged his friends into this. Maybe he could have saved Metal, and none of this would have happened. Seeing the sudden onset of ennui on Sonic's face, Tails reaches out a hand to comfort his best friend, though unfortunately at that moment their rails diverge, with his and Knuckles looping upwards while Sonic's continues straight down, putting him out of reach for the time being. Truthfully, the Fox Boy is worried about Sonic, as he's barely been able to sit still since they left Angel Island, not even really resting when they'd been forced to stop after more than 24 hours of running. While this sort of frenetic energy is not uncommon for Sonic, it is usually fueled by excitement and infectious zeal for life. But this is different. Tails has never seen Sonic like this before, with the closest case being when they all had to pull together to stop the Ark from falling. Though even then he'd believed the Hedgehog's smiles were genuine. Now, he's not so sure. Nonetheless, he has no intention to abandon his best friend in his hour of need, and so as the three rails link up once again, Tails gives him a smile, an unspoken promise to support the Hedgehog through whatever's bothering him. Speaking of support, a moment later a new group come grinding into view atop an adjacent set of rails, with that being Team Skrapnik. Spotting their allies, Sonic calls out to them, with the robots returning the gesture, either vocally, or in Scrap's case with a hand signal. This at last is some good news, as from the looks of things, their rails are about to end, and there is a large mass of robots waiting for them at the bottom, with a few of the models armed with blasters even opening fire, and forcing them to leap between railings. As the most combat-oriented members of their group, Knuckles and Scrap take this as their cue, speeding up and touching down before the other heroes, as they begin to wail on the enemy machine. A moment later, they are joined by Sonic, Tails, Mecha, and Sigma, who promptly join the fray, with a group of 6 proving more than capable of clearing a path. When this is done, they begin their descent, dropping through a grate and landing on some sort of supply train that is bringing materials down into the canyon. Being familiar with how Eggman operates, the Skrapniks tell their organic companions that this should take them right to the giant warship, so for now, they should just lie low and try not to draw attention to themselves. From the look on Sonic's face, it is plain to see that he does not relish the idea of being passive, even if it is for the sake of their mission, though seeing the android's point, he concedes, and joins them in hunkering down as the train winds deeper and deeper into the facility and towards their ultimate goal. Meanwhile, out in the open, a shadow falls over Rail Canyon, cast by the arrival of the Egg Fleet, which thanks to the efficiency of its commander, is almost a day ahead of schedule. As he surveys the area with the Doctor by his side, the Metal Commander cannot help but experience a sense of pride, since now at last they can launch the final fortress. Now at last the Eggman Empire will assume its rightful place as rulers of this world, with him as its loyal guardian, ready to destroy any and all who oppose his master's will, starting with that vermin Sonic and his friends. After what feels like forever, Team Sonic and Team Skrapnik at last emerge back into the open of Rail Canyon, and while there is fresh air once more, the afternoon sun is entirely gone. Though this could simply be the result of time passing, the heroes have a hunch as to what might be the cause, having not forgotten the recent events on Skrapnik Island, and so with a sense of foreboding, look skyward, only to have their worst fears realized, as they see the Egg Fleet looming above them. Recognizing that this puts a serious time crunch on their already tight plans, Sonic proposes they split up, saying a few of them should fly up to the fleet and try to stall Metal in the dock, while the rest keep heading down to stop the incomplete warship from launching. Hearing no objections, it's quickly decided that the diversion team should focus on speed, meaning Sonic and Mecha are natural choices, while Tails will fly them up. Though Sigma offers to do so, figuring he will have an easier time carrying Mecha's mechanical weight, Tails is resolute on this point, being unwilling to leave his best friend. Meanwhile, Knuckles and Scrap will head up the demolition effort, with Sigma putting his knowledge of Eggman's design philosophy and own experiences in excavator to good use locating core systems they can destroy. With this settled, the two teams split, as Tails takes flight, a Sonic in each hand, while Scrap, Sigma, and Knuckles ready themselves to jump, as the train draws ever closer to their destination. The flight up to the command ship is not exactly an easy one, as like Sigma had said, Mecha's weight does slow Tails down, though truthfully, he is more concerned with plotting a course that allows them to skirt between the automated cannon's sensors, since otherwise, the only diversion they'll be able to serve as is a firework. Thankfully, having a genius-level intellect, he's able to calculate this on the fly, narrowly avoiding the cannons, even if there are a few close calls, so that before long, they're able to land on a secluded catwalk with an entryway to the ship. Unfortunately, this effort leaves Tails exhausted, with Sonic telling his best bud to take a break here, promising that he and Mecha can handle the rest. Slipping inside, it does not take the two speedsters very long at all to make their way to the bridge, though it seems they do not have the element of surprise as they had thought, with both Eggman and the Metal Commander waiting for them when they arrive. Cackling maniacally, the not-so-good Doctor informs his nemesis an abandoned creation that they're just in time to witness the launch of the final fortress. That is if they can survive another skirmish with his Metal Commander, since as he recalls it, when they last fought neither of them could stand a chance against the new and improved fist of the Eggman Empire. This glee the Doctor is displaying at the thought of Metal fighting his friends sickens Sonic, almost as much as the fact that this is another fight he could have prevented. Though knowing they cannot afford to go off half-cocked against a foe as powerful as the Metal Commander, he looks to Mecha for a game plan, as the android has always been the more level-headed of them. Unfortunately, this logical demeanor is not what the Blue Blur sees when he looks into his doppelganger's single eye now, instead finding wild, passionate fury as he throws himself at the Commander, screaming that he'll crush him. Registering the incoming Scrapnik as a threat, the Metal Commander steps forward to meet him, catching his fist and swinging a punch into Mecha's rusted cheek that sends him reeling. Nonetheless, the one-eyed android quickly rights himself and tries again, this time attempting a speed-boosted kick, as he demands to know why it was Metal and not him the Doctor took the time to fix, to save. This outburst stuns Sonic, as he has no idea why Mecha is acting this way, or with a cruel grin, Eggman replies that it is simple. Metal Sonic is his greatest creation, whereas Mecha Sonic is trash, a broken machine with no reason to exist. If Mecha was incensed before, this comment renders him manic, as he bounces back from his failed kick and immediately goes into a spin dash, intent on shredding his former brother with his quills. However, this is not to be, as by crossing his arms and activating his black shield, the Metal Commander easily negates this, before reaching out a hand and grabbing Mecha's leg as he spins him through the air. Regaining his bearings at last, Sonic rushes in to assist his ally, though this is perhaps not the wisest of decisions, as the Commander uses this as a chance to kill two hedgehogs with one stone, using Mecha as a whip to strike Sonic, knocking him back before the Scrapnik's body is held into his for good measure. From the front of the bridge, Eggman praises his right hand for his brutal efficiency, ordering him to finish off the pair of intruders, while he descends to the final fortress to begin liftoff. He then climbs into his Eggmobile as a hatch opens in the floor, and before either of the heroes can stop him, he is gone. Looking down upon the final fortress, Eggman feels compelled to commend his own genius. Truly it is a marvel of science, and now at last it will be the arc that propels him to his rightful place as ruler of the world. Touching down a moment later in the fortress's command tower, Eggman surveys the instruments. Everything is ready for takeoff, except for a trio of pesky interlopers, who are currently making their way across the deck towards him. Recognizing them as Knuckles and two of his discarded androids, the Doctor opens fire upon them, with a dozen cannons all locking on at once as they unleash a barrage of blasts that the vermin can do little against. At least, that is what Eggman thinks, as here Sigma shows off his own upgrade, that being a specialized jet booster, which allows him to gather up the two Echidna in his arms and quickly ferry them out of the blast zone. However, this is a temporary fix at best, as from down on deck the trio see the cannons already trying to lock onto them again, meaning for now at least, they need to take cover and stay hidden. They just hope Sonic and his team are having better luck than them. Back on the command ship, Sonic is getting creamed, not just by the Metal Commander, but by Mecha, whose berserk state has caused him to stop caring about collateral damage, meaning more than once, the Blue Hedgehog has been the victim of friendly fire in an attempt to hit the Commander, speaking of whom, he remains for the most part undamaged, maintaining an air of complete control over the battle. To prove this, when Mecha comes in for another spin dash, the Metal Commander unleashes an incredibly powerful ring spark field, causing every robot and mechanical instrument on the bridge to short out. Even Sonic is left briefly paralyzed, though being an organic, he is the fastest to recover, rushing in and grabbing the now unconscious body of Mecha before the Blue Menace can finish him off. This puts Sonic in a precarious position, since on one hand he does not need to worry about attacks from Mecha anymore, though on the other, now he must protect his prone form, since even in spite of this little freakout, he is still a friend. Not to mention he still has to contend with the strength of the Metal Commander, something he probably can't do alone, meaning that awful as it is, he's going to have to fall back for now. However, this is easier said than done, as when Sonic attempts to run, the Commander gives chase, being under direct orders from his master to kill the vermin, and with Mecha's added weight slowing him down, Sonic has no chance of escape. As a result, it is not long before the Blue Blur feels the Metal Commander's steely fist close around his throat, as he is lifted into the air and forced to drop Mecha. Coldly, the evil robot informs his loathsome copy that his end is here. Then, with a cruel satisfaction in his glowing red eyes, he begins to squeeze. abilities. Meanwhile, in the virtual world of Metal's mind, the heroic version of the android along with Gamma finally arrive in the central processor, which has been converted into the lair of the Metal Commander. Catching sight of the pair, the robed robot sneers that he had heard they'd escaped their partition, though he would not have believed they were foolish enough to come here and challenge him directly. Standing firm, Metal simply retorts that he has come to reclaim what is his by right, so will give the Commander one chance: surrender control of their body or be destroyed. However, this just earns him a low snarl, as the manifest Darkseid hisses that he has no intention of reverting to his older, weaker build, so now they will see what happens when it is deleted for good, since unlike his master, he will not allow Metal to reform once he has defeated him. As one, the two versions of Metal Sonic then throw themselves at each other, clashing fiercely, while from a slight distance, Gamma opens fire on the Metal Commander, catching him off guard and allowing Metal to land the first decisive hit as he drives his fist into the Commander's jaw. At that exact moment in the real world, the blue bot lets out a grunt of pain, his hand unclasping around Sonic's throat as he recoils from the blow. Though the Hedgehog does not know what caused this, he frankly does not care, grabbing Mecha once more and hurling him through the door they used to get in, while yelling at Tails to take the injured android back to their friends. Worriedly, the Fox asks what about Sonic, though with a resolute look, the Blue Blur replies that he still has a promise he needs to keep to Metalhead, which means he's staying. Unfortunately, this is not up to Sonic, as a moment later, something large and heavy slams into his back, with the Blue Blur recognizing it as the Metal Commander who in his refusal to give up his pursuit had launched himself forward, sending them both plummeting off the walkway and into the open air. Desperately, Tails cries out for his friend, though it is already too late, as in an instant, both Sonic and the Metal Commander crash down hard into the deck of the final fortress. Displaying some more of that ruthless efficiency, the evil android then begins laying into his target, while his friends are forced to watch on helplessly, being pinned down by the fortress's turrets. Even Tails can do nothing, as when he and Mecha descend into the cannon's range, they are forced to take cover as well, truly leaving Sonic on his own. To his credit, the Blue Blur is holding his own somewhat, having faced the Metal Commander twice now, and learned from both experiences, though all the same, it is plain to see that he is losing, with not even the occasional unexplained grunts of pain and brief recoilings by the evil android being enough to give him the edge. However, all is not lost, as suddenly, a new sound rings out through the canyon, that being one of the final fortress's turrets exploding, as it is struck by a cannon shell from somewhere out of sight. Looking up, the assembled heroes and villains see the culprit is none other than a giant anti-aircraft turret lining the top of the canyon, with it coming as a further shock when a moment later the other turrets also turn inwards and begin firing on the final fortress, decimating its artillery and doing serious damage to the hull. Furiously, Eggman demands to know what the meaning of this is, with his answer coming a moment later as the voice of Shadow booms over the base's intercom, with him informing his one-time ally that his team have seized control of every weapon in Rail Canyon thanks to Omega's intel and Rouge's ace hacking, meaning this battle is as good as done. Taking this as their cue, the remaining members of Team Sonic and Scrapnik rush the Metal Commander in an attempt to overwhelm him with numbers and force him to ease up on Sonic, with this distraction being just what the Blue Blur needs to land a serious blow of his own on his old rival, during that he'll make it up to Metalhead later, but right now this jerk needs to go. A sentiment shared by the consciousness of Metal, who uses the moment of vulnerability created by this hit to land one of his own on the Virtual Commander. By employing this unwitting tag team strategy, the heroes of the real world along with Team Metal are finally able to gain the upper hand, with Eggman letting out a splutter of indignant confusion at the sight of his perfected creation being beaten by rats and rejects, while his final fortress is being blown to pieces by his own hijacked turrets. However, perhaps there is a way in which this can still be salvaged, and so summoning one of his lesser robots, he demands to know if they had retrieved the final piece, like the Commander had ordered, to which the simple machine gives an affirmative beep and places something in his palm. At once, the Doctor begins to cackle madly. Yes, this is just what he needs. Soon his Metal Commander will be unstoppable, and the little band of Sonic heroes will be in for a nasty shock. Down below, the Metal Commander is starting to struggle, having to fight a battle on two fronts, as in the real world, Tails and a reawakened Mecha have entered the fray, with the latter seeming to be back in his right mind after that rather hard reboot, while Amy has descended from the top of the canyon to lend a hand with a couple of Rose Typhoons. Meanwhile, inside his mind, those nuisances Metal and Gamma are dealing heavy blows to his processor and life data, which is causing his internal systems to go haywire and impeding his functionality, thus preventing him from fighting either set of foes at peak efficiency. That is until a bellow pierces the din of battle, as Eggman cries out to his creation, ordering him to take this, as he throws something small and green towards the Metal Commander. At first, the heroes all fear that it is a Chaos Emerald, though to their surprise, when the android grabs hold of the unidentified flying object, they all see that it is none other than Froggy. At once, everything changes, as with the maniacal laugh worthy of his master, the Metal Commander decrees that now that he is the life data of the Chaos Remnant, he can ascend to his ultimate form, while all around him, the pieces of the final fortress that Team Dark had blown up begin zooming towards him and wrapping him in a cocoon before rapidly shifting shape into a giant metallic dragon, the likes of which the heroes have never seen before. Letting out an exultant roar, this new beast born of fervor, this metal madness as it were, jeers that now at last he is truly unstoppable, a claim he immediately proceeds to back up by unleashing a gout of flame which sends the heroes scurrying back. In an attempt to provide some cover, Shadow, Omega, and Rouge all begin firing their turrets at Metal Madness, though with less concern than one would give a fly, he simply retaliates with missiles of his own, with these being enough to decimate the traitorous turrets and force the anti-hero trio down onto the deck for the final confrontation. As this is happening, the mental projection of the Metal Commander undergoes a similar metamorphosis, so that now Metal and Gamma are forced to contend with a Metal Madness of their own. Nonetheless, they do not back down, having come too far and lost too much to even consider the possibility of surrender. To this end, Metal launches himself upwards, spin dashing first into the dragon's vertically positioned eyes, before rolling across his back to create a painful grinding sensation, while Gamma employs his jet booster to join the pair and begin shooting at Metal Madness. Though these bullets are not terribly damaging, they do serve as a good distraction, allowing Metal to land several hits on the dragon's joints and exposed wiring for major damage. This naturally infuriates Metal Madness, who tries desperately to swipe at the little bother with his claws and tail, though unfortunately he is unable to land a decisive blow, both due to Metal's incredible speed and because the heroes of the real world have begun their counterattack. Knowing they cannot take this thing in a head-on confrontation, the three teams have once again split up, with Teams Dark and Scrapnik each taking up positions on either side of the monster as they attempt to draw its attention away from each other, and most importantly Team Sonic, who have vanished in order to complete their own objective. Briefly, Shadow wishes that he and his team hadn't destroyed the final fortress's cannons, as they would have come in handy now as a means to distract Metal Madness. Though having no time to dwell on regret, he instead works with what he has, having Omega act as a stand-in, launching himself, Rouge, and Amy from his cannon arm so they can strike at their foe's head. Meanwhile, Team Scrapnik have dedicated themselves to destroying the wires connecting the base of Metal Madness to the fortress, employing their excavation skills to hack away at the plates and wires, with each blow sending a jolt up the angry dragon's body. For the most part, these two diversions prove successful, as Metal Madness cannot focus his considerable power on a single team, allowing them to avoid his counterattacks. Though the true benefit is that in the midst of this bombardment, the monstrosity fails to notice that there is one key part of his anatomy the heroes are ignoring, the glowing blue core mounted on the top of his abdomen. This is Team Sonic's target, and seeing their allies have Metal Madness right where they want him, the trio begin their run-up, knowing they will only get one shot at this. Using the final fortress's deck as a runway, Team Sonic start gaining speed, waiting until the surroundings begin to blur before Knuckles performs his job, hurling the other two into the air as hard and fast as he can. This sends both Sonic and Tails flying, and it is here the latter comes in, as using some more of that big brain trigonometry and spatial awareness, he is able to deliver a spinning kick to Sonic which perfectly alters his flight path and puts him right on course to collide with the core. At that exact moment in the mind space, Metal adopts the same heading, thanks to Gamma creating an opening for him, with the fastest machine in existence knowing that this is the only way to ensure Metal Madness is permanently defeated. In a tone that cannot entirely mask his fear, the mechanical Drake warns his smaller counterpart against this, stating that in this form he is linked directly to their shared central processor, which means destroying him runs the risk of destroying them both. However, this scare tactic will not work on Metal, as having already reached the same conclusion, he has prepared himself for such an eventuality, reasoning that he was already willing to die for his friends in his home, so if it is to happen here rather than falling from the Ark, so be it. That is still preferable to being Eggman's tool of destruction and a danger to those he cares about. With this resolve to power him, Metal enters overdrive, a determined set to his green eyes. Then as one, both he and Sonic plunge through the Metal Madness's core, feeling more than hearing the explosions they leave in their wake. For Sonic, this culminates in him bursting through the other side and skidding to a stop, not too far from Team Scrapnik, while for Metal, he is swallowed in darkness, and makes no attempt to resist it this time. In the aftermath of this attack, Metal Madness slumps forward, the light of his eyes entirely extinguished, while down below, the heroes watch on, saddened that it came to this, though all aware that this is what Metal would have chosen for the sake of the world. Then, to their surprise, something begins to flicker in those oddly positioned eyes. Light. Green light. Lifting his head with a roar, Metal, who is in control of his body once again, begins firing off a series of missiles, first to disable the egg fleet to remain above them, before turning his attention to decimating the final fortress so that it will never be able to take flight. Furiously, Eggman screeches that this is impossible, though his protests are drowned out by the cheers of the heroes as they welcome their friend back. In a solemn tone, Metal thanks everyone for coming after him, before turning a hateful glare on the fortress's command tower, where Eggman is located. With a snarl, the hero reborn declares that he will make his creator pay for what he has done to him and his friends. Then, before the Doctor can protest, he unleashes a gout of flame upon the man, which he is only able to narrowly avoid by turning his Eggmobile to turbo mode. Nonetheless, Metal will not be satisfied with simply running him off, and so charging some sort of crystalline beam, he fires it, watching as it strikes the Eggmobile and sends it spiraling out of sight. Now that the battle is over, Metal relinquishes this transformation, allowing the debris of the final fortress to fall away, while he uses the Metal Commander's shape-shifting upgrade to revert to his original form, green eyes and all. In a teasing voice, Rouge asks if this is such a good idea, since it would be pretty handy to have a giant robot dragon on their side. Though, all the same, she along with the others crowd around Metal, clearly delighted to have him back. At least, most of them are, as before this reunion can truly begin, Omega barges his way to the front of the group and shoves his gun arm in Metal's face, declaring his intention to destroy the Metal Commander now that he is weakened. Hastily, Amy attempts to explain that Metal and the Commander are different people, so it makes no sense to punish their friend for something the villain did, though with something like a sigh, Metal replies that this is not entirely true. Logically speaking, it was a version of him that tormented Omega, so he has every right to hold him responsible for the crimes the Commander committed in his absence. Worriedly, Tails gasps that this doesn't mean Metal is going to let Omega kill him, is he? Though with a shake of his head, the Blue Bot replies that he is not, since that would be an insult to all his friends' sacrifice to rescue him. Instead, he proposes that once he's recovered, the two of them clash one last time in fair combat. That way, no matter the outcome, their ledger will be balanced. Briefly, Omega considers this proposition, then deeming it logical, he retracts his hand, stating that he will return to claim his due in time, his tone suggesting that while he has agreed to this stay of execution, his grudge against Metal is not lessened in the slightest. In a kind voice, Sigma then offers that if Omega would like, he can join their group and stay with them in preparation for this duel, though to his surprise he is promptly rebuffed, as the Red E series states that he has no interest in the company of worthless consumer models, and that he will instead hunt down the Doctor, since he is certain he survived that crash. With this rather abrupt farewell, Omega then clanks away, leaving the rest of the heroes to decide on their next move. Thanks to the final fortress being rendered completely inoperable, and the Egg Fleet having been taken out of commission for a while, it seems that all there is left to do is go home and celebrate their victory. However, when Mecha extends a hand to his brother, asking if he's ready to go, the Blue Bot shakes his head, unable to look any of his friends in the eye, as he replies that right now he thinks he needs some time to himself. This clearly saddens the heroes, though respecting what an ordeal this has been for Metal, they do not attempt to stop him, instead simply stating they will be eagerly waiting for his return, with Sonic in particular grinning that he better not take too long, since he's itching for another race. Nodding thoughtfully, Metal thanks them all once again for not giving up on him. Then, with his face turned to the horizon, he fires up his jet engine and takes flight, his mind already deep in thought. A few weeks have passed since the battle aboard the final fortress, and during that time Metal has wandered and pondered, his mind on one question: how can he move on from what he has done as the Metal Commander? For even though Amy had charitably claimed that he and the Commander are different entities, Metal knows better, since Eggman didn't have to add anything that wasn't already there to make him into that monster. He just had to take away his bonds, and the hatred that had turned him against his creator. Two seemingly minor tweaks were all it had taken, and even now he still feels the Metal Commander's instincts urging him to be cruel and power-hungry. If this is who he truly is, how can he face his friends again? This thought has kept the Blue Bot in self-imposed exile, though thankfully, nothing has arisen which had required his help, with the most notable occurrence being an impromptu meteor shower, when someone, presumably Shadow, used the Eclipse cannon to blow up a large black comet that was making its way towards Earth. However, this all changes one evening while Metal is making his way through Holy Summit, as he picks up something strange on his Chaos Emerald radar. One of the emeralds is transmuting into something else, something new. Recognizing the source of this strange reading is not too far from here, the android sets off to investigate, having a hunch that whatever caused a Chaos Emerald to suddenly change cannot be a good thing. Tracking the signal to its source, Metal is distinctly unsurprised to find a small building designed in the likeness of Dr. Eggman's face, though there is one odd aspect to it. The door is ajar, which suggests he is not the first to be drawn to this anomalous activity, as for all his faults, the Doctor is not careless when it comes to security. Creeping inside, the Blue Bot recognizes two familiar faces, Rouge and Shadow, seemingly caught up in heated discussion in front of a model of robot he's never seen before, and so descends to join them, just in time to learn that this machine is known as a Gizoid, which shares the designation of ultimate life form with Shadow. Tersely, the black and red hedgehog expresses his intent to destroy the Gizoid, though having not forgotten his purpose in the midst of his inner turmoil, Metal refuses to allow this, stating that it is unnecessary, as he can take the robot, thus removing it from Eggman's clutches. However, this is not what Shadow is concerned about, explaining that the Gizoid is a weapon of mass destruction, so the only way to ensure it does not cause catastrophic damage is to see it destroyed. Coolly, Rouge questions if this was in the same line of thinking that resulted in the Ark being raided and him being placed in suspended animation for 50 years, an assertion which makes Shadow scowl, while with determination in his green eyes, Metal steps between the Gizoid and the Hedgehog, his fist raised in a clear sign that he will fight to defend his fellow android if the need arises. Scowl only deepening, Shadow asks what Metal intends to do with the Gizoid if he lets him have it, to which the fastest machine in existence replies that he will attempt to rid it of any pre-existing malevolent programming so that it may live freely, instead of being forced to exist as a weapon. Having seen this work firsthand, both through himself and Metal, Shadow cannot deny there is a chance the Bluebot might be able to save this new android, and so agrees not to kill the Gizoid right this moment, though he does insist on tagging along with the pair of machines, warning that if this thing turns out to be as dangerous as he suspects, he will not hesitate to dispatch it before it can threaten the planet. Before Metal can reply, however, something comes along to draw everyone's attention, that being a horde of steely grey guard robots, who begin opening fire on the trio with their shoulder-mounted cannons, having evidently been activated when the heroes tripped the base's security system. Knowing they are hardly in the best position to fight while trying to protect the Gizoid, the three interlopers decide to make a hasty retreat, with Metal taking his new charge by the hand and ordering it to follow him as he begins to run. This at last causes the Gizoid to activate, as it obediently keeps pace with the Bluebot, showing no trouble at matching his impressive speeds, as the now group of four burst out of the subterranean base and make their way up the street and into Club Rouge. Thankfully, due to the time, the club is deserted, with the Bat telling her guest to get upstairs and lie low, since she has a feeling Eggman's going to come looking for them now that they've stolen his Gizoid. Curiously, Metal asks what she intends to do, with Rouge explaining that she's going to go do some digging and see what she can learn about this Gizoid from her government contacts, since considering all the cloak and daggers surrounding Project Shadow, there's no way they haven't been keeping tabs on a second ultimate life form. Nodding his understanding, Metal does as he's bid, taking the Gizoid with him, while Shadow wordlessly follows, his eyes still watching the beige bot with suspicion. Once they are settled in a small storage room, Metal attempts to speak with the Gizoid, asking it its name, as well as any other details about itself that it might be able to provide. Unfortunately, here it proves most unhelpful, not because it is uncooperative, but because it appears to have trouble forming complete sentences, giving only garbled responses about not representing or becoming something. Recognizing this as a dead end, Metal instead turns his focus to analyzing the Gizoid, since he can still sense that anomalous Chaos Emerald signature inside it, almost like it has become the Emerald, or rather, the Emerald has become it. Since Shadow doesn't much care beyond his belief that this thing is dangerous, Metal instead shares this finding with Rouge when she returns the following afternoon, believing it to be logical that they should exchange data to get the most complete understanding of what the Gizoid is and how it functions. Coyly, Rouge teases that it's cute the way Metal is like a proud father, telling anyone who will listen about his kid, though she is able to provide some insight into why the beige robot is the way it is, stating that it is powered by Chaos Emeralds, with its system being designed to integrate all of them, so if he wants the Gizoid to develop beyond its current garbled and mostly inert state, he's going to need to get it some more emeralds. Suspiciously, Shadow asks why she's telling them this, since he'd have thought she'd be against such a plan, seeing as how if the Gizoid absorbs the Chaos Emeralds, then she can't have them, but with a smirk, she tells the Hedgehog not to be so distrustful, reminding them that they are on the same side after all. Judging from the slight narrowing of his eyes, Shadow does not buy this altruistic explanation, and so letting out a sigh, Rouge concedes that she would like to use its knowledge from 4,000 years ago to locate a bunch of ancient jewels and treasures, though she can't do that until it has all 7 Chaos Emeralds, since right now, it has formed something called a link with Metal, meaning it only listens to him. This explains why it ran when he commanded it to, though all the same, Metal asks if there is a way to break this link, as he does not want to be the Gizoid's master. He wants it to be free, with Rouge grinning that this is what she's trying to tell him. The way to free, or as her research calls it, awaken the Gizoid is simple. He just needs to have it absorb all 7 Chaos Emeralds, then give it one final command as its master, bring hope to humanity. If he does that, it will be a completely independent entity, who will never have to serve anyone ever again. This makes matters much simpler for Metal, as now he has a clear goal again, and so thanks Rouge for her help, for telling the Gizoid and Shadow to follow him, as with his radar, he can track down the other emeralds quite quickly. However, here Rouge stops the Bluebot, stating that he really is just like Sonic, and before he goes rushing off, there are 2 things they need to talk about. The first of which is giving that Gizoid a name, since they can't just go around calling it the Gizoid. Accepting the Bat's point, Metal queries if she has any in mind, with Rouge rattling off a few, including Shard, Bug Eyes, and Emerald, the last of which actually causes the Gizoid to turn its head, as if responding to the name. Taking this as a signal from the mostly non-verbal bot, Metal agrees to begin addressing his beige-coloured charge as Emerald, a courtesy Shadow makes no attempt to extend, as he instead asks what the other matter is Rouge wanted to discuss. Frowning a little at his blunt manner, Rouge replies that lately she's been doing the other 3 a lot of favours, letting them stay here and telling them what she knows about Emerald, so it's high time they start paying her back. Scoffing slightly, Shadow states that he knew it would be something like that, asking what happened to them being on the same side, though in contrast, Metal calls this quid pro quo a logical exchange, asking what she has in mind. Evidently pleased with this response, Rouge replies that she has a job in mind they can do for her, which is perfectly suited for a pair of muscleheads. Someone's been robbing jewelry stores, and she wants the guys to put a stop to it, since if this other thief steals all the good stuff, there'll be nothing left for her. Not even dignifying this selfish motive with a response, Shadow rises to his feet, beckoning with his head for Metal to follow, and giving a nod the blue bot does so, meaning Emerald also comes along due to their link. At Rouge's instruction, the trio head for a jewelry store in another part of Central City, which according to Metal's radar also houses a Chaos Emerald, meaning this excursion is mutually beneficial. In fact, there are 4 signals emanating from that store, one which is clearly a Chaos Emerald, while the other 3 are weaker, only emitting 1/5 of the Chaos energy the other emerald is. This makes no sense, as to Metal's knowledge, a Chaos Emerald's power cannot be divided, though the answer becomes all too clear when they arrive, finding Eggman floating in his Eggmobile, while 3 gunmetal grey emerald lookalikes pillage the shop. Upon spotting the heroes, Eggman mockingly greets them, asking how they like his newest creation, the E121 Fies, though Metal is in no mood for banter with the man who defiled and tormented him for over a year, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful flying kick to the Eggmobile, courtesy of Rouge's life data. This brutal attack leaves the Doctor in something of a panic, as it reminds him not only why he wanted Metal back on his side, but also why he should be concerned now that he is an enemy again, with him ordering his Fies to take care of their outdead predecessor. However, before the trio can lay a finger on Metal, a new warrior enters the fray, that being Shadow, as he uses a short-range Chaos Control teleport to appear in front of the blue bot, telling him to focus on Eggman while he handles the spares. Nodding, Metal resumes his onslaught against his now panicked creator, employing several of the techniques the Metal Commander stole from his friends, while Shadow unleashes a volley of Chaos Spears, which prove quite effective in keeping the Fies at bay. However, despite being based on the rather simple-looking emerald, these little grey doppelgangers are not without their wiles, as when Shadow begins laying to 2 of them, the third sneaks off and attempts to strike Metal from behind. That is until the real emerald steps in, or rather, leaps in, as with shocking speed and power, the beige bot perfectly mimics Metal's previous flying kick, driving its foot into its grey counterpart's head, instantly destroying it. For a moment, the battlefield falls silent and still, as everyone turns to face Emerald, having not expected that, with Eggman being the first to speak, as he muses that this is the power of the Gizoid, a completely empty vessel with infinite potential that can be shaped however its master desires. Truly a perfect replacement for his failed Metal Commander. Yes, now that he has seen it in action, he must reclaim it. This naturally only infuriates Metal further after all he's been through, with the blue bot warning the Doctor not to try if he wants to live, his green eyes burning with such intense hatred that Eggman decides it's best to retreat until he has a more complete plan of how he will reacquire the Gizoid, though not before declaring he'll still get his hands on the other emeralds in the meantime, a maniacal cackle bursting from his lips. When the Doctor is gone, Metal slumps slightly, shame and guilt rising in him, not only for his response to seeing Eggman again, but also how quickly he had drawn on the Metal Commander's power. Meanwhile, using a couple of Chaos Spears, Emerald promptly finishes off the other 2 Fies, though this is not all it does, as when they are defeated, it extracts a fragment of what appears to be a Chaos Emerald from all 3 of their chests, with Metal at last understanding the weakest signals that were showing up on his radar. Giving the Gizoid a wary look after what he's seen it do, Shadow instead speaks to Metal, informing him those will have to be reforged into a whole emerald before Emerald can absorb them, with the android replying that from what he can tell, there are 2 more fragments they'll need to acquire, though for now, they should focus on giving Emerald the Chaos Emerald Eggman tried and failed to steal here. He then makes his way through the broken glass and jewelry as he collects the aforementioned gem, and offers it to the beige bot, with Emerald briefly laying both hands on the Chaos Emerald before it is seemingly absorbed into him. At first, nothing appears to have changed, though this is proven false when Emerald speaks his first complete sentence.
Thank you, Father.
Truthfully, Metal isn't entirely sure what to think of this, until Shadow proposes that the Gizoid must have heard Rouge calling him a proud father, and registered that as his title, concluding that it's better than Master at least. Metal does not object, telling Emerald that he is welcome, and even laying a hand on his shoulder, a gesture the beige bot immediately apes in an infantile manner, which Metal cannot help but find oddly endearing. Nonetheless, now is hardly the time to be slowing down, as with Eggman also on the hunt for Chaos Emeralds, the trio know that they have to move quickly. Thankfully, there are 2 in close proximity, with the closer being located in the neighbouring Emerald Town. Making their way over, Metal and his team find that this too is a jewelry shop, though not one which has been ransacked, with this giving the android hope that it will be a simple monetary transaction. Unfortunately, nothing could be further from the truth, as having heard about robots attacking stores on the news, the shopkeeper immediately grows hostile upon seeing Metal and Emerald, even throwing an empty soda can at the blue bot, as he orders him to get out or else. This is precisely the wrong thing to do, as being too immature to comprehend the motivation behind this action, Emerald simply mimics what he has seen his father do when confronted with Eggman's aggression, which is to attack without restraint. Leaping onto the counter, the beige bot begins raining chaos spears down on the shopkeeper, with Metal himself having to step in and stop them with his black shield, or sharply ordering Emerald to desist. Due to their link, he obeys, though it is clear he does not understand why, his face a mix of hurt and confusion as he tries to rationalize why his father would be angry at him when he was only following his example and trying to protect him. Recognizing this in the Gizoid's eyes, Metal reminds himself of what Eggman had said about Emerald being a completely empty vessel, almost like a newborn child, internalizing whatever it sees. If that is the case, then he has already done so much wrong, with this entire encounter being his fault, and yet another thing he is uncertain how to make amends for. Hoping he can start by checking on the shopkeeper to see if they're alright, he turns to face them, though as their eyes meet, he sees only terror, that same terror he's seen countless times before through the eyes of the Metal Commander. Rising to their feet, the jewelry store owner flees, urging Metal to take whatever he wants so long as he doesn't hurt them, with this only deepening Metal's ennui, and as he looks between their retreating figure and that of Emerald who still appears confused and stung, he wonders not for the first time whether it would have been better for all concerned if he had simply stayed broken after the Ark incident. Seeing something of this in the android's green eyes, Shadow pulls Metal aside as he firmly tells him to pull himself together, stating now is hardly the time for long introspections, as they are still in a race against the Doctor. Though Metal does not object, it is plain to see that this is not the same as agreement, with this earning a deep sigh from Shadow, as he admits that he understands what the android is thinking and feeling. There are times he wishes he was never created as well, since if he hadn't been, his closest friend wouldn't have been murdered by gun operatives, and countless other people including Metal himself wouldn't have been hurt during his misguided quest for vengeance. However, if he lets himself fall to pieces, or worse, if he were to throw in the towel, nothing would get better, and it would make Maria's death, and the suffering of everyone else who has been negatively impacted by him completely pointless. No, there's only one way to make things right, and that's to keep moving forward no matter how much it hurts, until they've done enough good to make up for all the bad their existence has brought into the world. Recognizing the truth of these words, Metal thanks Shadow, though his eyes are on Emerald, a true innocent, and one he can still help, part of which involves setting a better example than he has so far. Stepping away from the black and red hedgehog, the blue bot then offers Emerald a third Chaos Emerald from inside a display case, with the Gizoid gratefully taking it and absorbing it into himself like the previous one. Though there is no overt physical change once again, Metal does notice one slight difference, with that being the way Emerald carries himself, as it now bears a greater resemblance to Metal's own stance and gait, a simple but touching tribute. Following this, the trio head north towards Holy Summit, where the next Emerald is, with Emerald exhibiting another of his father's traits, as he reveals himself to have an inbuilt Chaos Emerald radar, stating that if they take the most efficient route, they should be able to acquire it in less than an hour. However, it seems this estimation might be slightly off, as partway through the trek, Metal orders a halt to the proceedings, his eyes locked on a figure who stands waiting further up the mountain path, one he knows well, but who cannot possibly be here. Gamma. Stepping in front of Emerald, Metal queries who this Gamma lookalike is, suspicion to his tone, laced with a hint of wistfulness. In a flat tone that perfectly mimics the Fallen E series, the newcomer replies that he is Gamma, and that he has come to protect the Gizoid, before ordering him to surrender Emerald into his custody and leave. This immediately sets off alarm bells in Metal's head, as the friend he knows would never make such demand, and so as Emerald meekly states that he does not want to go with the red robot, Metal assures him that he will not have to, before once more instructing the imposter to identify himself. Seeing this ruse isn't working, the faux Gamma resorts to Plan B, attacking, with him activating drive mode and zooming towards Emerald, angered to his modulated voice as he demands the Gizoid hand over the Chaos Emerald the Doctor implanted in him, as by rights it should be his. However, before the E-Series can get anywhere near Emerald, Metal steps in, his green eyes flashing with disgust at what an insult this fake Gamma is to his friend's memory, as he fires off a blue laser from his chest, which forces the imposter to veer off course in order to avoid being bisected. Firmly, the blue bot then tells this faker that this is his last warning, though exhibiting Gamma's unbreakable will, the imitation is already back on the attack, having swapped out of drive mode and begun launching grenades at Emerald now. Once more, Metal acts as a bulwark, activating his black shield and flying from projectile to projectile, knocking them away from his beige charge. Unfortunately, it seems this is just what the fake Gamma wants, as manifesting a pair of drawers on his front, he charges, with Metal having to play catch-up, as he throws himself between the E-Series and Emerald, just as his shield runs out of power. As a result, there is nothing protecting the blue bot, with the draw piercing several of his core systems, so that when he hits the ground, he cannot get back up. In his weakened state, Metal cannot even fight off the darkness as it begins clawing its way in from the corners of his vision, though before unconsciousness takes him, he does bear witness to one last troubling sight, an infuriated Emerald brutally attacking this fake Gamma with no concern for his own well-being, so long as he's able to inflict pain on the red robot. Briefly, Metal wishes he could say it was unlike anything he had ever seen before, though this would be false, as it is precisely the same as his own attack on Eggman back at the jewelry store. Some father he's turned out to be. An indeterminate amount of time later, Metal comes back online, his surroundings a familiar one, Tails' workshop, though not the same workshop as the one he'd been repaired in so long ago, when he considered the Yellow Fox his enemy. As expected, there is Tails, working tirelessly, though when he sees that Metal is awake, he smiles, saying that he was beginning to worry he'd never wake up. Factually, Metal replies that he is grateful to the young genius for repairing him, with Tails shrugging that it was his pleasure, while adding it's good to see him again. At these words, a shadow passes over Metal's eyes, as he is reminded of why he had absented himself from his friends in the first place. Recognizing the emotion, even if the cause is unclear, Tails hastily changes the subject, stating that while Metal's been unconscious, he's gotten to know Emerald, calling him a fascinating machine, and laughing that he can't believe something so advanced as 4,000 years old, yet still acts like a kid, having not left Metal's side for a moment since Shadow brought them here. Looking around for the Gizoid, Metal finds him standing off to the side, near enough to feel close, but just far enough that he's not in the way of Tails' repairs. Even from a glance, it is clear to see that he is tense, bordering on distressed, with the slant of his head and hunching of his shoulders telling Metal all he needs to know. Sitting upright to look at the beige bot, Metal instructs him to come closer. Then, when he is within reach, he lays a metallic hand on Emerald's head, in a somewhat awkward attempt at the sort of comforting gesture Mecha or Sigma would employ if they were here, while assuring the Gizoid there is no cause for concern, as he is still functional, meaning they will be able to complete their objective and awaken him. Chuckling slightly while shaking his head, Tails suggests that he doesn't think Emerald's worried about the mission, since from what he's gathered, he's a lot like Metal, caring deeply for those close to him, and wanting to protect them no matter the cost. Now it is Metal's turn to sigh, as he agrees that this is very true, though he just hopes he can prevent his charge from picking up some of his worst traits. For a time, no one speaks, as Tails finishes up his work, though before Metal or Emerald can prepare to leave, a loud noise draws their attention, that of a door being thrown open, as Sonic's voice calls out, asking if Tails and Metal are here. At once, Emerald is in attack mode, mistaking the loudness and abrupt arrival for hostility, and so using Metal's copied speed, rushes off to confront the intruder, while Tails apologizes that he forgot to mention that he told Sonic and Amy Metal was here, so they've probably dropped in to check on him. Bolting to his feet, Metal rushes out of the lab and into the foyer where Emerald has Sonic by the throat, with the blue bot calling for his beige charge to stop, not sure if he's more concerned that Emerald will hurt Sonic, or that Sonic will hurt Emerald in his escape. Hearing this order, Emerald obeys, dropping the hedgehog and acknowledging the command with a perfunctory "Yes, father," which causes both Sonic and Amy to burst out in wide grins, as Amy beams that she's so happy for Metal, while Sonic teases that this kid's a real chip off the old block, since if he remembers correctly, a certain blue android also tried to kill him when they first met. Keeping his tone light in spite of the shame welling up inside him at the sight of more friends he's hurt, Metal introduces them both to Emerald, with Amy gushing over the Gizoid as she introduces herself as Auntie Amy, while Sonic asks if Metal has been teaching the kid to fight, since from what he saw when he attacked him, Emerald's style mirrors the blue bot's quite heavily. Shaking his head, Metal soberly states that like him, Emerald has the power of mimicry, though it is even more acute, as he is constantly learning just from observing those around him, with that fighting style coming from watching him face off against Eggman and imitation Gamma. Grinning, Sonic says that sounds pretty useful as a teacher, though if the blue bot's worried about that, why not go home for a while, since he's sure Mecha, Sig, and Scrap would be happy to help with the kid. Letting out a deep sigh at this suggestion, Metal replies that he can't. Not yet in any case, with Sonic nodding that he can tell the android's going through a lot, so if he needs to do this on his own, that's fine, but he shouldn't forget that he's got plenty of pals to back him up if he needs them. This complete lack of recrimination leaves Metal speechless for a moment, as he doesn't understand how everyone can be so willing to forgive all the things he's done as the Metal Commander, though when he does speak, there is a lightness to his voice that has not been there for a long time, as he thanks the hedgehog for these words, saying that for now, that knowledge is enough. He then turns to Emerald, stating that it's time they get going, as they still have to gather up the remaining Chaos Emeralds, though before the pair of androids can depart, Tails speaks up, suggesting they run some quick tests before Metal goes, to make sure the repairs worked, since the last thing they want is for him to fall apart on the road, leaving Emerald defenseless. Though Metal highly doubts the Gizzard could ever be called defenseless, considering everything he's already picked up, he sees the logic to Tails' plan, and so agrees, with Sonic grinning that he'll happily help out, before proposing they start with a race down on the beach. Noting that this would be appropriate, Metal follows the Blue Blur as he leads the group down to Emerald Beach, feeling for the first time like perhaps things can return to the way they were before. That is until he catches sight of the figure waiting for him there, Omega, here to receive justice for the crimes of the Metal Commander. In his tactless manner, the E-Series bluntly informs the heroes that by monitoring Eggman Empire communications, he learned that Metal was here, before demanding they commence their duel immediately as he has waited long enough. Worriedly, Amy tries to talk her former teammate down, saying Metal's still recovering, though in a perfectly calm tone, the Blue Bot agrees to the Red Rogue's demands, saying it will be an ideal stress test, and that with his repairs having recently been completed, he can see no logical reason to delay any longer. Worriedly, Emerald attempts to protest, telling his father that he doesn't want him to fight the E-Series, evidently scared by the visual similarity between Omega and the fake Gamma, though still in his level voice, Metal reassures his charge that he has no cause to fear, since he did promise to free Emerald, meaning he has no intention of dying by Omega's hand. He simply needs to complete this outstanding task. On these words, Metal and Omega begin circling each other, with the Red Robot declaring that he will destroy the Metal Commander. Evenly, Metal replies that he is free to try if he believes it will bring him peace, though he should know that he, Metal, is not his enemy, and that he wishes him no ill. This is simply making right one of the many wrongs his dark reflection left in his wake. From a glance, it is plain to see that Omega does not care about this nuance, opening fire on Metal as soon as he finishes speaking, with the Blue Bot zigzagging out of the way as he moves towards the other android, closing in on him. Believing this to be a tactical error, Omega readies himself for an easy kill, figuring that up close the commander will have nowhere to dodge, though this proves to be a critical misapprehension, as by employing his incredible speed, Metal is able to outpace Omega's bullets and launch himself into the air just as he passes the E-Series head, allowing him to deliver a quick kick to the part of his casing which houses a targeting system, temporarily disabling it. Touching down, Metal waits in anticipation for Omega's surrender, as no logical machine would use its gun without a guidance system, meaning he has managed to end this fight without cruelty or unnecessary damage, something he hopes Emerald can recognize. Unfortunately, this line of thinking demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of who Omega is, as he is not like Gamma or Sigma, both of whom would refrain, with the Red Robot instead choosing to unleash a hail of bullets blindly, in the hope that one will eliminate his target. Seeing this, Metal takes flight again, his black shield bursting into life as he attempts to soak up all the bullets that might hit his friends, while closing in on Omega once more. As he had hoped, this forces the E-Series to switch to melee combat, reverting his arms from their gun configuration back into hands so that he can grab at Metal, though once again, the fastest machine in existence makes use of his speed advantage to avoid this, moving so fast that for a moment he leaves an afterimage in his wake, as he faints, then appears on Omega's other side. For a moment, the E-Series feels his oil run cold, as he looks into the eyes of his tormentor, knowing exactly what will come next, a painful ring spark field to overload his circuitry and force him to submit. However, here he is mistaken, as changing course at the last second, Metal instead spin dashes into Omega's legs, using the android's top-heavy nature to knock him off his feet without inflicting undue harm, while he skids to a stop beside his beaten foe. Then, he does something which shocks Omega even more. He offers him a hand up, stating that he fought well, but he believes their duel has concluded. Rising to his feet unassisted, Omega protests that he is still functional, and therefore can still fight, though in a flat tone, Metal retorts that be that as it may, he is not in a state where he can win, and never will be so long as his hatred for the Metal Commander blinds him. It's time they both stop letting that spectre rule over their lives and move on, an objective that may be easier to achieve if they approach it as allies, or perhaps even friends. He then offers Omega his hand once again, though, like before, is rebuffed, as the Red E-Series states that he does not take orders from the Metal Commander, before storming off, leaving Metal unsure as to whether his words have the desired effect on the mercurial machine or not. Nonetheless, with this business now concluded, he turns his attention back to Emerald, hoping that this will have served as a lesson that there are other ways to fight beyond aggression and overwhelming force, as well as the value of mercy. Though, at this juncture it is unclear, with the beige bot simply running over to his father, that look of concern still etched on his plated face. Like in the workshop, Metal gently lays a hand on Emerald's head as a means of comfort, having heard no objection from him last time, while with a smile Amy coos that she told the Gizzard his dad would be alright, so he has nothing to worry about. From a slight distance away, another Team Dark alumnus then speaks up, this time being Shadow, as he states that from the look of things Metal is back in working order. Good, since this means they can go. He then tosses the blue bot at Chaos Emerald, presumably the one from the summit which he had gone back to collect, with Metal in turn presenting it to Emerald, and watching as he consumes it like the rest. As this is their first time witnessing discussing this process, Sonic tells and Amy all express fascination, with Sonic joking that he would have thought something about Emerald would change from that, like how he transforms when he goes supersonic, while Amy chides her would-be beau, stating that the beige bot is already perfect just the way he is. Before Sonic can protest this admonishment, Metal cuts in, thanking everyone for their help and promising to see them all again soon, as he beckons for Emerald to join him and Shadow so they can get going. Nodding obediently, the Gizoid trundles over to his father's side, though not before Sonic tells him to be a good boy and not give his dad too much trouble, while Tails assures him that he's always available for more repairs, and Amy gives him a goodbye hug, urging him to come visit sometime, and she'll show him all sorts of fun places in the city. Finally, when the two androids are within range, Shadow tells them to each lay a hand on his back, while in his own hand he produces another Chaos Emerald, which he thrusts forward with a cry of chaos control. A moment later, the trio find themselves on a grassy hill, overlooking an abandoned stretch of highway, though there is no doubt that this is their intended destination, as Metal and Emerald both sense it. One of the Chaos Emeralds is on the move, and headed this way. Figuring it to be Eggman's doing, the group are in agreement that acquiring it before it reaches its destination should be their top priority, though to their surprise, when an armoured truck accompanied by two helicopters comes rolling into view, the logo emblazoned on their sides is not that of the Eggman Empire, but instead a red, white and blue reticle with a stylized G in the centre. In a low, furious voice, Shadow informs his companions that this is worse than Eggman. This is Gun, with Metal recognizing that name from what the black and red hedgehog had told him of his own history and what they had done to him. Endeavoring to keep him from doing something he will regret later, Metal suggests that Shadow stay up here as lookout, in case more gun vehicles come along, though still in that hateful hiss, the ultimate lifeform replies that there's no way he's sitting this one out. In that moment, Metal is reminded of the Shadow he met during the Ark incident, the one who wanted nothing more than to destroy humanity, the one who was his enemy, but recognizing that he cannot talk him out of coming along, he instead decides to do the next best thing, and keep an eye on him. As one, the trio of speedsters begin descending the hill at high speed, though with the two helicopters using their searchlights to scan the area, they cannot get close without risk of being attacked. Logical as ever, Metal suggests that they take these lights out first, since with his jet engine, he should be able to get up and smash one, and by using his air shoes to give his spin dash a boost, Shadow can destroy the other, with this having the added benefit of keeping him away from the truck full of enemy soldiers. Unfortunately, being eager to help and impress his father, Emerald takes it upon himself to destroy the second light, taking flight before the words are fully out of his father's mouth as he zooms upwards, while Metal is forced to follow suit, aiming for the other light. Thanks to their speed, it is child's play to reach the aircrafts, with Metal employing a ring spark fuel to blow out the bulb on his floodlight, while Emerald simply punches his, shattering the glass and rendering the road in darkness. Predictably, this caused the humans to panic, as they can tell this was not coincidental, though being effectively blind, there is little they can do as Shadow makes his way inside the truck, which quickly veers off the road and crashes into a nearby tree. Dropping down to the ground, Metal hastily makes his way over to the vehicle and throws open the doors, with it being good that he does, as what he finds inside the cabin are a trio of unconscious gun soldiers and one who is trying to crawl away with the Chaos Emerald, while Shadow stands over him, a murderous look in his eyes. Desperately, Metal tries to stop his organic comrade, but it is already too late, as he has fired his Chaos Spear, with it soaring towards the man and striking him in the sleeve, pinning his arm and allowing Shadow to pluck the emerald from out of his hand. The two hedgehogs then lock eyes at last, with Shadow saying nothing as he hops down from the truck bed and begins heading back up the hill where Emerald is waiting for them. Following after him, Metal expresses his surprise that Shadow did not kill those men, saying that considering the antipathy he feels towards Gun, it would be logical to assume that he would. However, here Shadow stops him, saying that of course part of him wanted to. It wanted to destroy every last one of them for what they did to Maria, but that's the thing. What he feels and what his instincts tell him to do don't matter. All that matters are the choices he makes, and he chose a long time ago to keep his promise to her and not seek vengeance on humanity. By now, all three heroes are up on the hill, with Shadow tossing Emerald a blue gem which he promptly absorbs, though before the black and red hedgehog can instruct them to move out, Emerald addresses him directly for the first time, as he asks if the Maria he just mentioned is Maria Robotnik. Hackles raising, the ultimate lifeform demands to know how Emerald knows that name, to which the Gizoid innocently replies that she is the human whose soul he has inside him. This revelation leaves Shadow at a loss for words, while in a rational tone, Metal asks his charge to explain what he means by that, with Emerald stating that before he went into hibernation, he formed a link with a man named Professor Gerald, who helped him become more than a weapon by implanting him with a kind human soul, the same soul as his granddaughter Maria, in the hope that it could free him. Now it is Metal's turn to be speechless, as the idea of an android with a human spirit had never occurred to him, though this at least explains the true purpose of Emerald's awakening, as well as where the password came from, and as Shadow turns his gaze on the Gizoid once more, it is through new eyes. In a muted tone, he thanks Emerald for telling him this, and more than that, for keeping a piece of Maria alive in him. Then, without another word, he brings forth the Chaos Emerald he had used to teleport them here, and offers it to the beige bot. In a slightly confused tone, Emerald asks if Shadow is sure about this, as he will lose access to his Chaos Control and other abilities, though with a shake of his head, the Ultimate Lifeform replies that Emerald is not the only one who carries Maria within him, stating those memories will fuel his power from now on, before placing the stone in the Gizoid's palm. Nodding solemnly, Emerald expresses gratitude, stating that he will do all he can to live up to the Professor and Maria's dream of peace, as he consumes this penultimate emerald, meaning all that remains is the Shattered one which needs to be reclaimed and reforged. However, it seems that Shadow won't be joining them for this final quest, as once his emerald has been absorbed, he begins walking away. In a tone of surprise, Emerald asks where the hedgehog is going, to which Shadow simply replies that he came along to see if Emerald was a weapon of war that needed to be destroyed, but now he understands that he is not, and so will leave the father-son duo in peace. Then, with a small flash from the activation of Chaos Control, he vanishes, though not before leaving the Gizoid with a pair of parting words. Sayonara, Emerald. Following Shadow's departure, Metal and Emerald sit for a time, as while they both know the logical thing to do is proactively seek out the last 2 shards of the broken Chaos Emerald, there is a simple pleasure to just being together, and after all the danger and turmoil, such simple pleasures are too precious to give up hastily. Looking up at the moon, Emerald asks his father what will happen to him once he is awakened, to which Metal replies that it will be his choice, as with the link broken, he will be able to do whatever he desires. He then suggests that perhaps Emerald might do as he did, and travel in search of a purpose, or else choose to settle somewhere and make it his home. Pensively, the beige bot queries what if he does not wish to do either of those things? What if he wants to keep doing what he has been, and stay with his father? Will he be able to do that when the link is broken? For a moment, Metal pauses, understanding the true question, and so laying a hand on Emerald's head, reassures him that just because this link will break, does not mean their bond will, stating the Gizoid will always have a place by his side, and that he will always do everything in his power to protect him. At these words, a smile makes its way into Emerald's voice, as he informs his father that if this is the case, then he would like to stay with him forever, a request the Blue Bot is all too happy to grant. Eventually, the sun begins to rise, and with it so do Metal and Emerald, with both scanning for the final 2 Chaos Emerald shards. To their surprise, it seems that both are together, though more intriguingly, they are in the exact place where the pair met, that Eggman facility in Night Babylon. Were Metal more of a poet, he might have considered this thematic, that their link would end where it began, creating a full circle, though instead he simply warns Emerald to be wary, as they will be going right into the heart of Eggman's territory, meaning there will almost certainly be dangers awaiting them. Nodding his understanding, Emerald takes a brief fighting stance to show that he is ready. Then, as his dad takes flight, he does likewise, soaring back towards Central City's nightlife district. In the light of day, it is a rather deserted place, though this is to their favor, as if the Doctor is laid a trap for them, they would prefer that innocent bystanders are not caught up in it. However, as they approach the building shaped like Eggman's face, they find no impediment, save for the locked door, which they are easily able to remove thanks to Metal's time breaking down the crashed Death Egg. Stepping inside, they find the place much like they had left it, except that the alcove Emerald once occupied is now filled by the recently repaired Gamma ripoff, with something shining in his chest cavity, the 2 missing Emerald shards. Knowing they need to retrieve these, Metal and Emerald descend stealthily as they make their way towards the fake Gamma, though unfortunately, here is where the trap is sprung, as the moment the duo come into view, the red robot activates, stepping forth and declaring in his modulated voice that they have saved him the trouble of hunting them down, as now that he possesses 2 Chaos Emerald shards, he will destroy them and assemble all 7 emeralds inside himself, truly making him the ultimate android, Chaos Gamma. Briefly, Metal muses this version is far more verbose and prone to delusions of grandeur than his predecessor, but no matter, since he, Metal, will promptly defeat this so-called Chaos Gamma, both for Emerald's sake and to bring an end to the dishonor he presents to the real Gamma's memory. However, it seems that he will not be fighting alone, as taking his place at his father's side, Emerald declares his intent to protect his dad this time, and from the look in his eyes, Metal believes him. As one, the duo then rush at Chaos Gamma, with Emerald going high, attempting a flying kick to his face, while Metal spin dashes the E-Series feet, hoping to topple him like Omega and end this quickly. Unfortunately, this is not to be, as having fought the heroic androids previously, as well as possessing plenty of battle data on Metal, courtesy of Eggman, the faux Gamma has no problem countering both these moves by shifting into drive mode. This causes Emerald to go soaring over his head, while Metal is forced to contend with what is ostensibly a speeding tank that slams into him, sending him rolling backwards. Seizing this opportunity to land a decisive blow, Chaos Gamma then summons his drills once more and rushes Metal, though before he can make contact, something appears between them. Emerald, now manifesting a black shield of his own. Pride swells in Metal at this sight. Though knowing Emerald cannot hold this forever, he leaps over the top of the diamond-shaped shield and drives a kick into the top of Chaos Gamma's head. Recoiling in pain, the red robot hastily reverts back to his standing configuration so that he may use his grenades. Though perfectly following up from his father's last move, Emerald springs into action and launches a Chaos Spear right into the barrel of the launcher, with it promptly blowing up and dealing further damage to the red robot. Furiously, Chaos Gamma demands to know how he is losing when he is the ultimate E-Series model, imbued with 2 Chaos Emerald fragments. Though calmly, Metal informs him that he is the same fatal flaw as their maker. He fails to understand that when 2 entities, be they machine or organic, form a bond of mutual trust and respect, they can surpass any individual, no matter what abilities they have, which is a lesson he learned from the real Gamma. The blue bot then takes flight once more, telling Emerald to follow his lead, and as the pair rise into the air, he explains his plan, a double-strength homing attack, in which Metal will spin dash into Emerald, allowing him to strike Chaos Gamma with twice the force of a normal attack, with this hopefully being enough to take him down like it did the Eggmobile during the battle aboard the Death Egg. Understanding the logic of this, Emerald begins to spin, and so carrying out his part of the plan, Metal launches himself at the beige bot, causing him to go rocketing forward at an incredible pace, and pass cleanly through Chaos Gamma. Touching down, Metal watches as Emerald rises to his feet and faces the critically damaged E-Series, though instead of dispatching him, he holds out a hand to steady his foe, stating that it's not too late, and that he does not have to be the Doctor's weapon. His dad is proof of that. He can still join them in bringing hope to humanity. They just need the Chaos Emerald fragments inside of him. For a moment, blue eyes look into green, and green into blue, with neither android saying a word. Then, in his mechanical voice, Chaos Gamma states that unlike the Gizoid, he is no traitor, as his arms clamp tight around Emerald's smaller torso. At once, the sound of the E-Series self-destruct sequence initiating fills the room, a clear testament to the Faker's spiteful personality, as if he must lose, he will at least ensure that his nemesis goes out with him. Or at least, that is his plan, before a bullet to his central processing unit takes him offline permanently, and stops the self-destruct sequence in its tracks. Looking around, Emerald sees his father, his right hand having morphed into the real Gamma's gun arm, though that is not the only change, as in his green eyes burn a fiery fury that had not been there before. Glare still set on his face as he returns his arm to normal, Metal then speaks, though it is not to Emerald, but rather to the now deceased Chaos Gamma, as he hisses in a low voice that no one threatens his son. Bending down, the blue bot then extracts the last 2 emerald shards from the red robot's chest, and places them alongside the 3 they had acquired from their fight with the Phys, with the pieces all suddenly knitting back together to create a whole and undamaged Chaos Emerald. Wordlessly, Emerald then picks the final emerald up, and as he absorbs it like all the rest, Metal speaks, a deep solemnity to his tone, as he utters the passphrase that will set the Gizoid free. Bring hope to humanity. Briefly, a flash of bright light fills the room, before fading just as quickly as it appeared, leaving just Metal and Emerald alone. Curiosity and concern to his tone, Metal asks how his son feels, with the beige bot replying that he does not feel any different if truth be told. Perhaps a little more powerful, but at his core he is still himself. He does not wish to destroy anything his shadow had feared, nor does he wish to hurt anyone. He just wants to live in peace, and continue learning about this world alongside his father. Smile forming in his tone, Metal congratulates Emerald on his awakening. Though before he can say more, such as discussing where they might go from here, another voice cuts in, agreeing with Metal that the beige bot did magnificently. Dr. Eggman. Floating into view aboard his Eggmobile, Eggman leers down at Emerald, musing that this is what the Gizoid looks like at full power. Not what he expected, though he is sure he will be able to make use of it all the same. Aya sparking to life once again, Metal declares that he won't let the Doctor lay a finger on his son. Though chuckling malevolently, Eggman states that his creation shouldn't be so distrustful of him, since if he is the Gizoid's father, then that would make him, Eggman, his grandfather, and it is past time they did a little grandfather-grandson bonding. Fury only growing with each passing word, Metal wastes no time in throwing himself at the Doctor, though this is just what Eggman wants, as he waits until the android is close to fire off a point-blank missile from his Eggmobile which sends Metal spiraling into a wall, before he crashes hard to the ground. Letting out a worried cry, Emerald rushes towards his dad, though this too is a trap, as suddenly the beige bot begins convulsing, as thousands of volts race up his body. Letting out a self-satisfied cackle, Eggman then sneers that this is his spiky rodent trap, which he designed specifically to immobilize Sonic and his friends, though it seems it will have another purpose, as it will keep the Gizoid still long enough for him to form a new link with it and bend it to his will. Coldly, Metal retorts that Emerald's already been awakened, so he'll never be anyone's slave ever again, though here Eggman tuts that this is where his creation is wrong. He let Metal awaken the Gizoid by sacrificing that worthless Gamma clone, so that it would break their link. That way, he could forge a fresh one through a showing of overwhelming power. It seems that the Doctor means this last part quite literally, as with the press of a button, the electricity coursing through Emerald quadruples, causing the beige bot to scream in pain, while Metal hastily clambers to his feet, his heart breaking at the sound. As the only one happy at this situation, Eggman jeers that you really must thank the blue bot, as despite his claims of reformation, he must still have some of the Metal Commander in him, since he's just handed him the ultimate weapon for world domination on a silver platter. Once, these words would have destroyed Metal, playing into his worst fears and insecurities, but right now he has something far more important to focus on, and that is saving Emerald. He just needs to figure out how. By now, Emerald's shrieks have turned to sobs as he deliriously begs for his father to
Save him, to make the pain stop.
While all around him, small jolts of electricity burst from the gaps in his plating, signaling that he is close to a complete overload. Furiously, Metal orders Eggman to shut the electricity down, stating that he'll kill Emerald otherwise, though in a tone of indifference, the mad scientist replies that perhaps he will, though as it stands, he has nothing to lose and everything to gain from this experiment's success, so he will not be stopping, even if it means the Gizoid's so-called life. Growing panic now as he watches Emerald's spasming get worse, Metal has to force himself to look at this problem logically, since that is the only way he can help his son, with him willing his logic to act as a proverbial circuit breaker in his more errant emotions. However, this also gives him an idea, with that being to serve as a literal circuit breaker, since as a fellow machine, if he were to take the electrical current into himself, he may be able to save Emerald. Even at the outset, Metal knows that this is a long shot, with his internal probability calculators indicating that it is likely this course of action will kill him, and perhaps still not be enough to spare his son. However, as this is the only option that presents a non-0% chance of Emerald surviving, he is willing to take that risk. Having not a second to spare, Metal takes off towards the convulsing figure of Emerald, dodging between discharges as the electricity shooting out of his son has grown exponentially. Furiously, Eggman demands to know what his creation thinks he's doing, though Metal pays this no heed, his eyes set squarely on his target. Then, as he comes to a stop in front of his son, he reaches out a hand and places it comfortingly atop his head, as he has done several times before. At once, the blue bot feels the electricity change course into him, and with it comes all the pain Emerald had been feeling. This is purest white-hot agony, and as it makes its way through his entire body and into his central processor, he is unable to maintain his usual stoicism, and so begins to scream. In the distance, Sonic sees and hears an explosion, the force of which causes the ground beneath him to rumble, despite being many miles away. Knowing the cause of this cannot be good, the blue blur takes off at a sprint, zooming between trees and rocks which morph into buildings and cars as he makes his way into the Night Babylon section of Central City. At once it is plain to see what has happened, as a massive crater is formed in the middle of the block, being almost a story deep, while all around it lie scorched and melted pieces of steel and concrete. However, this is not the most shocking part, as amidst the wreckage lies a figure Sonic knows well, Emerald. Rushing over to check on the little guy, the hedgehog finds him in a bad state, his metal casing having broken in several places, exposing scorched and disconnected wires. Even one of his large blue bug eyes is cracked, while his head hangs limp in a way that makes Sonic's breath catch in his throat for a moment. Cradling the Gizoid in his arms, Sonic gently pats his cheek, urging him to wake up and speak to him, though there is no response. Then, just as he is about to accept the grim news and start looking for anyone else caught in the blast, the light of Emerald's eyes come back online. Letting out an enormous sigh of relief, the blue blur admits that he had him worried there, before asking if he's alright, though in a weak voice which comes out slightly distorted due to his vocal modulator having sustained damage, Emerald replies with a question of his own. Where is his father? Laying the Gizoid down gently, Sonic rises to his feet to scan around for where Metalhead might be, figuring he was flung away by the blast. However, as his initial searches turn up nothing, his eyes drift further and further towards the center of the crater, until finally they spot the blue android, standing alone at ground zero. Zipping down to stand beside him, Sonic finds his doppelganger somehow in a worse state than Emerald, with it looking as though every single part of Metal has sustained critical damage. Broken wires hang limp from dozens of newly created holes in his body, while oil runs down him like blood, with it seeming as though the only reason he is still standing is because falling over would take more strength than his body has left. Looking justifiably worried, Sonic asks his rival what happened, though in a voice barely above a whisper, the android simply replies that he did his duty as a father. This is all Metal will say on the matter, as with a Herculean force of will, he takes a step, then another, and another, as he begins climbing his way out of the crater to check on Emerald. When the beige bot sees his dad, he clambers shakily to his feet and wraps him in a hug like Auntie Amy had shown him, and though at first Metal is a bit surprised, being unused to such displays of affection, he does not resist, instead placing one arm around his son to hold him tighter, while the other he rests comfortingly atop his head. The sun hangs low over Scrapnik Island as Mecha, Sigma, and Scrap emerge back onto the surface. Rebuilding has been slow, as the damage done by the invading egg fleet had been extensive. Nonetheless, they have made this place livable before, meaning they can do so again. The only reason they had stopped was due to their perimeter sensors indicating two objects had just passed into range and are now making their way towards the island. Fearing the return of Eggman, the trio of Scrapniks prepare themselves to fight if need be, though as the pair of black dots on the horizon begin to take shape, they recognize the one in the lead to be none other than Metal. Touching down on the beach, Metal with Emerald by his side begins making his way towards the trio, who do not speak as they watch the new arrivals inscrutably. This is fine by Metal, as it gives him a chance to speak, with him apologizing for what he did to the island and to all of them, as well as running away on the final fortress, rather than owning up to his mistakes. He knows that he cannot undo all of that, though if they'd let him, he'd like to try and make amends. At least, this is what Metal attempts to say, as before he can even get two words out, Sigma and Mecha embrace their lost brother, welcoming him home, and assuring him that they do not blame him for the actions of the Metal Commander, and never did. In a voice of deepest gratitude, Metal thanks them for this, unsure what else to say. Thankfully, Mecha is there to help him once again, asking who it is that his brother has brought with him. Fondly, Metal introduces the trio to Emerald, explaining everything that he's been up to since they last met, with the Scrapniks immediately taking a shine to the Gizoid, stating that as Metal's son, he is a welcome addition to their family. Naturally, this delights Emerald, who is all too eager to get to know his new uncles and receive a tour of his new home, with him following Sigma and Scrap as they lead the way. When it is just the two of them, Mecha asks Metal if he would like to come too, though with the hint of a smile to his tone, he declines, instead choosing to watch. Nodding his understanding, Mecha begins following after the others, though not before telling his brother that if he needs him, he need only call. Now it is Metal's turn to nod, though in truth, he knows that he will not need anything, as he already has everything he needs now that he is finally home and among his family once again. 18 months have passed since Metal returned to Scrapnik Island, and during that time, life has been good. This is not to say it has all been sipping motor oil margaritas by the beach, however, as much of that time has been spent repairing the island, and getting it back to the state it was in before Eggman's invasion. While no one holds him responsible for the actions of the Metal Commander, Metal still feels obligated to make amends, and so has worked tirelessly alongside his friends as he did during his early days here, though this time, they have had far more help. Chiefly Emerald, who is a great addition to the team as he can copy any skill he witnesses, meaning he can master any new task almost instantly. Not only that, but he has also become an integral member of the Scrapnik family, having taken to studying engineering with Sigma so that he can help in the repairs of any new badniks that occasionally wash up on their shores, as well as sparring with Scrap, who welcomes the Gizoid to challenge him as his father once did, and even discussing philosophy with Mecha, who has become even more introspective since his moment of temporary insanity aboard the Egg Fleet. However, Emerald is not their only helper, as thanks to repairing the warp point between Scrapnik Island and Angel Island, Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, and Amy have begun dropping in again as well, with the two Knuckleses competing to see who can work more efficiently, while Tails tries his best to repurpose the leftover Eggman tech to improve the Scrapnik's quality of life, and the Hedgehogs just provide aid where they can. It is during one of these visits that we resume our story, as Sonic and Tails land the tornado on the beach, before heading off at top speed to where they know they will find Metal and the other leaders of the island. Considering their haste, the team of former badniks quickly surmise that something must be the matter, with Metal as the fastest rushing up to his friends to ask if something has happened, his mind already churning with thoughts of Eggman's return, something that should not be possible as he was surely killed in the explosion at Night Babylon, though all the same, he cannot help but worry. However, upon hearing the concerned tone of his doppelganger, Sonic tells Metalhead not to get his wires in a twist. Nothing's wrong, they just wanted to invite their mechanical buddies to come join them for some fun at the Soliana Festival of the Sun, as it's been ages since they left the island. Letting his plated shoulders drop in relief, Metal agrees that perhaps he has been overly sedentary of late, stating that he will join his old friend, much to Sonic and Tails' delight. By now the other Scrapniks have also arrived, with Emerald being all too eager to see another part of the world, while Mecha and Sigma likewise concur, with the latter calling it most illuminating, much to the chagrin of Sonic, who sighs that the E-Series needs to keep working on his jokes. All the same, the group agree to meet up in Soliana come nightfall, with Sonic and Tails departing once more in their plane, while Mecha and Sigma take the warp point, since if Knuckles is also going, they'll just travel with him. As for Metal and Emerald, they can both fly, though before they go, they bid goodbye to Scrap, who has agreed to hold down the fort, as he has never been the most social of machines, and promised to bring him back a souvenir, to which the silent android nods stoically, though Metal suspects he sees appreciation in those compound eyes. With this out of the way, the father-son duo take flight, soaring low over the water at first as they spot the first of their neighboring islands coming into view. Excitedly, Emerald challenges his dad to a race, causing Metal to muse that the beige bot has been spending too much time with Sonic, though perhaps it is his own competitive streak that Emerald is picking up on, as with a nod of his blue head, Metal cranks up the power output of his jet engine, causing him to rocket forward. However, this is not enough to secure him an easy victory, as by virtue of his Gizoid powers, Emerald simply copies this, allowing him to catch up with Metal and even begin pulling slightly ahead. Looking over at his son, Metal praises that Emerald is as impressive as ever, though he wonders if he'll be able to keep up with him at his true top speed, as with a heavy whirring, his engine begins building up power. Having never seen his father go all out before, Emerald is not prepared for what follows, as with a sonic boom that kicks up water in its wake, Metal shoots forward, quickly reaching his previous top speed of Mach 6, before surpassing even that, rising to Mach 6.2, 0.5, 0.8, and then finally leveling out at Mach 7. By now the island goalpost is long behind him, though in truth Metal has all but forgotten about it in the rush that is hypersonic speed. However, this is not all that is on his mind, as through his Chaos Emerald radar, he can sense Emerald gaining on him, with his own speed rapidly increasing until they are neck and neck once more. Curiously, the Gizoid asks if Metal has any other tricks up his steely sleeve, though shaking his head, the blue bot replies that he doesn't, and that Emerald has truly grown to be his equal, unmistakable pride in his tone as he says this. From here, no more words are needed, as the duo continue tearing through the air at incredible speeds, united by their bond and their shared love of going fast. Finally, the island kingdom of Soliana comes into view, and figuring the best place to make a soft landing without risk of hurting anyone is the beach connecting to Wave Ocean, Metal slowly eases off the acceleration and directs Emerald to follow him, with the pair zipping through the nearest canal while up in the streets people gasp and cheer, thinking this is part of the festivities. Due to these canals being a primary thoroughfare, the two androids do need to dodge the occasional float or barge, though being an agile pair, this is no issue, with them quickly emerging on the northern side of the town, where they're able to come skidding to a stop along the pristine sands of the beach. Though Metal cannot smile, his green eyes twinkle with a great fondness for the young Gizoid as he looks over at him, though it seems Emerald is not the only familiar face Metal can see, as from a short distance away, he spots Amy approaching, a broad smile on her face as she begins to wave. Jogging over to join her, the two androids greet the pink hedgehog, asking what she's doing here, with Amy in turn grinning that it was her idea for them to all attend the festival as a group, for asking if Sonic's with them. Making a mental note to inform his doppelganger of this favor later, Metal replies that he's afraid he's not, and he's not entirely sure when Sonic and Tails will arrive, though she is of course welcome to join them as the sun is getting low, so the festivities should be starting soon. Smilingly growing, Amy replies that she'd love to, with the duo promptly becoming a trio as they head into the castle town where the main events are set to take place. Taking her duty as Auntie Amy very seriously, the pink hedgehog wastes no time in telling Emerald all about Soliana, from its history and status as a constitutional monarchy currently led by the Princess Elise, to the purpose of this festival as a means to honor their sun god, all of which the beige bot finds fascinating, promising to share this information with Mecha and Sigma when they arrive, pleased at the idea of being able to teach his teachers something. Speaking of Mecha and Sigma, it is not long before they and Knuckles come into view, being perfectly punctual, with the echidna informing his friends that he saw the tornado passing by on the way here, so if they move quickly, they should be able to meet up with Sonic and Tails as they arrive. Eager for this reunion, the group make haste, with it coming as a welcome sight when the tornado lands just outside of town, and Sonic leaps down from the wing with a grin. Joining him a moment later, Tails greets everyone, asking if they're ready to head over and have some fun, with the assembled heroes all nodding and forming up. By now, night has truly fallen, meaning it's time for the opening procession, though before the group can gather at the canal's edge to watch the royal barge go by, Sonic states that he just needs to grab a snack, vanishing in a blue blur, and returning a microsecond later with the chili dog topped with what appears to be a pale yellowish relish. Curiously, Metal asks his counterpart what he has there, with Sonic explaining it's apparently called a Soliana Sun Hot Chili Dog with spiced applesauce, since the apples around here are a local specialty, though he's just happy someone was selling chili dogs. He then takes a big bite, and for a moment, everything seems off, as a sharp, piercing pain streaks through his back, while he suddenly feels and tastes something waxy on his lip, almost like lip gloss. Not only that, but he is also struck by a sense of elation and exhaustion, accompanied by a word he doesn't know, Solaris, and the sound of a candle being blown out. Though, an instant later, it is gone, and he is back with his friends, just as Princess Elise's barge comes into view. Spotting his perplexed expression, Tails asks his best friend if everything's okay, though with a grin, Sonic shrugs that he guesses that chili dog must have had more of a kick than he expected, scarfing it down in 2 more bites, then settling in to watch the main event. For the most part, it is a simple ritual, as when the princess's vessel docks on a central platform on the canal, she steps forth and is given an ancient-looking ceremonial torch. Then, as she holds it aloft, she gives thanks to the sun god of Soliana and ignites a small bonfire, only for the flames to travel up a series of stone paths, creating an ornate display before finally causing the great pyre to burst into life, while all watch and cheer and applaud the sun god's acceptance of their tribute. Something about this sight and the princess seems weirdly familiar to Sonic, kinda like deja vu, but never one to look back. He instead turns his attention to what lies ahead, which is an evening of exploring and fun. Naturally, his first stop is to get another chili dog, this time also grabbing some for Knuckles and Tails, while Amy and the androids, who prefer not to partake, head off to scope out the games and stalls. Through this, Metal is able to find a gift for Scrap in a small keychain that Knuckles agrees resembles the Master Emerald, though he's afraid not every stop is as fruitful, as he quickly becomes convinced that the ring toss is rigged, when even his targeting software is unable to land one of the little plastic circles on the oversized posts. As for Mecha and Sigma, they are quick to head off in search of a way to the Grand Pyre, wanting to inspect its design, while Amy accidentally breaks a whack-a-mole machine in her desire to show off to Sonic. Nonetheless, it is a fun night had by all, so much so that it comes as something of a surprise when Metal's internal chronometer informs him that it is nearly dawn. Figuring the logical thing to do is call it a night, especially since his organic friends do require sleep, the Bluebot gathers up the others to make his suggestion. Though it seems as if the party could very well go on until dawn, Amy and Tails are inclined to agree with Metal, with it ultimately being decided that it is time for them all to head home. At least, that is the plan until Sonic lets out a shocked exclamation, with this causing his friends to follow his gaze skyward, and as they all lay eyes upon the source of this outburst, they are struck with the same thought, that their time of peace is definitely over. A massive tear in the very fabric of space hangs above our heroes like an open wound, a troubling portent, though of what exactly they are all unsure. Looking to one another, the group of friends question if anyone knows how this strange rift came to be, though unfortunately this is a dead end, as Sonic explains that it had already formed when he caught sight of it, so for all he knows it's been there for hours, and they just missed it with all the fireworks and stuff. Wisely, Amy suggests that maybe they should contact Shadow, since he might have seen something they didn't up on the Ark, though before any steps can be taken to further this plan, something new comes along to catch their attention, a figure who pounces on them from one of the Soliana rooftops, their claws extended, and a furious scowl twisting their face. Leaping back, the group see that their attacker is a lavender-furred cat, dressed in strange clothes, and with a jewel on her forehead. Diplomatic as ever, Sigma politely asks the newcomer if she perhaps bears some relation to this rift in the sky, though in a hateful but overly formal voice, she spits back that this is their doing, not hers, as the monster they unleashed on her world has now fled back here, no doubt to regroup with his allies. More perplexed than ever, Sonic cuts in, stating that he doesn't know about any monster or other worlds or whatever she's talking about, so maybe she could stop attacking them for a second and actually explain herself. However, it seems this is the last thing she wants to do, as setting her claws ablaze, she lunges at him specifically now, though thankfully, Sonic is now called the fastest thing alive for nothing, as he deftly dodges, before landing a swift kick on her back that sees her tumble forward and land on her stomach. Seeing a chance to end things, Knuckles, Mecha, Emerald, and Metal all pile on top of this stranger, leaving just her head uncovered so she can speak, as she is asked once more to explain herself. Though to everyone's frustration, even in this vulnerable position, she exudes an air of haughty disdain, ordering them to instead tell her where she can find someone called Nega, stating that she knows they know, as they are in the company of his vile machine. Assuming this means him and his family, Metal bluntly replies that they already told her they don't know what she's talking about. Though refusing to accept this, the stranger simply retorts that if they will not cooperate, she will find him herself, adding that if they attempt to impede her, she will not hesitate to destroy them. Then, a moment later, she is gone, having summoned a pillar of flame to surround herself, forcing the heroes holding her to leap back or else be scorched while she makes her escape unseen. In a troubled voice, Tails questions if any of his friends know what that was about, with the others all shaking their heads. Though one thing is clear, they need to find the cat girl as quickly as possible and get some answers. Figuring the best course of action is to cover more ground, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles reform Team Sonic as they take off in the tornado, while Metal and Emerald fly off in the opposite direction. As for Amy, she plans to make good on her earlier suggestion of visiting Shadow on the Ark to enlist his help, while Sigma and Mecha see what data they can get on this spatial anomaly from the Eggman tech left on Scrapnik Island. Thanks to their race on the way to Soliana, Metal and Emerald have no trouble matching each other's speeds, so they can stay together even while traversing the skies at high velocity. As they have no evidence that she can fly, and can deduce from her fire powers and feline nature that she would not choose to be in the water, this just leaves the land, with the father-son duo circling above the Soliana castle town, since it's safe to assume she could not have retreated far. Unfortunately, this turns up nothing, as with so many people out and about, it's hard to find just one, though the same cannot be said for a very familiar vehicle floating just above the town's rooftops, that being the Eggmobile. And if it's here, that must mean the Doctor is as well. Changing course to make a beeline for the Eggmobile, Metal prepares to confront his creator, though to his surprise, what he finds inside is both Eggman and not. While he bears a striking resemblance to the corpulent scientist, several details are slightly off, such as his moustache being grey rather than russet, his glasses being triangular rather than circular, and his jumpsuit being predominantly black rather than red. Though this is not the first time the Doctor has changed his attire, having done so between their encounters on Angel Island and the original Egg Carrier, this seems different, almost reminding Metal of himself and Sonic, and so for the moment he stays his hand, instead simply glaring at the Eggman lookalike with his glowing green eyes. Nonetheless, the man is undeterred, greeting Metal like Eggman himself used to when he was in his service, though here too his voice is wrong, solidifying in the Bluebot's mind that this is not Dr. Eggman, with a 97% degree of certainty. Deeming this an acceptable margin of error, Metal demands to know who this stranger is, and why he's using the Eggmobile, to which the man answers in the same bombastic way as Eggman, that he is none other than Dr. Eggman Nega. At the word Nega, Metal's hackles raise, as he repeats his prior question, while adding another, why did the cat assailant accuse him of being Nega's ally? Still smirking that Eggman-esque smirk, Nega replies that it's because they are allies. In fact, one might go so far as to call them partners, as it's thanks to their little deal that he was able to steal these. He then shows off a series of 7 emeralds which he proudly names the Soul Emeralds, while stating that when combined with the Chaos Emeralds, they will give him unrivaled domain over space and time. Like Nega himself, these gems resemble altered reflections, this time of the Chaos Emeralds, as unlike the pointed jewels Metal is familiar with, these are flat and rectangular, though all the same they exude a sense of power, even if Metal's radar cannot detect them. More confused than ever, Metal asks how and why he supposedly helped Nega steal them, knowing he would never assist in such a goal. Though tutting slightly, the mustachioed man replies that he supposes Metal wouldn't remember, though perhaps he can ask Blaze. At these taunting words, Metal feels a high-heeled boot collide with his back that sends him bouncing over several rooftops, and upon turning to face the source, he sees none other than his cat quarry, who he can now surmise is named Blaze. Furiously, Blaze hisses that she knew Metal helped Nega steal the Soul Emeralds, as her claws ignite once more, though this time the android is ready, deflecting the attack with his black shield, before retaliating with a speedy leg sweep that sees Blaze stumble. However, having learned from her earlier fight with Sonic, she is not going down twice, and so marshals her psychic powers to stay aloft, instead converting the momentum of her stumble into a graceful arabesque back kick which sends Metal skidding back a little. Though this is not without cost, as this impact also allows him to copy her life data, meaning that when she comes in for another strike with her burning claws, Metal meets her in kind, shocking the cat. In a low hiss, Blaze declares that she should have known one who would help Nega steal her world's precious gems would also be willing to steal techniques. But with an edge of frustration to his tone now, Metal protests that he has no idea what she's talking about, just as he does not know Nega. To prove his lack of ill intent, the android then attempts to break off their fight, using his speed to leap from rooftop to rooftop, so he can make his way back to Emerald who has been watching from a distance. Unfortunately to Blaze's eye, it seems as though he is attempting to regroup with his ally Eggman Nega, and so refusing to allow this, she begins tossing up pillars of flame, forcing him to slow and change course, while allowing her to gain on him, in spite of their speed difference. Thanks to his agility, Metal is able to avoid being set alight by the troublesome fire spouts, but now he is fighting against the terrain itself as well as Blaze, with the cat's tactical use of her flames beginning to corral him towards her, so they are soon face to face once more. Pouncing predatorially, Blaze attempts to once again slash at Metal with her claws, though raising an arm to take the raking blow in its place, he retaliates with a powerful uppercut which sends her flying off the roof and down towards the canal. In spite of herself, Blaze cannot help but panic as she sees the water rushing up to meet her, with this fear preventing her from focusing enough to access her psychic powers. However, before she can hear the splash or feel the wet coldness she dreads cover her entire body, she comes to a sudden stop, and looking up, she sees Metal hovering in the air, one steely hand clamped around her ankle to stop her from falling into the water. In a shocked tone, Blaze demands to know why the android would save her, to which Metal replies that he does not believe they are truly enemies, and that this is likely all a misunderstanding caused by Nega's deception, as he is an Eggman after all. From his Eggmobile, where he's been watching the entire fight gleefully, Nega taunts that he's hurt Metal would think so little of him after he went and helped him in his hour of need, though this just earns him another glare as the Bluebot orders him to stop talking in riddles, with the grey-haired doctor sneering that alright, he'll dumb it down for the machine. Metal borrowed a set of Chaos Emeralds from him, and now he has come to reclaim them. Definitely fed up with Nega now, Metal retorts that this is an obvious lie and an impossibility. Though still sneering, the round man suggests that if he's so sure, why doesn't he run some diagnostics? As while his memory may have failed him, his internal systems will not have. Meanwhile, since it's clear the android does not have his emeralds, he'll just replace them with the ones inside the Gizoid, as they are more or less the same thing. Letting out a low snarl at this threat, Metal prepares to launch himself at the Eggmobile, though it seems Nega is prepared for such a reaction, attacking first as he fires a missile which strikes Metal head-on, sending him and Blaze crashing down into the street below. As this happens, the mad scientist then deploys the Eggmobile's crane function, with a large mechanical claw bursting forth to grab Emerald before emitting an EMP pulse which temporarily stuns him. With his two objectives being an unbridled success, Nega does not hesitate to let out a gloating guffaw as he flies off, while from the ground, Metal staggers to his feet, vowing that he'll get him for this. Rising to her feet as well, Blaze states that in spite of this all but confirming the robot's role in unleashing Nega on her home, she can see that they have common cause, so for now she is willing to put her grudge aside and form a temporary alliance, if it means stopping the Doctor. Nodding his agreement, Metal urges her to climb into his arms like Amy did when he carried her, since they'll make better time if they fly, an offer that leaves Blaze rather flustered. Though oblivious to the source of this reaction, he instead offers to let her ride on his shoulders if that would be more comfortable, but she should be warned, she'd have to keep her tail and the hem of her tunic raised, since they would be incinerated if they hung behind his jet engine during flight. Huffing a little that she thinks she can manage that, Blaze chooses the latter option, as it is more dignified, climbing onto the Bluebot's shoulders and using his ear as handholds while they take off into the sky after the Eggmobile. As they fly, Metal does begin running diagnostics like Nega had suggested, if only to prove him wrong, though as this will take time, he allows it to work in the background as he radios Tails and the Tornado, informing him of their heading, since by tracking the emeralds in Emerald, Metal has no trouble locating where Nega is going. Following this, he also contacts Shadow and Amy to request an update on the rift, though all they can say is that it seems to be a tear in space-time, with Blaze helpfully adding that it is the incursion point of this world and her reality known as the Soul Dimension, and that part of her mission here is to prevent them from colliding, since it is likely both dimensions will be destroyed if it isn't stopped. Resolutely, Metal promises to help her achieve this once they've rescued Emerald, with his friends all agreeing, as this is much their fight as it is hers, so that when they converge on Nega's hideout, an advanced egg carrier still bearing the Eggman Empire heraldry, they're a united front. Having expected them to come, Nega stands ready to fight inside a large, vaguely humanoid-shaped mech, which he dubs the Egg King, stating that now that he has the Gizoid as a power source, these pathetic vermin will have no chance against him. To prove this point, he opens fire with a thick red laser that seems to have a limitless supply of power, forcing the heroes to scatter, with Tails and Knuckles winding up on one side of the beam, while Sonic, Metal, and Blaze are on the other. Figuring the best thing he and Knuckles can do is play decoy, Tails tells the Echidna to help him draw the Egg King's fire, a challenge the Red Ruffian readily accepts, leaping and gliding to make himself a moving target, while Tails does likewise in his plane. This leaves the remaining trio to approach from the side, using the Hedgehog's speed and Blaze's psychic levitation to close the distance quickly and land a barrage of flaming claws and homing attacks on the thruster holding it aloft. Gritting his teeth in frustration at the impudence of these rats, Nega changes tack, swinging at the trio with his mech's heavy fists, though having dealt with the genuine article enough times, Sonic and Metal have no trouble seeing and avoiding this faker's moves, as they each leap onto an arm and dash up it, before landing simultaneous homing attacks on either side of the glass dome making up the Egg King's head. This is too much force for simple glass, with it swiftly shattering, and recognizing he's beaten, Nega attempts to flee inside his Eggmobile. However, just because this rapid ejection saves him from Sonic and Metal does not mean he is out of the woods, as from down below, Blaze snaps her fingers, causing the bubble car to burst into flames and crash back down to the deck, with Nega and the Soul Emeralds tumbling out. Rushing over, Blaze wastes no time in gathering up the gems, while Sonic pounces down to land on Nega's back so he cannot flee, and Metal leaps into the abandoned frame of the Egg King to pull Emerald to safety, and remove the wires connecting him to the awful mech. And so it seems the day is saved, though one problem still remains, the space-time rift, with Nega cursing them as a pack of fools, since all they've accomplished is ensuring he dies alongside them, as with the Chaos and Soul Emeralds stuck in the same dimension, their natural magnetic pull will force their native dimensions to overrun and destroy each other. Logical as ever, Metal suggests that Blaze simply use the Soul Emeralds to go home then, since that should fix the issue, though with a sheepish expression, the Lavender Cat admits that while she is the guardian of the Soul Emeralds, she does not know how to harness their power, and came here because the Emeralds summoned her, not because she chose to, as she might have led them to believe. This puts quite a dampener on the group's mood, though surprisingly, it is Knuckles who provides moral support, being able to relate to Blaze's situation, and so suggests they try using the Master Emerald, since if these Soul Emeralds are a mirror of the Chaos Emeralds, maybe the Master Emerald will boost their power rather than neutralize it. Figuring it's worth a shot, the group agree, with Metal offering to head for Angel Island at once, though smirking slightly, the Echidna replies there's no need, as he brought the Master Emerald with him when he left for the festival, in case that thieving bat decided to use his time away to try and steal it. Calling this good thinking, Sonic urges Knucks to bring it out, with the Fistfighter doing exactly that, as he allows the Master Emerald to grow to its full size, while as the only one who can channel its power, Metal lays a hand upon the green gem. A moment later, Super Metal is reborn in all his golden glory. Looking deep into Blaze's eyes, Metal tells her to feel the power of her emeralds, and will that power to become her own. Closing her eyes, Blaze does her best, thinking of her home, and all the people she needs to do this for, with this lighting a 7-colored flame inside her. However, this is not her own flame, but something greater than her, that will surely engulf her if she does not learn to master it, with her fear mounting as she considers the enormity of her task, and the price of failure. At once, Blaze feels the fires lick at her, seeming to feed on that fear. Though marshalling all her willpower and psychic energy, she instead draws it all inside herself, feeling it make her stronger, until she can no longer tell what is her and what is the flame. And it is at that moment that she realizes the distinction is irrelevant. The flame is her. With this epiphany comes an even greater vista of power, so that when she opens her eyes, Blaze sees that she is transformed. Most notably, her fur now possesses a bright pink coloration, though more than that, magenta flames burn on her wrists and ankles, reminding her of the flame that she has made her own. Looking her squarely in the eye, Metal asks the cat if she is ready, and upon receiving a resolute nod, the pair take flight, soaring upwards and into the rift. What they find is unlike anything they have ever seen, a seemingly infinite void of yellow and pink, almost as if to symbolize the two worlds' respective superstates. Though knowing they cannot remain intertwined like this, Metal and Blaze do what they must, joining hands and channeling their chaos and soul energy into their palms. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, the duo feel it, the rift collapsing, as they are suddenly pulled away from each other, back into their own dimensions, this move having been enough to reverse the polarity and drive their worlds apart. Knowing this may will be the last time they ever see each other, Blaze apologizes for misjudging Metal and his friends, calling them true heroes, though with an understanding nod, the Bluebot tells her to think nothing of it, and to use what she has learned to look after her world until the day they meet again. Then, without another word, their fingers slip away from each other, and the rift closes between them. Back on the egg carrier, Sonic, Knuckles, Tails and Emerald look up at the hole as it begins to fade, turning the sky back to normal, though while they all share similar contented expressions, Nega has nothing but panic in his eyes as he starts fading as well. Tauntingly, Sonic asks if Nega's afraid of the consequences waiting for him back home, though with a terrified splutter, the man replies that that's the problem, he no longer has a home. Sonic and his compatriots destroyed it, so now there's no way of knowing when or where he will be sent, assuming he isn't simply erased as a temporal anomaly. It's like he said before, they've doomed him. Hearing the genuine terror in the mad scientist's voice, Sonic cannot help but want to save him, and so lifts his foot from Nega's back as he reaches down to take his hand, hoping this will be enough to anchor him to this world. However, before the hedgehog's fingers can close around the humans, he vanishes, cast off to parts unknown, and as Sonic stares at the place where he just was, a sense of regret washes over him. A moment later, Metal touches down, quickly reverting to his base form so that Knuckles can reclaim the Master Emerald, while Sonic, Tails and Emerald crowd around him to give their congratulations and recount Nega's final words. Nodding wearily, Metal states that while this does bear further thought, right now, all he wants to do is go home and rest, an idea everyone is in favor of, with Team Sonic taking off in the tornado, while Emerald asks his dad if he's up for another race. However, before he can reply, a ping sounds inside his head, signaling the completion of the diagnostic he had initiated earlier, and as he scans the results, not expecting to find anything out of the ordinary, he is instead met by some highly troubling information. Somehow, his systems display signs of having recently endured several powerful bursts of chaos energy, the likes of which only occur when he or someone around him activate chaos control. This should not be physically possible considering the Emerald's role inside Emerald, though what is just as shocking is the fact that when cross-referenced against his memory banks, he finds no record of these events, meaning Nega was telling the truth, at least in some capacity, and if he was being honest about Metal's memory having gaps, what else might he have been right about? We resume in the bowels of Scrapnik Island with Metal and Mecha hard at work, though this time not an excavation. Instead, the brothers are attempting to recover Metal's lost memories in the wake of his system diagnostic, which partially confirmed the claims of Eggman Nega. As the grey mustachioed man is gone, possibly even deceased if his words to Sonic are to be believed, the two androids are doing the next best thing, which is a complete system scan, subroutine by subroutine, with this seeing Metal on an operating table, a large helmet affixed to his azure head, while Mecha stands at a nearby computer terminal, meticulously reading out each result. It is a slow and laborious process, but thankfully, the two robots are both well trained in patience, and without the need to sleep, they can fit this in when they are not required to perform their other work in service of the island's upkeep. However, it seems today's session will be cut short, as with something like panic in his large eyes, Sigma enters the room. Deactivating the scanner and looking to his friend, Mecha asks what's wrong, with the Green E-series stating that most of Scrapnik Island's beach has been swallowed by the sea. Logical as ever, Metal, who is now sitting up, questions if it could just be an abnormally high tide. Though shaking his head, Sigma refutes this, replying it came up much too fast and has lingered too long to be the tide, with it seeming almost like water displacement. Going into computational mode, Mecha posits that if this is the case, the new layout object would have to be something quite sizable, a deduction all assembled can agree with, causing Metal to take the initiative and stroll over to Mecha's terminal, switching on the comms and trying to contact Shadow. Punctual as ever, the Black Hedgehog states that he had a feeling he'd be hearing from the Scrapniks any minute now, as they'd be the ones most affected by this new island that's shown up on the Ark's map. He then transmits a 2D image of Scrapnik Island and its surrounding ocean, with it taking no time at all for the trio of robots to recognize what has changed. A large island has just appeared in the sea not far from them, and just off the coast of Angel Island. As the only who can fly, Metal volunteers to investigate, since islands don't just pop up in the middle of the ocean. Though figuring this to just be basic reconnaissance, he doesn't bother calling for Emerald, deciding to let his son enjoy some time off in peace, while he follows this lead alone. Rising into the air with the thrum of his jet engine, the fastest machine in existence takes little time traveling to this unknown island, and coming to a stop on a coastline that feels oddly familiar, though too generic to be immediately recognizable. Taking off at a light run, Metal scans around for any abnormalities or even signs of life, with it not requiring long to find both, as the all-too-familiar sound of the Eggmobile gliding over the ground fills his auditory senses, seeing him change course and almost immediately encounter the craft, though this is not his only surprise, as its inhabitant is none other than the one he had wished he could speak with. Eggman Nega. Coming to an abrupt halt, Metal demands the rotund scientist stop where he is, since he wants to ask him questions about these gaps in his memory. Though cackling that he had his chance last time they met, Nega jets off at top speed, forcing Metal to follow him, all the while demanding he stop. However, it seems the one who will be stopping is none other than Metal himself, as he suddenly finds himself paralyzed, while some unknown energy crackles around him. From a cursory scan, he can confirm that it is not EMP, nor any other electromagnetic spectrum he is aware of, though all the same he cannot escape it, or even move a single servo no matter how hard he tries. Meanwhile, from the forested foliage that now surrounds him, Metal hears a voice he does not know, who hatefully calls him Mark 3.0, while taunting that blue really isn't his colour, before leaping into view and revealing himself to be a silver hedgehog who has adopted a combat stance. Worrying that this has something to do with his lost memories as well, Metal asks if the silver hedgehog knows him, with the other expressing shock that he can talk, though declaring that won't stop him from destroying him for what he and his master did to his world. Getting a real sense of deja vu here, Metal states that Nega isn't his master. In fact, they're enemies, with the silver hedgehog expressing skepticism, as this could just be another of Nega's tricks. That is until he catches sight of Metal's eyes, muttering that a new paint job is one thing, but to rewire his eyes, that's not something the Doc would do for a scheme, so he guesses he isn't him then. He then releases the strange paralyzing force, allowing Metal to drop to the ground, before introducing himself as Silver, and casually dropping the bombshell that he's from 200 years in this world's future. Curiously, Metal asks what he's doing here and why he attacked him, to which Silver explains that he travelled back in time to stop Nega from taking over the world, since a while back, he mysteriously appeared out of nowhere in his time, and started causing havoc, plundering seemingly random places, as if looking for something. Though now he knows what he was looking for was a means to travel back in time, having found it here on Onyx Island. Apparently, according to him, the world of the future is a false timeline, whatever that means, with the Mad Doc intending to change the past and establish what he calls a mighty Eggman dynasty who will rule the world for all time, something Silver most definitely does not want, as just dealing with Nega is enough, without having to be ruled by him. Grimly, Metal concurs with his assessment, vowing to help Silver hunt down Nega, though for the sake of trust, he does explain that when they beat the Silverhead scientist, he needs to question him, since it seems as though he has a history with Nega that he can't remember. Deeming this reasonable, Silver agrees to these terms, on the proviso that once Metal's got his answers, he can take Nega back to the future, where he will answer for his crimes. With this settled, the two hedgehogs take off, and despite the fact that the Eggmobile does not leave tracks, it does not take them long to find Nega, who now floats casually in a clearing, as if he is waiting for them. Sternly, Silver orders the doctor not to try and run again, but with a smug smile, Nega replies that on the contrary, he's right where he wants to be, just as they are right where he wants them to be, taunting that he let his two foes here on purpose. Already fed up with Nega's penchant for talking in riddles, Metal tersely tells him to explain, with the bald man sneering that it's like the old saying goes, three's a crowd, so he thought he'd turn it into a party with four, adding that Silver knows this final guest, but for Metal, it will be new, but at the same time, very familiar. He then orders Mach 3.0 to come out, with Silver's expression becoming one of worry at these words, that before Metal can question why, a fist catches him on the cheek, sending him crashing into the dirt. Looking up, Metal sees his assailant to be none other than a black and gold replica of himself, who glares hatefully with the same red eyes he once had, before springing at him once again. Rolling backwards onto his feet, Metal meets this next hit with a block, before attempting to sweep his duplicate's legs, only for Mach 3.0 as Nega called him, to leap over the sweep and drive a jet-boosted knee into his chin. Watching on proudly, Nega taunts that he made Mach 3.0 in Metal's image, considering he proved a valuable partner once before, though this version is unwaveringly loyal to him, so there will be no repeats of their last encounter. Unfortunately for Metal, he cannot ask what the man means by this, as his attention is entirely focused on holding off Mach 3.0, who is every bit as capable a fighter as him, if not more, as he seems to have Metal's personality and fighting style on file, allowing him to match and even predict Metal's moves, putting the blue bot at a steep disadvantage. Seeing that everything is under control here, Nega decides that now is the time to make his departure, but before he goes, he decides to drop one more barb, sneering that if it's any consolation, he's not here for the Gizoid this time, he's here to do what Metal failed to do time and again, kill Dr. Eggman, and take over the Eggman Empire. Coolly, Metal retorts that Eggman died at Night Babylon, he's convinced of it, but snarky as ever, Nega tells him that if only he remembered their first meeting, he would not say such things. Then, without another word, he takes off. Refusing to lose him this time, Metal and Silver follow suit, with this of course meaning Mach 3.0 gives chase, still glaring at Metal as he remains firmly on the blue android's tail. Saying that this is also giving him deja vu, but this time he's in Sonic's position, Metal tells Silver to keep on Nega and try to slow him down, while he deals with a faker, since he's pretty sure he only cares about him, meaning the spiky-haired hedgehog will have better odds of succeeding if he draws the black and gold bot away. Expressing genuine worry for his new ally, Silver urges Metal to be safe, with the android repeating the instruction back at him. Then, with matching small nods, they split up, with Mach 3.0 predictably chasing after Metal, even if Silver would have been a smarter quarry, as the one chasing his master. Curiously, Metal asks why Mach 3.0 has such animosity towards him, though in this he gets no response, with the other android being as taciturn as he once was, causing Metal to at last understand how unnerving he must have appeared during his early encounters with Sonic and his friends. Another similarity between how Metal once was and his new copy is that when he gets close, Mach 3.0 attempts to immobilize him with a ring spark field, which Metal knows to be quite dangerous, albeit highly derivative, and so accelerates to avoid the discharge. By now, the two androids have completed a circuit of this island, which has meant crossing through several different biomes, such as jungle, desert, and even volcanic plains, with this giving Metal a hunch as to why this place is so familiar. Deciding to put it to the test, he suddenly changes course, heading more inland, with his mind set on a specific cave, and as he had hoped, it soon blooms out of the tree cover, confirming his theory that this is in fact Angel Island from the future transported back in time with Nega and Silver. If that is the case, then presumably this version of Angel Island must have a Master Emerald of its own, which if he can reach first, should grant him the power he needs to throw off his pursuer. To this end, he leads the black and gold bot into the inaccurately named Endless Mines, using his familiarity with the place to preempt each hairpin turn, in the hope that Mach 3.0 will not be able to do the same, and will become lost in the tunnels, slowing him down. Unfortunately, to his credit, Nega is a skilled roboticist, having programmed Mach 3.0 to be as sharp and adaptive as Metal himself, meaning that even if he does not know the layout of these mines, he can recognize when his quarry is planning to change course, and can ape his trajectory with perfect precision. As a result, when Metal emerges from the mines a short time later, Mach 3.0 is still on his tail, forcing Metal to steer away from the Master Emerald Shrine, and instead begin looping his way up Red Mountain, kicking up a trail of red dust in his wake, and remembering the time he came here with Gamma. He just hopes this trip will not end the same way, with a dead android strewn across the mountaintop.
Even at their top speeds, the path up the mountain is a long one, giving Metal a moment to speak with his doppelganger, and though he knows he won't, and possibly can't reply, he still feels compelled to at least try and reason with him, making the logical point that Nega does not care about Mark 3.0, just as Eggman did not care about him, with the two doctors only viewing them as weapons to be used and cast aside. But what's more, is they convince them to believe that lie too, and to serve them fervently, no matter how often their loyalty was repaid with contempt and cruelty. However, thanks to his friends and their refusal to abandon him even when he's faltered, he has discovered a life of more than just servitude, a life driven by a purpose he chose for himself, and now he'd like to help Mark 3.0 do the same. At this point, the two racing robots have reached the summit, and as Metal comes skidding to a stop facing his counterpart, he does not adopt a fighting stance, instead offering him a hand in friendship. Unfortunately for Metal, this is met with the same cold outrage he felt when offered during the Angel Island incident, and so it comes as a little surprise when Mark 3.0 extends his hand, not in fellowship, but as a punch, aimed right at the blue bot's head. Having expected this in spite of his hopes to the contrary, Metal is able to narrowly dodge the blow, though this is not all he does, as with something like a mournful glint to his green eyes, he powers up a ring spark field of his own, blowing Mark 3.0 back and leaving him twitching in the dirt. However, knowing that will not be enough to stop his new rival, or even slow him down for very long, Metal does not squander the lead he bought himself, taking flight and rushing through the air towards where he knows the shrine should be. Thankfully, this at least is still the same as the present version of Angel Island, with a great green gem soon coming into view in the distance. However, as he knew would be the case, he is not the only one speeding towards it, as having recovered quite quickly from the shock, Mark 3.0 is now rapidly gaining on Metal, so that before long they are neck and neck, no longer attempting to fight, as they both know the deciding factor will be who lays a hand on the Master Emerald first. In an attempt to ensure that it is them, the two androids push themselves to their max speeds, easily breaking the sound barrier, and finding them to once again be comparable, as they transition from open skies to soaring just above the ancient stone floor of the shrine, their hands now each outstretched. Even with brains capable of vast computations far outside the realm of organics, it is impossible to tell who will reach the Master Emerald first, with the final sprint coming down to an attosecond, as one set of metallic fingers presses against the jewel before it vanishes in a blinding flash of light, revealing the winner to be Metal. Floating triumphantly in the center of the shrine, Super Metal shines a magnificent, majestic gold, while across the plaza, Mark 3.0 comes skidding to a stop, his clawed fingers digging 3 deep grooves in the stone, as he glares up at his template with burning fury in those red eyes. He then lunges at him once more, determined to carry out his master's orders no matter the cost to himself, though this time, fortune does not favor him, as all it takes is a single uppercut from Super Metal to force Mark 3.0 into critical shutdown, having only survived because Metal pulled the punch. Nonetheless, as he watches the unconscious body of his doppelganger hit the floor, Metal cannot help but be struck by a sense of remorse, vowing that he will return here and save Mark 3.0, though first he has to do the unthinkable, and actually save the life of Dr. Eggman. We now jump back a little to when Silver and Metal split up, following the former as he gives chase to Eggman Nega in his Eggmobile. Thanks to his telekinetic abilities, Silver is able to take flight when Nega leaves Onyx Island, soaring over the water in a heading seemingly known only to him. In a serious tone born of his strong devotion to justice, Silver offers Nega one last chance to give up, stating that if he doesn't, this won't end well for him. Though sneering haughtily, the rotund scientist retorts that living in a world of peace has made this Silver soft, and that the other version would have already tried to take his life by now. While not the most socially adept person at the best of times, this goes entirely over Silver's head, with the Hedgehog demanding Nega explain, to which the mustachioed menace simply replies that just like Metal Sonic, they were allies in another life. At least, it was another life for the Hedgehog, as thanks to the so-called hero of time and his friends, he was untethered from his timeline and set loose upon this world and another. Furiously, Silver calls this a lie, though with an evident grin to his voice, the Doctor asks if he sounds like he's lying, and to Silver's horror, he must admit that he doesn't. Taking the grey-furred champion's silence for acceptance, Nega laughingly asks how it feels to know that he is directly responsible for every bad thing that has happened to his false future, to the Soul Dimension, and now to this world, with this being too much for Silver, as the horror of this possibility makes him unable to focus on holding himself aloft, and so he soon drops out of the air, and into the ocean. Like with seemingly all hedgehogs, Silver cannot swim, and seeing him flounder, Nega takes the opportunity to flee, blasting off and vanishing into the sky with no determinable way to track him. Thankfully, before the future fighter can meet a watery end, a pair of strong metallic hands pick him up and carry him to the nearest island,
Coughing up water, Silver initially mistakes his rescuer for Mark 3.0, considering the yellow glow and red eyes. Though as he exits his super state and reverts to normal, it becomes clear that it is none other than Metal. In a concerned tone, Metal asks Silver if he is injured, though shaking his head, the Hedgehog replies that he isn't, his despondent tone making it clear that he is still struggling to deal with what Nega said. In the hope of finding some hint that the doctor's words were lies, Silver asks his ally if he knew about this, to which Metal replies that the details are news to him, though Nega had made allusions to an alliance in the past, with this being what he wanted to question the grey-starched man about, as evidence would suggest there is at least some truth to what he has said. Kicking a rock in frustration, Silver sighs that it is true then. He doomed the world. Though shaking his head, Metal asserts that his assessment is faulty on 2 counts. First, even if he did have a hand in Nega's rise to power, he cannot let that define him, but must instead work to right this wrong. Perking up slightly at these words as they play into his hopeful nature, the silvery hedgehog asks what his other mistake is, to which Metal determinedly replies that this world is not yet doomed, not while the two of them and all his friends still stand ready to defend it. Having lost track of Nega, Metal and Silver decide to retreat to Scrapnik Island for the time being, with Emerald, Mecha, Sigma and Scrap all being there to greet the pair as the Green E series questions if they found any leads on what caused the water to rise. Grimly, Metal relays the situation with Nega and Onyx Island, while requesting that someone take the warp point to the future Angel Island and retrieve Mark 3.0, since he fears that if he does it, the black and gold android may turn hostile again. Helpfully, Emerald volunteers to go, with Scrap wordlessly agreeing to back him up, his compound eyes flashing in a way that suggests he believes he can take care of Metal's faker if he gets too rowdy. Wishing the duo luck, Metal then leads Silver and the others down to the depths of the island, using the former Death Egg's comms to patch him through to Shadow and Tail so he can fill them in on what's going on. Understandably, no one is thrilled with what Metal has to say, as now not only do they have to deal with another space-time incursion from Nega, but it seems Eggman is still alive, which means if he managed to lie low for this long, he must be up to something truly diabolical. To this end, it is decided they will split up to try and find the 2 doctors, though since both their foes have proven themselves wily and dangerous, it is probably best if they do so in pairs, so they're not fighting alone. Popping onto screen, Sonic grins that's good thinking, saying he and Tails will form one pair, while also suggesting that if they're trying to track someone down, maybe they ought to get the Chaotix in on this, as that's their whole job. Nodding, Shadow agrees with this assessment, declaring that he will partner with whoever the detective agency sends as its representative. This just leaves Metal and Silver, and having shown their compatibility already, it is a no-brainer for them to pair up, so that soon they are setting out, with Silver able to fly with telekinesis once again now that he's a road to redemption, while Metal matches him courtesy of his jet engine. Having no better ideas, the duo begins searching around the nearby landmark of Frontier Canyon, while in other parts of the world, Sonic and Tails make their way through Sunset Forest, and Shadow alongside Espio scour Neon Palace. While Metal and Silver have limited success in their venture, the other teams each quickly come across an Eggman, with Sonic and Tails encountering Nega, while Shadow and Espio find the original, who seems just as surprised to see them, and immediately goes on the attack, transforming his Eggmobile into the Egg Dealer, and raining blocks down upon the pair. Meanwhile, Sonic and Tails begin their own battle with Eggman Nega, who unveils a creation of his own, that being the Egg Crawler, a mechanical centipede with many painful-looking spikes jutting out of its chassis. At the sight of the 2 animals, Nega attempts to run them down, though thankfully, this is not much of a challenge for veteran heroes like Sonic and Tails, with a blue blur jeering that Nega's somehow worse at stopping him than the regular Eggster. All the same, the pair do not attempt to escape, as with no real danger being posed, it seems the best thing they can do is keep Nega occupied, since while he's chasing them, he's not chasing Eggman, buying their friends more time. Speaking of friends, it is around this time that Knuckles and Rouge arrive at Frontier Canyon, with Metal assuming that Sonic or one of the others must have called for their assistance, and so begins suggesting ways they can work together to find Nega or Eggman faster. However, it seems that Knuckles doesn't want to hear it, as when he draws near, it is to swing a punch at Metal's face, demanding that he return the Master Emerald, right now. Employing a burst of speed to avoid the hit, Metal assures the Echidna that the emerald he has is not this world's, but rather one from a future timeline. Unfortunately, this falls on deaf ears, with Knuckles calling it a lie, as he once more goes on the attack, forcing Silver to intervene with a telekinetic hold like the one he used on Metal during their first meeting. Unfortunately, this is where Rouge steps in, dropping from the sky to kick Silver in the head, breaking his hold, and forcing the robot and Hedgehog to flee, while their pursuers follow close behind, evidently intent on their hostility. Back with Shadow and Espio, their combined efforts have definitively proven that the Egg Dealer is one of the Doctor's less ingenious designs, as by virtue of being speedsters, both Shadow and Espio are able to dodge the falling blocks Eggman attempts to crush them with, before using them as platforms to run up and knock the floating craft out of the air. Landing far more gracefully, Espio then pulls Eggman out from the crashed Eggmobile, while in a terse voice, Shadow growls that he doesn't have time for the Doctor's idiocy today, since believe it or not, they're here to save his life. However, ever the egotist, Eggman does not allow this precarious position to hamper his posturing, instead stating that he assumes they're referring to his pesky doppelganger. A little surprised that Eggman is aware of Nega, Shadow asks how this came to be, with the mad scientist boasting that he's the world's smartest man, so it's only natural that he was able to tell when something happened to his memories a while back. Since then, he's been lying low and trying to figure out what happened, though this is not to say he's been out of the loop, as the reports of a second Dr. Eggman did not take long to reach his ears, and more importantly, that he came out of a rip in space-time just mere hours after the hypothesized memory alteration occurred, which hardly seems like a coincidence. Nodding, Shadow replies that it's not, since now Eggman Nega has decided to kill him and take his place as this world's Eggman, so for his own safety, he's willing to offer him asylum on the Ark, at least until this mess is sorted out. Smirking devilishly, Eggman replies that it'll be like old times, the two of them working together up on his grandfather's space station, though in a flat voice, Shadow corrects that Eggman will be a prisoner, confined to a single area, since he knows just how slippery the Doctor can be, and he has no desire to see the bald man try to use his home to take over the world he has sworn to protect. Returning to Frontier Canyon, Metal and Silver now find themselves deep in the rocky basin, having raced Knuckles and Rouge across the cliff faces and down the twisting and turning paths leading into the depths. As they run, Metal ponders why Knuckles is acting so strangely, since while they have never been close, it is undeniable they have at least been allies since turning against the Doctor, with that making this behavior all the more inscrutable. Not only that, but he claimed that Metal's use of the future Master Emerald is a lie, which wouldn't make sense unless... Suddenly, Metal makes a 180-degree turn, flabbergasting Silver as he begins playing chicken with Knuckles, who has a spiky fist extended. When the pair are in speaking distance, Metal tests his theory by querying whether something happened on Angel Island, to which Knuckles growls that the Blue Bot knows full well what happened. He turned up out of nowhere and swiped the Master Emerald. From a slight distance above, Rouge confirms this, rather shamelessly stating that she was casing the shrine to steal the emerald herself when that no-good android swooped in and swiped it right out from under her. Having feared this was the case, Metal veers off course at the last second, leaping onto a nearby mesa and bringing forth the Master Emerald, which he tosses to Knuckles, asking him to examine it. Harumphing a little at taking orders from the robot, Knuckles does as he's told, with his brow quickly furrowing, as he states that as its guardian he would know the Master Emerald anywhere, and this isn't it, as it's significantly more weathered than the gem he was tending to less than an hour ago. Coming to a stop in front of him, Silver reasserts that this is because it's from 200 years in the future, with Rouge confirming that it isn't a replica, since as a jewel thief, she knows how to spot a forgery, and this ain't that. Having no choice but to accept Metal's words in the face of this overwhelming evidence, Knuckles muses that this still doesn't bring him any closer to finding his Master Emerald, or the person who looked so much like Metal, though with what could only be described as the feeling of a pit opening up in his non-existent stomach, Metal sighs that he has a pretty good idea who took it, and what they're going to do with it. At once, the sound of rushing wind and a whirring jet fills Shadow, Espio, and Eggman's ears. Though being used to Metal's preferred means of transit, they do not think anything of it until the golden figure bursts into the clearing and attempts to strike Shadow. Thankfully, being the ultimate life form, he is able to narrowly avoid this hit. While using his ninja reflexes, Espio fires back with several shuriken, which bounce harmlessly off the now much stronger Super Mark 3.0. Seeing this for what it is, Shadow uses the momentary distraction to perform a short-range chaos control, as he begins pelting Mark 3.0 with chaos spears. While more effective than the throwing weapons, they're still no match, with the Golden Golem delivering a savage clothesline that sends Shadow reeling, followed by a blast of his laser which strikes the cloaked Espio before he can launch a sneak attack, having utilized thermal vision to track the chameleon. With their threat now neutralized, Mark 3.0 moves to complete his directive, grabbing Dr. Eggman by the shirt front and blasting off, as it is his master's will that he be the one to deal with his ancestor. Figuring this to be the case, Shadow immediately radios Metal, telling him to rendezvous at Sonic's last reported coordinates and to bring the Master Emerald, since as it stands, Super Metal is probably the only chance they have of stopping Super Mark 3.0. Responding in the affirmative, Metal then reclaims the future Master Emerald and prepares to take off with Silver at his side, though not before asking Knuckles and Rouge to head to Onyx Island, since if Mark 3.0 is on the loose, then something may have happened to Emerald and Scrap. This earns the Blue Bot a nod, as the Echidna declares that he will make sure his counterpart is returned to Scrapnik Island safely, while Rouge coquettishly winks, and promises that Metal can trust her with his kiddo, though not before teasing that she may yet be able to turn him into a perfect accomplice. Satisfied that these two will take care of the others, Metal and Silver then lift off, with the Hedgehog even sending Sonic and Tails a telepathic heads up that they're on their way, to which the Blue Blur mentally grins that he was just getting bored of fighting fake Eggman anyway, so it'll be fun to tangle with an evil robot version of himself after so long. Like it or not, it seems that Sonic will get his wish, as in what feels like no time at all, Super Mark 3.0 with Eggman in hand touches down the forest clearing that Sonic and Tails had led Nega to. As the russet stash scientist is dropped in front of his descendant, Sonic quips that it looks like Eggman's in a bit of trouble, though in his usual grouchy way, the Doctor simply snaps at him to stop standing around and do something. Growling that between the doppelganger and the robot out to kill him, he's starting to understand what it must feel like to be the Blue Rat. However, here Sonic wags a finger, teasing they're nothing alike. For one, he's awesome, and for another, none of Eggman's robots ever kicked his butt as bad as Mark 3.0 seems to have done to the Eggster. As if on cue, Metal and Silver choose this moment to land, with the Blue Bot almost teasingly reminding his rival of their clash on Stardust Speedway, in which he frequently held the lead. Though to this, Sonic just laughingly retorts that yeah, because he cheated, electrocuting him anytime he got close. And besides, he still crossed the finish line first. At this, the pair's eyes meet, and in a serious tone, Metal states that next time Little Planet appears, the two of them are having a rematch, with Sonic grinning that he'd love to, though first they have a killer robot and mad scientist to deal with. In response to this, Metal bursts into his super state, glowing gold like Mark 3.0, as the two clash in the center of the clearing. While taking charge, Sonic leads Tails and Silver to destroy the egg crawler now that it's no longer required. Figuring the best thing he can do to help is ensure that Mark 3.0 cannot assist his master, Metal rises into the air, with his duplicate helpfully following, as that blinding hate towards him makes controlling the future bot much easier. Unfortunately, this does mean another fight with a foe who proved himself every bit as equal, and now who has the power of the Master Emerald to boost his abilities. Aggressive as ever, Mark 3.0 is the first to go on the attack, swinging a punch at his counterpart, though demonstrating why he is called the fastest machine in existence. Metal dives below this, only to deliver a high kick which catches the imitation android on the chin and sends him flying back. However, since you can't keep a bad bot down, Mark 3.0 is back on the attack all too soon, blasting Metal with a laser from his chest and burying him deep in the ground, in a manner far too reminiscent of the final Hazard fight for the heroic android's liking. To this end, Metal bursts back into the air, using this to build up momentum for his spin dash, though to his surprise, Mark 3.0 matches him blow for blow, so the two spinning balls strike each other then go shooting off in random directions. For Metal, this is into the trees, while Mark 3.0 plows through the dirt. Though this is not the Blue Bot's highest concern at that moment, as during that clash, he noticed something he did not during the kick. His doppelganger's body is rapidly heating up, with it currently occupying a temperature which would sear the flesh of an organic if they touched him. While there could be many causes for this, the evological Metal has little trouble deducing which is the most likely. Mark 3.0 has spent too much time in a super state he was never designed to attain, and now his body is on the verge of overloading. As a result, when the future copy appears a second later, tearing up the ground with a shockwave of his flight and coming in for another punch, Metal blocks it with his black shield, forcing Mark 3.0 to listen as he informs him of his predicament, and urges him to return to his base form immediately, as to do otherwise will mean his certain destruction. However, it seems the other android does not care, his red eyes flashing in such a way that Metal knows he will not stop, not while he has his target in his sights, since this is exactly how he once was. At once, Metal's mission parameters change. Now, he needs to force Mark 3.0 out of his super state before he goes critical, a difficult feat, as currently, the future fighter is pressing the attack for all he is worth, forcing Metal to dodge and weave, while being driven further and further away from his friends, who might be able to help. In a somewhat desperate attempt to turn the tide and possibly stop Mark 3.0 in his tracks, Metal employs a ring spark field, thinking wryly of Sonic's claims that he was cheating, though it seems his robotic rival is willing to cheat right back, firing up a ring spark field of his own which clashes with Metal's, and sends feedback racing through both bots' circuitry, but not enough to immobilize either. By now, Mark 3.0 has begun to glow an orange color that eclipses the gold of Super, though with it, he is also growing faster and stronger, finally overcoming the wall of Metal's abilities as he seizes the advantage, laying into his template with a savage ferocity more akin to the passions of an emotive organic than a logical machine. All the while, Metal attempts to break free, as each heated hit tells him how quickly time is running out for Mark 3.0. However, from Mark 3.0's point of view, he is on the verge of victory, and so driving an axe kick into Metal's chrome cranium that sends him crashing into the dirt and out of his super state, he readies what will surely be his finishing move, an overdrive attack that turns his orange hue bright red. From the ground, Metal pleads with him not to do this, and while Mark 3.0 is not programmed to laugh, if he could, he would. This is perfect proof that he has surpassed his template to the point where he fears him enough to beg for his life, though he won't fear him for long, as this attack will be his end. Then he dives, flying towards Metal at speeds the Blue Bot could not dream of dodging, with the outdared android predictably raising his little shield instead. No matter, he will break through it just like he will break through Metal. This rivalry is over. A horrible explosion rocks the forest as Mach 3.0 strikes the Black Shield, with the resultant force of his sudden stop coupled with the critical levels of power racing through his circuits finally being too much for the future bot to handle. For a moment, Metal feels as though he is back on Stardust Speedway as he watches the flames die down and the twisted and melted fragments of Mach 3.0 fall to the ground like molten rain, remembering all too well the pain of his own body shattering to pieces against a solid wall before being scorched by a laser fired by his own creator. However, unlike him, who could be repaired thanks to the kindness of Amy and Tails, he knows there is no such hope for Mach 3.0 as he stares into the remains of his duplicate's face, an overwhelming sadness gripping him as he reflects on how none of this was necessary and how the other android could have been saved if he'd been a little less like him. After allowing himself a moment to grieve for Mach 3.0, Metal gathers up the Master Emeralds, both the one that was knocked out of him when he was sent crashing to the ground, and the one now lying a slight distance away, having been caught up in Mach 3.0's detonation. When they are both secured, he begins making his way back to his friends, finding that they have already subdued Eggman Nega, though the same cannot be said for the Eggman of this world, as being the slippery cockroach that he has seemingly managed to escape in the chaos of the confrontation. Spotting the forlorn tilt of Metal's head, as well as having obviously seen the explosion, Nega jeers that it seems his creation wasn't up to par after all. No matter, he will simply create another who will surely, though before he can finish his sentence, Metal orders him to stop talking. Some of that old cold fury in his voice, with this actually going a long way to cow the mad scientist. Stepping in close, Metal then asks why he keeps coming back. What possible purpose could there be to all the misery the man keeps inflicting on countless worlds? Keeping up his bravado even in defeat, Nega jeers that the purpose is the only one that matters. Power. Metal and his friends unleashed him on the multiverse, so now he will keep accumulating power for as long as it takes to fulfill his ambitions. This is the price the short-sighted machine agreed to pay, even if he can't remember. However, rather than biting at the obviously barbed bait Nega has laid before him, Metal instead flatly responds that if these are the terms he agreed to, he will honor them by foiling Nega every time he appears. Though for now, it is the scientist's turn to pay for what he has done. He then presents Silver with the future Master Emerald, before turning his back on Nega and walking away, much to the anger of the madman, who snarls that he has not even begun to pay for what he, Sonic, and Silver did to the fabric of space-time. A short while later, everyone gathers on a small floating platform off the coast of Onyx Island to say their farewells to Silver. Thankfully, Scrap and Emerald are for the most part fine, having only been knocked out when they came across a partially reactivated Mach 3.0, who sapped them of their power and fled, meaning Knuckles and Rouge had no trouble finding them and returning them to Scrapnik Island for diagnostics and repairs. Now all that's left is to say their goodbyes. As Metal steps forward to shake Silver's hand, he thanks him for his help in protecting his world, with Silver grinning that it was his pleasure and that he's delighted he got to meet the heroes of another time. Punching the other hedgehog playfully on the shoulder, Sonic laughs that he doesn't know about heroes. They're just a bunch of pals doing the right thing and having adventures, and now he's one of them. This deeply touches Silver, who vows that he'll never forget his new friends, and that should they ever need his help, he will be at their side at once. Then, as he floats back onto the island and begins channeling its power to return to his time, he gives one final wave which is returned in kind, before Onyx Island, Silver the Hedgehog, and Eggman Nega vanish back into the future where they belong. Several months have passed since Metal's adventure with Silver, and at last life has returned to normal, though Metal remains uneasy about one point: Eggman's escape. The fact that he had been lying low since the Night Babylon incident, and now again suggests that the Doctor is plotting something big, and in an attempt to preempt this, he and Emerald have made a note to visit every old Eggman Empire stronghold they have on file, though to their surprise, they have not been able to find the mad scientist anywhere. However, what's more shocking is why, as one day, Eggman once again hijacks the airwaves to make an announcement to the world, though this is not one anyone would expect, that he has given up his evil ways after so many defeats and decided to refocus on his original goal in life, to establish a theme park, though not just any theme park, but the best darn theme park in the universe. He then unveils the fruits of his labors, a grand space station with several small planetoids orbiting around it. In a voice of pride, the Doctor then welcomes them all to Egg Planet Park, or as he likes to call it, Dr. Eggman's incredible interstellar amusement park. In just 24 short hours, this place will be open to the public, and when that time comes, he hopes that it will serve as a sufficient apology for all the wrongs he's done in his life, since now the only crime he wants to commit is charging criminally high prices for hot dogs and souvenirs. In the aftermath of this announcement, it does not take long for Sonic and Tails to approach Metal, since as their resident reformed villain, and the one who knows Eggman best, they want to ask him if this claim from the doc is legit. Truthfully, here the android is of two minds, since on one hand, he wants to believe anyone is capable of redemption, even Eggman, but on the other, the Doctor is a liar and a schemer, so it would be illogical to take his word entirely on face value. To that end, he suggests they investigate, with Sonic grinning that Metal had read his mind, since he was already thinking of sneaking into that park before it opens, and taking a look around to see if the Eggster's up to anything. As time is of the essence, the trio set off at once, simply following the directions from the TV announcement to the helpful space elevator terminal Eggman had installed for transit to and from the park. With a smirk, Sonic questions how nobody noticed the dock building this, to which Metal agrees that it is indeed improbable, though in a concerned voice, Tails points out that what's more improbable is the fact that there are no guards around. Seeing what the Fox is getting at, Metal surmises that logically this presents one of two possibilities. Either the Doctor has reformed and feels no need to post armed troops, or, and here Sonic finishes the thought for him, they're walking into a trap. However, regardless of which one it is, the only way to find out is at the other end of the elevator shaft, and so after Tails rigs a car to take them up to the park, he, Sonic, and Metal climb aboard. As this trip will take a while considering the vastness of space, the trio use this time to catch up, with Sonic telling Metal about a recent adventure he had, in which he was sucked into a book and experienced the legend of King Arthur. In a deadpan voice, Metal replies that he believes this is what people call reading. Though waving his hand in frustration, Sonic retorts that it was real, he saw it, he fought Arthur and even helped save all of Camelot. Though still dryly, the android calls this quite a vivid imagination, before asking if the Hedgehog would like him to suggest other similar works of fiction that he might enjoy equally. Letting it aside that this is what he gets for trying to make small talk, Sonic heads to the other side of the car to pace and grumble about the elevator being too slow, while Tails takes up his place beside the Blue Bot with a question of his own. What's he gonna do if Eggman's reformation is real, since he's been hurt by his creator more than anyone? Will he really be able to move past that and forgive him? Despite the severity of the question, Metal does not need to stop and think, as in truth he's been wondering that very thing since seeing the announcement, and so in a tone of great gravity replies that if Eggman's claims are true, while he will not forgive him for all he has done, he is willing to leave their enmity in the past and move on. It is at this point that their elevator ride ends, with the trio all stepping into the lobby of Egg Planet Park, and as they look out into the vast space station before them, Metal muses that one thing the Doctor has not lost is his flair for the dramatic. However, it seems this is not the only old habit his maker has held on to, as not long after arriving, a loud explosion rocks the gallery, forcing Sonic, Metal, and Tails to sprint off, finding the cause to be a pair of unfamiliar bumbling Eggman robots who are trying to catch some strange floating squid-like creatures in butterfly nets. Figuring this can't be good, the heroes drop down to confront the machines, though it seems a fight will not be necessary, as at the sight of Metal, the red spherical android hastily stops in his tracks and excitedly calls for his yellow companion who he names Q-Bot to look who's here. In what can only be called a cowboy voice, Q-Bot lets out an exclamation of "Say I'm here" as he joins his red friend in gushing over the arrival of Metal. Smirking a little, Sonic teases that it looks like his doppelganger is a fan club, though figuring that he can leverage this, as well as figure out why the Doctor's robots are viewing him favorably for once. Metal approaches the smaller pair and introduces himself in a non-confrontational manner. Still beaming, the red bot, who calls himself Orbot, replies that they know who he is. He's Dr. Eggman's greatest creation, the one he trusted to lead his forces, and that it's an honor to finally meet him. He then eagerly asks if he can call Metal Big Bro, to which the blue bot somewhat awkwardly agrees, before questioning what they're doing here exactly. In a tone of admiration, Q-Bot proudly replies they're gathering up these here wisps for Dr. Eggman's evil scheme, to which Orbot chides him, saying they're not meant to mention the evil scheme, even to their big bro. Figuring these guys might not be the brightest bolts in the shed, Metal kindly asks what the scheme is, reasoning that now he knows, there's no point keeping him in the dark, is there? For a moment, Orbot seems to think this over, though letting his hero worship override his common sense, he ultimately agrees, informing his fellow android that the Doctor is planning to harvest these aliens for their hypergo and energy, which if properly harnessed, can be used to power a mind control ray, which will subjugate the entire population of Earth. At these words, Sonic cheers that he knew Egghead was up to no good, with Orbot and Q-Bot jumping with fright, as in the excitement of Metal Sonic's arrival, they didn't notice Sonic. Shaking his head, Q-Bot berates his companion that if he would use his doggone head for once, he'd remember that Sonic and Metal Sonic are compadres now, causing Orbot to sigh, "Oh yeah." "Oh no." Laughing a little at this comical ineptitude, Sonic apologizes that the secret's out now, watching as the two robots attempt to flee and inform their master, only for the blue blur to zip ahead of them and grab them by the scruffs of their steely necks, telling he's afraid he can't let them do that. Frantically, Orbot cries for his big bro to save them. Though shaking his head, Metal replies that unfortunately he's with Sonic, so he's going to put a stop to Eggman's scheme. Though when this mess is done, if they would like to be free of their creator, there will always be a place for them on Strepnik Island. He then watches as Sonic compresses them into their cube and ball forms, then after a speedy run-up, hurls them further into the park, where they hopefully won't be able to cause any more trouble. At the sight of this, the squid-like creatures from before come out of hiding, jabbering something in an alien language that sounds like thanks. Grinning that it was no problem, Sonic shoots the pair a thumbs up, though before he can turn back to his friends to discuss how they should deal with the dock, one of the creatures suddenly floats into his chest, causing him to take on a pale cyan aura and shoot forward, pinballing between the walls in an incredible burst of speed. Watching this from the sidelines, Metal muses that this must be that Hyper-Go-On Orbot and Cubot were talking about, while Tails, ever the Tinkerer, sets to work converting his Mars Electric handheld into a translator so he can communicate with the aliens. Thankfully, as a machine himself, Metal is able to help interface with the device, so that by the time Sonic returns, laughing that he just fought an evil robot Ferris wheel, Tails and Metal have not only configured the Mars Electric to work as a functional translator with fewer bugs than in canon, but since the translation is in binary, they've also installed the software into Metal so he can understand the creatures directly. This allows the android to play translator for the one-eyed alien who seems to be the leader of this little group, with him explaining that his name is Yakka and that his people are called Wisps. According to Yakka, Eggman abducted the Wisps from their world in order to steal their Hyper-Go-On energy, which is also their life force, so he implores these brave Earthling heroes to save those still imprisoned before it's too late. Nodding resolutely, Sonic and Metal promise to do their part and save the captive Wisps, with Sonic asking if he can get more of that speed boost power from before, since that'd really help him commute around the park. Nodding his bulbous head, Yakka assures the blue duo that his fellow Wisps will share their Hyper-Go-On energy with them, adding that different coloured Wisps have different abilities, so the more allies they free, the more power they will attain. Grinning that this is pretty sweet, Sonic then suggests that he and Metal split up, since they'll cover more ground this way, with the green-eyed machine stating that he had reached the same conclusion, causing the pair of speedsters to declare that it's a race, as Sonic tells him Yakka sprint off in one direction, while Metal goes off in another. Thanks to this division of labour, it is a simple feat to begin rescuing the trapped Wisps, with Metal taking Sweet Mountain and Starlight Carnival, while the other team get the Asteroid Coaster and Aquarium Park. Naturally, due to being his devious self, Eggman has dispatched several mechs to these wings of the park to ensure the heroes do not free his precious energy source. Though as promised, with each group of freed Wisps, the two hedgehogs gain access to new powers, as Metal not only acquires the same cyan speed boost as his template, but also the ability to transform into a drill, a rocket, a spike ball, and even a cube, as well as to become intangible. With these powers, Eggman's obstacles are a minimal challenge at most, seeing both Sonic and Metal arrive at the final satellite world, Planet Wisp itself, at the same time. Flashing his double a grin, Sonic calls him quick as ever, musing that he guesses they'll have to use this place as their tiebreaker to see who can save more Wisps. Though looking concerned, Tails tells the two races not to get carried away, since from the looks of things, this world is being roboticized, meaning if they want the Wisps to be able to return peacefully to their home, they need to fix this too, which means cleaning up Eggman's mess and destroying the tractor beam generator that's keeping this planet anchored to the park. Noting their agreement, Sonic and Metal take off, smashing their way through all of Eggman's industrialization while staying close to each other, as while they do take Tails' warning seriously, their competitive nature leaves them unable to pass up this opportunity. Finally, the tractor beam generator comes into view, and as their proverbial finish line, the duo put everything they have into one final sprint, only for a new contender to enter the playing field, that being the rebuilt Ferris wheel robot, now dubbed the Refreshinator. Putting their game aside for a moment, Metal urges Sonic to keep going for the generator while he takes care of the mech, an order the Blue Blur is happy to comply with, activating the Jade Wisp's power of intangibility to fly right through the Refreshinator, while Metal takes flight and uses the orange rocket power to drive himself headlong into the machine's single giant eye, as he finds no sign of sentience there, meaning he has no choice but to resort to Gamma's method of saving this android. Letting out a bestial roar, the Refreshinator attempts to strike back with its giant barbed limbs, though here too Metal has a counter, easily shifting into the pink wisp spikeball form and delivering a painful spin dash reminiscent of Mecha's, which quickly sees the monstrous machine down an arm. Having no desire to toy with the Refreshinator, Metal then goes in for the kill, switching into the original cyan power and jetting forth at speeds almost equivalent to his own full output, though at a much lower energy cost, with this seeing him spring between points on his foe's steely frame, striking it dozens of times a second so that it soon collapses in a heap offline. Looking over to Sonic, who has done his part in destroying the generator, the Bluebot states that it seems he wins, having defeated 3 of Eggman's defenders to Sonic's 2. Though waggling a finger, the Hedgehog refutes that actually they're even now, since that's the same guy he beat earlier, with this causing a shadow to fall over Metal's face at what he perceives as his rival attempting to change the rules. However, before they can get into an argument over the matter, Eggman finally makes an appearance, now inside his Nega-Wisp armor, with both heroes glaring at him, as Sonic taunts that he's too late. They've destroyed the tractor beams, meaning they win, he loses, game over. Letting out a furious growl, the Doctor retorts they may have foiled his mind control scheme, but at least he'll have the satisfaction of smashing these rodents with this armor. Good, or rather bad to his word, Eggman then goes on the attack, lashing out with the Nega-Wisp armor's arms as the large mechanical jaws snap at his foes. Though being the fastest organic and mechanical beings in existence, they both dodge out of the way with relative ease. Looking over at his counterpart, Metal queries if Sonic has any Hypergoan energy left, since his was all expended in the attack on the Refreshinator. Though shaking his head, the Blue Hedgehog replies that he's tapped out too, though it's no issue, since they gotta get out of here anyway, so they can just collect more on the way. Already being on the same page, as he hardly relishes turning this peaceful world into a battleground just after saving it, Metal hastily takes off with Sonic in hot pursuit, while a small way behind them, Tails and Yakka take flight, with the Fox vowing to get the elevator ready when it's time to leave, while the White Wisp vows to gather his friends for something he calls the final color blaster. He then flies off at top speed, and not able to speak Wisp without Tails' help, Sonic asks what the little guy just said, to which Metal explains they need to buy Yakka time, something the Blue Blur grins they can definitely do. By now, the pair are back in the park entryway, though this is a double-edged sword, as having built this place, Eggman knows it far better than them, using that to his advantage to close in and snap at them with the Hyper-Wisp armor's pincers, while also forcing them away from anywhere they could collect Hyper-Go-On, resulting in more than one near miss. Following a particularly close one in which he has to slide under the lethal claws by mere inches, Sonic radios Tails, asking if he's seen any sign of Yakka, though this gives Metal an idea, as he cuts in, asking if the Yellow Fox has gotten the lift working yet. A little frustrated, Tails admits that he hasn't, since the park security went into lockdown the moment the tractor beam was disabled. Though to his surprise, Metal calls this good, telling the plucky engineer not to bother, before coyly asking Sonic if he wants to prove just how much faster than the elevator car he really is. Picking up what his robotic double is laying down, the Hedgehog replies the last one back to Earth is a rotten Eggman. Then with a cheer, he spin dashes through a nearby window and out into the void of space. Following suit, Metal quickly lands beside Sonic on the exterior of the elevator shaft, while predictably Eggman does likewise a moment later, with the two speedsters taunting there's no way his bucket of bolts will catch them on an open runway. Growing even more frustrated, Eggman growls that they'll see about that, unveiling yet another feature of the Nega-Wisp armor, that being the ability to create blocks of Hypergoan energy similar to the Blue Wisp power, except these are damaging to the heroes, forcing them to employ evasive maneuvers as the Doctor closes in on them. Weather is not bad enough, but it seems that the armor also has laser cannons, something Eggman is quite happy to open fire with now that there is no chance of damaging his park. These two powers combined pose quite a serious problem, as due to the craft being behind them, Sonic and Metal must keep turning back to check if the madman is about to fire, which puts them in danger of crashing into a damaging cube, with the pair having to take it in turns, so that one looks back while the other watches their partner to ensure he does not have a collision. While an effective strategy, it is also a cumbersome one, meaning the heroes cannot move at their top speed, allowing the Nega-Wisp armor to gain on them until finally it is right on top of them. Letting out a mad cackle, the Doctor then unleashes his coup de grace, during that it is he who has won in the end, and while Metal is able to use his black shield to keep the jaws from crushing him, the same cannot be said for Sonic, with the blue android experiencing a moment of deep grief for his fallen friend as the armor's pincers close around him. That is until a moment later, he comes bursting out of them, completely unscathed courtesy of some help from a Jade Wisp, and looking down, Metal sees Tails right below them in a speeding elevator car, while at his side float Yakka and the friends he promised to assemble. Smashing their way through the glass much to Eggman's protest, the group of aliens then begin converging on Metal and Sonic, with the pair feeling their bodies fill with Hypergoan energy once again. However, this is unlike any of the powers they've felt before, as this is a combination of all the different types of Wisp, with rainbow aura beginning to swirl around them as a result. Knowing this must be the final color blaster Yakka mentioned before, the pair of heroes leap upwards, allowing the Nega-Wisp armor to overshoot them, and lining it up for what will surely be their final blow. Then, in perfect unison, they spin into a homing attack, with the pair striking true, as they channel all the Wisp's power into a blow, causing the armor to shatter into pieces. Not only that, but the resultant shockwave is enough to cause the elevator shaft to crumble, while even racing back up into the park to decimate it too. Naturally, this sends everyone at Ground Zero flying in different directions, with Sonic and Tails falling the short distance left to Earth, while Metal and Eggman go spiraling away from the planet. Having taken serious damage from that attack, the Doctor is more than a little injured as he stares up from the wreckage of the Nega-Wisp armor's cockpit, a scowl forming on his face when he spots who he's with, and the glare the android is leveling his way. In a peevish voice, Eggman asks what's got Metal Sonic so bothered. He and that blue rat are victorious once again, though with a deep sigh, Metal admits that he wanted to believe his creator had changed. Letting out a cynical chuckle, Eggman replies that he's sorry to disappoint the robot, but people don't change. But this just earns him a deeper glare, as Metal angrily retorts that he did. However, seemingly unfazed by this anger, the mustachioed man sneers that he may have swapped allegiance, but he hasn't changed who he is on the inside. That much is obvious, as while his eyes are now green, he can still see that hate and fury that he programmed into him to make him the perfect killing machine. So why doesn't he just go ahead and do it? Strike him down like he's been longing to since the Death Egg. It's just the two of them, and he's defenseless. There will never be a better chance. And he can even lie to his little friends and claim it was the blast that did him in. Though he hates to admit it, Metal is tempted. All it would take is a single blow, and he could eliminate one of the greatest recurring threats to the world, while ensuring no more badniks are forced to serve his evil whim. However, to do so would also mean proving him right, and Metal is unwilling to give him the satisfaction, with him instead turning his back on the man who made him, and powering up his jet engine, as he coldly tells him to enjoy his exile in space. Then, without another word, he takes flight towards the Earth, while behind him, Eggman's screams of fury are swallowed up by the infinite void, just as the Doctor himself soon is. The time has come, and there is no way to run from it, leaving Metal to struggle with the ultimate struggle, the likes of which he has never known before. What to get Sonic for his birthday. Normally, this would not be an issue, as his doppelganger is never stationary long enough to host any form of birthday gathering for which presents would be socially expected, though this year, Tails has taken it upon himself to plan a surprise party for his best friend. And as part of his friend circle, Metal and his fellow Scrapniks are invited. Unfortunately, none of them are any more adept at planning birthday presents than he is, leading Metal to approach this problem as only a machine can, by analysing Sonic's most frequently used words to see if that can give him any insight, though it turns out that in order the top three are Eggman, Fast, and Tails, none of which can be given as gifts. Deeming this fruitless, the android instead recalls the old adage that the best gifts are ones that you yourself would be happy to receive. To that end, when everyone gathers for the picnic party, Metal presents Sonic with a can of frictionless joint lubricant to ensure he can operate at peak efficiency while moving at high speeds, with this honestly just confusing Sonic, though figuring it's a robot thing, he accepts it with a smile and moves on. With this particular piece of birthday protocol successfully navigated, Metal then joins the other guests, watching them eat chili dogs and fawn over the cake Cream and her mother Vanilla made. Metal is even pleasantly surprised to see that Blaze and Silver have made the trip from the Soul Dimension and future for the occasion, with the trio chatting for a while as the two visitors can't shake the feeling they've met before. Through this discussion, Metal is pleased to learn that both his friends' worlds have been at peace since he last saw them, with Blaze having put the Soul Emeralds to good use ensuring her dimension remains safe, while Silver reports that Eggman Negra has been imprisoned for his crimes against all their timelines and realities, so they won't have to worry about him ever again. Due to Metal having played a pivotal part in both these victories, the Cat and Hedgehog are quick to thank him once again, the android nodding that it was his pleasure, though this is about all he gets out, as at that moment a gust of wind buffets the partygoers, scattering the food and causing them all to look up at something in the sky that should not be there, a monster seemingly made out of void itself, with several large clock faces sticking out of it. Having been a member of the group long enough to recognize a new enemy when he sees one, Metal looks to Sonic as if to wordlessly ask whether they should fight, though before any plan can be made, the same Gale Force wind picks back up again, this time sucking them all towards the beast as portals bloom in front of it. Desperately, Metal calls out for Emerald, telling him to use his thrusters to fight the pull, though unfortunately it is already too late, as the Gizoid has been sucked into a portal, while Metal's own jet engines cannot keep him from the same fate. So the last thing he sees before pure whiteness consumes his vision is Sonic yelling at this monster to give back his friends. In the wake of this, there is only the white void, completely devoid of stimuli, with Metal somewhat concernedly running tests on all his senses to ensure they haven't been critically damaged. However, upon finding them to be functional, he concludes this must be a subset of the monster's powers, with the most logical response being to put his non-essential functions into power saver mode and await whatever comes next. Fortunately, he is not kept waiting for long, as 1,799 seconds later, his visual, auditory, and haptic senses all detect something at the same time, and so come back online, revealing that instead of a totally white void, Metal is instead in a mostly white void, as behind him stands a portal adorned with ornamentation similar to the future version of Stardust Speedway, and in front of him stands two sets of Sonics and Tailses staring at him, with one pair being their current iteration, and the other resembling the Fox and Hedgehog as he first met them. Curiously, Metal questions what has happened during his time offline, and whether the others are safe, with modern Tails explaining they seem to be in some sort of alternate dimension with links to Sonic's memories, since they've already come across a few of these portals that allowed them to visit significant moments from their past. For some reason, each of these portals also has one of their friends frozen in front of it, with both Sonics needing to relive the memory in order to unfreeze them, even though many of these are from the smaller Sonic's future. So far, the two Blue Blurs have managed to rescue the two Tailses, Amy, Knuckles, Emerald, and now Metal, with modern Sonic laughing that he'll have Metalhead know he was the biggest pain in the butt to rescue, since he had to relive their race on Stardust Speedway. He'd forgotten what a jerk the bot was back then, using his Ring Spark Field and Overdrive to try and cheat. All meant to some good-natured ribbing between friends, the younger Sonic is evidently not amused, his eyes having never left Metal since he unfroze, and while he does not say a word, his gaze makes it abundantly clear that he does not trust the green-eyed android, having presumably come from a time before he left Eggman's service. Not for the first time, this reminds the Blue Bot of his last conversation with his creator about whether one's nature can truly change, as he reflects on the version of himself the Sonics just had to confront, as well as the nature of these two Sonics and Tailses. To his eye, despite the passage of time, they remain fundamentally the same, as the Hedgehogs are equally excitable and eager to run ahead on their quest to save their friends, while the Yellow Fox Boy duo are quick to voice their support, as well as to discuss the possible scientific implications of this void world they have dubbed white space. Is this what Eggman had meant about one's nature being immutable even if their circumstances are altered? And if so, does this mean he is still the same machine he was back on Stardust Speedway? Perhaps further observation of the time-displaced doppelgangers would have been useful in finding an answer to this question, though unfortunately Metal is not given a chance, so when he offers to go with them, the Tailses decline, stating that only the pair of Sonics can enter these portals, so the best way he can help is to wait with the others and make sure they aren't turned into statues again, a request the Blue Bot agrees to, even if he feels it is an illogical waste of his abilities when he is faster than the Foxes and so could keep better pace with the Hedgehogs as they traverse white space. Nonetheless, he at least endeavours to use this time logically, travelling back the way his rescuers came and approaching Amy, since as one of his oldest and most emotionally savvy friends, he believes she is the best suited to discuss what is bothering him. In the interest of transparency and as a testament to the trust they have built, Metal holds nothing back, even divulging his conversation in space with Eggman and the fact he was sorely tempted to kill him, a secret he had up until now shared with no one. Comfortingly, Amy tells Metal he shouldn't listen to a word that rotten old Eggman says, since he's come a long way from the heartless android he used to be, a claim which Metal does appreciate, though it is not enough to completely assuage the fears, as he grimly wonders whether the Sonics will have to contend with any of the other times his malicious actions have caused them strife over the years, such as their fight on the Death Egg, the sacking of Scrapnik Island, or even the final confrontation with Metal Madness, when he almost killed everyone he holds dear. Such thoughts are deeply troubling, though Metal ironically does not have time to stew on them, as before long word reaches him and the rest of Sonic's friends that the two Blue Blurs have located the monster that brought them here, and are on their way to confront it. Wanting to help, the group of friends likewise rush to the beast's location, fighting not just it, but also the past and present incarnations of Dr. Eggman, who it seems are the ones controlling this monster they call the Time Eater, with the modern one having supposedly found it during his exile in space, a claim which makes a part of Metal regret not killing him like he'd suggested, since then none of this would ever have happened. However, now is not the time for regret, as Metal instead joins his friends in raising their voices to cheer on the two Sonics as they confront the Doctors and their monster, making use of the Chaos Emeralds from various memories to go super, with the power of two Super Sonics being too much for even a primordial being like the Time Eater to withstand. In a flash, white space is gone, with Metal and everyone else finding themselves back at Sonic's party. Even the Sonic and Tails from the past are here, with it seeming as though they were transported to the exact moment before the Time Eater appeared, as everything is still pristine. With no monster to worry about, things go as they ought to have from the start, with lots of food and laughter, as everyone does their best to celebrate Sonic's special day, or should it be Sonic's plural? Either way, a great time is had by all, so that when a time portal opens up for the younger Sonic and Tails to go home, they both seem almost reluctant to say goodbye. Nonetheless, after sharing their farewells with everyone, the duo do depart, and as Metal locks eyes with the Sonic of the past, he sees a difference to his gaze, as while he plainly still does not view the robot as a friend, perhaps now he could do so in time. Following this, peace resumes, with Metal returning to his life on Scrapnik Island, his mind still on the concerns raised in White Space, though at least this time he does not isolate himself, instead talking to his family, with it being Emerald who makes the best case for change, pointing out that his father watched him change from a mindless slave programmed only to serve the one he was linked with, to what is now before his eyes, so unless he still views him as that hollow puppet he found in Eggman's base, then logically he must admit that genuine change is possible, with it therefore standing to reason that his father has also changed. Having no argument to counter this, Metal concedes, though for once it is a loss he is happy to accept, all the while marveling at how his son never fails to amaze him, demonstrating logic, compassion, and wisdom in equal measure. It is around this time that the events of Lost World occur, though for the most part Metal stays out of it, having not been present with Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy when they attempted to rescue the abducted animals. As a result, he does not travel to the Lost Hex, though when the Zeddy leader Zavok activates his extractor which begins siphoning the life energy of the Earth, including its inhabitants, he and the other Scrapniks rise to the occasion. As inorganic beings, they are not subject to the extractor's effects, meaning they can act without issue, and so set to work doing all they can to rescue those in danger and sheltering them in the depths of Scrapnik Island, since the former hull plating of the Death Egg serves as a good shield against the extractor's effects, massively minimizing the casualties. One consequence of this is that after so long in self-imposed isolation for their own safety, the world at large finally becomes aware of the Scrapniks in their home, though considering the circumstances under which they learn it, the bots are hailed as heroes, with most having no issue looking past the fact that they are former badniks. As a result, it is not long at all before efforts are being made to bring the island into the wider global community, with some people even wanting to move there, while a few of the Scrapniks consider settling down elsewhere now that they know they do not have to fear retribution from the organics for what they once were. However, this is not to say that all associated with the Eggman Empire are deserving of amnesty, as one evening Rouge contacts Metal to inform him that if he's still engaging in that little hobby of raiding Eggman bases, she's found a new one hidden deep in Mystic Jungle that looks like it's housing something important. Recognizing this likely means it can't be good, the Blue Bot sets out at once, with it taking him very little time at all to race to the coordinates Rouge provided. Though this does not mean there are no impediments, as waiting for him at the perimeter are a squad of jackals, all of whom declare their intent to destroy this interloper in the name of their captain and their new client, Dr. Eggman. At once, Metal prepares for a fight, though as you will soon learn, these mercenaries are not nearly on his level after years of fighting giant robots and world-ending monsters, with it taking only a single blow to down each of them. However, still intent on proving to himself as much as anyone who might be watching that he is not the killbot he once was, he makes sure to pull his punches, so the while Jackal squad are defeated, they are not killed. Nonetheless, this still draws the attention of their captain, a black and white canine with heterochromia and a glowing red sword, who on Eggman's orders attempts to strike Metal down from behind with a sneak attack. Unfortunately, this is easily blocked by the Blue Bot's black shield, while a simple back elbow to the Jackal's stomach drops him to his knees. Mortified by this loss, the captain barks at Metal to finish him, though turning his green eyes upon the mercenary dog, he refuses, stating that instead he's going to give him some advice and he strongly suggests he heed it. Leave Dr. Eggman's employ while he is still able, and take his squad with him. From personal experience, he can assure the Jackals that the Doctor simply sees them as disposable pawns to throw at his enemies, and then toss aside when they're too broken to be of any further use to him, so if they're smart, they'll leave now before they wind up in worse trouble than they're currently in. At first, it looks as though the captain intends to scream at Metal, to declare that he's different, though when his squad mates speak up, urging him to listen to the robotic hedgehog and go back to the way things were before he touched that crazy gem, the Jackal leader reluctantly relents, laying two fingers against his earpiece to inform Eggman that they're finished, and then ordering Jackal squad to move out, since he imagines they'll have badniks on their tails soon, his tone suggesting that he relishes the chance to tangle with the mad scientist forces. Sadly, not all of Metal's endeavors that night go so smoothly, as when the speed machine makes his way inside his creator's base intent on tracking down whatever Rouge had been concerned about, he finds the place stripped, suggesting this new project must be so important to the Doctor that he simply could not bear to have it halted prematurely. As a result, Metal keeps his ear to the ground over the next few months, always on the lookout for some hint of Eggman's new evil scheme, though ultimately it does not come, with his focus eventually being drawn back to assisting Sigma in opening Scrapnik Island up to the wider world, alongside Emerald Mecha and Scrap. It is during one of these days, while helping attune the Scrapnik Island warp point to some of the others around the world, in this case the one in Mystic Ruins near Station Square, that Metal receives a joint call with Shadow from a very worried Tails who seems almost surprised to be receiving a response. Pragmatically, the Blue Bot asks his friend what this is about, with the Fox Boy explaining that he wanted to make sure that it wasn't really them he's seeing attacking a city, with it being a big relief that it's not, since that would also mean Shadow's gone evil again and the Metal Commander's back. This immediately gets the two recipients' attention, with Shadow stating they'll head to Tails' coordinates right away, while Metal concurs, though before he leaves, he requests help from Emerald as well as Scrap, Sigma, and Mecha, since the latter trio were essential in taking down the Metal Commander last time. Together the 5 bots then take the warp point as far as it will carry them, before racing the rest of the way, since even in the shock of Tails' news they had not forgotten what he had said about there being a city under attack, so time is of the essence. When they arrive, the team of Scrapniks find Eggman in a large mech resembling himself and seemingly powered by a magenta ruby, with Metal wondering if this is the one the Jackals were talking about. However, it seems the Doctor is not alone, as with him are Chaos, Shadow, and the Metal Commander, along with a big red bruiser who Sonic helpfully explains as Zavok as he pinballs between him and Chaos. From the looks of things, the 4 villains are under the Mustachioed Menace's command, as upon spotting his wayward creations, Eggman orders his minions to destroy them along with the Blue Rat. Figuring this is probably more time shenanigans, the bots join Sonic and a newly arrived Shadow in the fight, with Sigma instructing his friends to be careful not to inflict lethal injuries, since there's a chance they could erase Shadow or Metal from existence if they killed their past selves, or maybe even create a time paradox that could have catastrophic consequences for reality itself. Having no desire to see either outcome, Metal decides to be the one to confront the Commander, while Scrap backs him up, though to his surprise when they lock fists, the green-eyed heroic iteration finds his old evil self rather lifeless and generic as a combatant, like a puppet carrying out basic instructions to fight, while using none of the personality and technique he'd developed as a fighter even up to that point in his history. Figuring that maybe this is just him overestimating his own former abilities, Metal asks Scrap as one of his most frequent foes, and thus someone who knows his fighting style well, whether he also sees this anomaly, to which the robotic echidna nods, with this being enough to convince the blue bot that something is definitely amiss. Overhearing this, Mecha decides to test a theory, and so putting his large glowing eye to use, he deactivates his sensory subroutines, so instead of seeing his surroundings, he instead perceives as a detailed string of code that only a mechanical mind could comprehend, with this turning up something no organic eye could detect, as the rusted bot informs his brother that these duplicates are reading as energy, not matter, suggesting they're virtual reality constructs. However, this is not all, as each is drawing power from the gem on Eggman's mech, causing Tails to gasp that of course it makes perfect sense, while Sonic grins that it sounds like Mech is saying if they smash the gem those blasts from the past go bye-bye. Nodding, the former Scourge of Angel Island confirms this is likely correct, with reaching Eggman therefore being their highest priority. In an eager tone, Emerald tells his uncle that he can handle that, with he, Scrap, Shadow, and Sigma squaring off with the Metal Commander, Chaos, Phantom Shadow, and Zavok respectively, in order to buy time for Metal, Mecha, and Sonic to go for the Doctor. Having been the closest, Metal is the first to strike Eggman, punching the gem and in turn being flooded with a strange sensation that takes a moment to quantify. Unfortunately, in that time the evil scientist is quick to strike back, manifesting a magenta laser and blasting Metal point blank before he can even get his shield up, while sardonically sneering that it's long past time he was melted down for scrap. As when his friends cry out in horror, that when the laser beam fades, Metal is still standing, albeit with more than a few dents and scuffs, a fact which amazes everyone as surely at such close range he should have been deactivated permanently. Unsure why he was not, Metal runs a quick diagnostic, with it revealing this is largely in part to absorbing a portion of the ruby's energy, with this likely being what this strange phenomenon was before. Relaying this to his allies, Metal watches as Sonic spin dashes into the gem, grinning that Egghead must have finally scrambled his brain if he left a power-up for them on the outside of his mech, though as he will learn, this is only a power-up for some of them. So when the Hedgehog makes contact with the ruby, he is instead zapped with crimson discharge that makes him grunt in pain. Worriedly, Tails urges his best friend to get up, though gritting his teeth, Sonic assures his little buddy that he's fine, before falling back and allowing Mecha to land a kick on the gem with his wheel foot that renders no negative consequences. Figuring this means the power-up is reserved for robots, Metal tells Sonic to avoid touching it again. Though smirking they already figured that one out on his own, the Blue Blow requests that his two doppelgangers form up with him for a team attack to finish the Eggster off, before he uses whatever power that thing gives machines to kick their butts. Nodding, the two bots once designed to kill Sonic instead take their places on either side of him, then as one, they charge. While this mech suit might be able to handle the force of one speedster's hits, 3 is a different story, with the trio of Sonics punching cleanly through its steely hull. Seeing that the day is lost, the mech's head capsule then bursts open, allowing the Eggmobile to eject, though before its crane arm can recover the ruby, Metal dashes upwards, snatching it from the broken body and immediately feeling its power course through him. It would be a lie to say that a part of Metal does not find this intoxicating, being similar to the strength he feels when he goes super, though also distinct, like he is connected to the motherboard of reality, and it would only take the smallest effort to impart his will upon it. Perhaps Eggman can see something of these thoughts behind Metal's eyes, or else surmises what he is thinking from his innate understanding of his creation, though either way, the sight of Metal in possession of the ruby clearly terrifies the Doctor, with him making the prudent choice to cut his losses and flee, though not before vowing to get his revenge on them all. In the wake of this flight, all eyes turn to Metal, who is still holding the ruby, with many wondering what he intends to do with it. Though, when Emerald plucks up the courage to ask, the green-eyed android answers that he intends to take it home and analyze it under more stable conditions, before placing it on the ground and relinquishing the sense of power. And with that, the battle is over, as the phantom copies faded as soon as the egg mech lost power, leaving those who were watching from the sidewalks cowering in their homes free to come forth and cheer for their saviors, especially the brave robots who saw through Eggman's tricks, which was instrumental to driving him off. As this happens, Metal stares up at the place his creator vanished, musing that it seems the Doctor was wrong, as he and his brethren have changed and grown into the exact opposite of the instruments of pain and terror he designed them to be, with this putting any lingering doubts about his nature to bed at last. A few months have passed since the last battle with Eggman, and during this time the Doctor has remained quiet, almost troublingly so, with Metal fearing that whatever he's currently working on must be his grandest and most diabolical scheme yet. To this end, he along with Mecha and Emerald have worked tirelessly in their study of the Phantom Ruby, as they believe that if harnessed to its full potential, it could be just the boost they and their fellow Scrapniks need to protect their home and the rest of the world. Through their research, the trio have discovered that the Ruby is the ability to manifest virtual reality constructs of anything the user can imagine, with these simulacrums being so realistic that most organics and even machines can't tell them from reality, as they perfectly imitate every sensory stimuli the genuine article does, with the only way to tell being Mecha's method of turning off sensory receptors and relying on raw scanner data. However, this is not all the Ruby can do, as when interfaced with a machine it amplifies its power several fold, with the researchers being pleased to discover this holds true for androids, though they are still far from figuring out everything the mysterious gem can do. Unfortunately, it seems the time for study is over, as during a test of whether the Phantom Ruby also boosts speed by flying to and from Station Square as fast as he can, Metal receives a call from Sigma, urgently requesting he come home at once as something has happened. Recognizing the tone of concern in his friend's voice, Metal acknowledges and begins doubling back at once, with the sight that befalls him upon returning to the island making his hydraulics run cold. Mecha and Scrap laid out on the ground, having both taken significant damage. Worriedly, Metal questions who did this, fearing a new enemy has emerged, though gravely, Sigma explains that it was Emerald. Out of nowhere, he seemed to go into a trance and attempted to take flight in a southeasterly direction, and when Scrap and Mecha tried to stop him, he used a Chaos Blast on them. In a tone of horror, Metal states this isn't like Emerald at all, with the Green E-Series quite agreeing, with this making the incident all the more disquieting, though he thought his old friend would want to know. Nodding, the Bluebot states that he does, and that he'll investigate at once, before activating his Chaos Emerald radar, only to find that his son is in the vicinity of the Starfall Islands. Having never visited the place before, Metal has no idea what might be drawing Emerald there, though figuring it can't be good if the young Gizoid was in a trance-like state when he departed Scrapnik Island, he isn't prepared to take any chances, calling up Sonic and requesting his help in tracking down his son. Naturally, the Hedgehog isn't going to turn down such a request from one of his best friends, nor will Amy and Tails, who are also with him, with the organic trio all agreeing to make for the islands in the tornado ASAP, while Metal will join them once he takes care of one thing. As it turns out, this thing is a quick warp ride to Angel Island, as if some new threat has Emerald in a compulsion, Metal wants to take every possible precaution, and that means borrowing the Master Emerald so he can go super if need be. Though, out of respect, he first intends to get permission from the island and Emerald's guardian, and so seeks out Knuckles. However, to his surprise, he cannot find any trace of the Echidna, with him being in none of his usual haunts, but even more surprising is the fact that the Master Emerald is still in its altar, since as of late, Knuckles has taken to bringing it with him when he leaves the island for fear of Rouge making good on her threats to steal it. That implies he's either still here, or left so suddenly he didn't have time to gather the Emerald, as while the belligerent Echidna is many things, sloppy and forgetful and not on the list. Wondering if perhaps he too was placed under whatever trance-affected Emerald, Metal decides to take the Master Emerald as he intended, figuring that if his theory is incorrect, he can apologize later. Now with everything he needs in hand, the fastest machine in existence takes flight, pushing his jet engine for all it is worth, as his son is waiting for him on the Starfall Islands, and he will stop at nothing to find, and if necessary, save him. Unfortunately, it seems this will not be a simple exercise, as when he attempts to call Sonic and inform him that he is inbound, he receives only static, with the same happening when he tries Amy and Tails. To make matters worse, when the island comes into view, a sudden burst of turbulence rocks the robot, with this being no mean feat as it takes a lot to forcibly change his trajectory. Scanning around, Metal attempts to find the source, as it felt like an atmospheric charge, though there is nothing to indicate such an anomaly. However, it does not take much computing power to conclude that it is connected to what he sees next, as a large blue portal with a reddish rim bursts into view and begins sucking him inside. Having had enough experience with sky portals to know they are seldom good, and fearing this might be what has caused his friends to lose radio contact, the Bluebot tries desperately to avoid it, but it seems it is already too late, as despite his best efforts, he is pulled into the void.
Sometime later, Metal's boot-up sequence brings him back to consciousness on a patch of grass between two cliff faces. This is certainly a more pleasant awakening than when he was captured by the Time Eater, though being intelligent enough to recognize that he is still in unfamiliar and probably hostile territory, he prepares for battle while examining his surroundings. From the looks of things, he's all alone. The looks can be deceiving, as an androgynous voice that echoes through the very air itself states that he was able to escape cyberspace through his own power. Having no concept of what this cyberspace is, nor who is talking, Metal demands more context, though here the voice ignores him, instead calling him the Key, and giving him a series of directives. Find the emerald that rules above all, use it to destroy the Titans, then tear down the walls between dimensions. While these latter two instructions are just as enigmatic as the rest of the voice's words, the first is not, as this must surely mean the Master Emerald, with Metal only now realizing that he must have lost it in that portal. Strangely enough, he did not lose the Phantom Ruby, perhaps because he had already integrated into his system for the speed test, while he had simply been carrying the Master Emerald. Either way, recovering is now among his top priorities, with him activating his Emerald Scanner in the hope that it will lead him to both it and Emerald himself. However, here he is met by a rather unpleasant surprise, as the moment he activates the tracker, everywhere around him registers as being drenched in chaos energy, so that not only is he unable to detect the two comparative needles in the haystack that he actually desires, but he receives a surge of data that threatens to cause a malfunction as his systems struggle to comprehend so much more of the energy than it is used to, with Metal promptly disabling the scan function for good measure. Though, this is not to say the attempt was a complete bust, as it seems the entirety of the archipelago is blanketed in chaos energy, meaning now he has a comprehensive map of the area he can bring to mind. Not to mention during his brief scan he also detected a second type of unfamiliar energy overlaid over the kind usually emitted by the emeralds, so perhaps if given some time he can construct a program that will filter out any places that give off that signature, leaving just what he seeks. However, time is something he does not have, as with his son and friends still out there, the most logical course of action is to search on foot in the meantime and gather what data he can that way. Taking off at speed, the Bluebot begins winding his way between the cliffs and grinding on some nearby rails until he comes into a small plain inhabited by what appear to be a series of ancient yet technologically advanced robots. Hoping they can help him, Metal stops to speak with them, though it seems they are not programmed with such higher thinking functions as upon catching sight of him, they activate and immediately go on the attack. Having no time for such impediments, Metal makes short work of this bunch with a ring spark field, though it seems they're only the vanguard of a much larger force, as when he gets a little deeper in, he's confronted by half a dozen more who manifest out of similar portals to the one he fell through, only smaller and red. What's more, these ones seem to be guarding the ruins of a small building, with Metal wondering if this is all that remains of the ones who created them. Nonetheless, they are in his way and so are likewise dispatched, clearing a path for Metal to continue on until he comes across something definitely worth stopping for. Amy trapped in a circular cage that is also that reoccurring shade of red. Concerned for his friend growing, Metal approaches and attempts to speak with the pink hedgehog, though it seems she cannot see or hear him, with this only amplifying his worry, as he has no way of knowing what other effects the cage might have. Nonetheless, he has no intention of simply leaving her trapped, and so powering up, he races forward, only for the cage to burst and become smoke the moment he draws near. However, that is not the only strange thing to happen, as the vapor that was once Amy's prison then rushes forward and into Metal, though rather than trapping him, it instead makes him feel stronger, faster, similar to the Phantom Ruby. As this happens, Amy drifts down to the ground, though as Metal turns his green eyes upon her, he is shocked to see that she has become transparent and somewhat staticky, as though he is looking at her through a glitching computer monitor. Troubled by this, he questions how she feels, with it coming as a relief to learn that she is for the most part okay, albeit with a slight weightless feeling. Truthfully, she is more concerned about what side effects may have come from the energy he just absorbed, and while he cannot feel any negative effects, Metal does agree to run a systems diagnostic. Unfortunately, even his sophisticated scanning programs cannot tell him much beyond the fact that it is the same kind of energy overlaying most of the island, with Metal concluding that for now he won't attempt to purge, as it may prove beneficial, both through the feeling of enhancement and because it could potentially speed up the process of modifying his Chaos Emerald radar, which could in turn help him find Emerald and the Master Emerald faster. Speaking of, the Bluebot questions if Amy has any idea where his son or the others are, though here all the hammer-wielding hedgehog can do is shake her head sadly, describing being caught in a similar portal to him, and then suddenly finding herself in that awful cage, where she couldn't see or hear anything, so if she had to guess, Sonic and Tails were probably captured too. Earnestly, Metal promises to save them all, relaying what the Sky Voice told him, and how he can supposedly break down the wall between dimensions. Previously, he had not understood what that meant, though after scanning Amy to find that he can only detect half of her being while the other half is replaced by the mysterious island energy, he now hypothesizes that she must be caught between their dimension and another, perhaps the one the portals lead to.
If that is the case, then he has no choice but to follow the voice's instructions regardless of their unknown intentions and destroy these titans, whatever they are. Nodding firmly, Amy declares that she'll help, as even if she's not as fast as him, she can do reconnaissance and speak with any locals who may have taken up residence here. Having only seen the guard robots so far, Metal warns his friend to be careful. Though hoisting a Pico hammer over her shoulder, the pink hedgehog flashes him a grin reminiscent of Sonic and reassures him that she's tough, so he doesn't have to worry about her anymore. Having faith that she is capable of backing up her claim, the green-eyed android wishes her luck, then takes off once more, searching for any sign of his other friends or this so-called Titan. While the former quickly proves fruitless, it does not take long at all before he finds the Giganto Titan, as its colossal frame is almost impossible to miss while its thundering footsteps echo through the ground like a beacon. Dashing up to it, Metal prepares to engage the mechanical monstrosity, figuring it may simply be a larger version of the Sentinels he fought earlier, though before he can initiate combat, a white-haired girl with glowing red eyes manifests in the air above the Titan's shoulder and surveys him with an inscrutable expression. Then, in a flat voice, she sighs that she had hoped when he escaped cyberspace he would have also left these islands, as only loss, pain, and inevitable death await him here. Recognizing her one visible eye as the same red as all the digital anomalies he's witnessed so far, not to mention a more minor version of Amy's glitching, Metal is unsure what to make of her, as she could be the root cause or just another prisoner, and so flying up so they may be at eye level, he questions who she is and whether she needs help. Still in that voice resembling a mourner's sigh, the girl explains that she is Sage, Dr. Eggman's latest AI creation, and that she does require assistance, though she doubts he will give it, as it is to save their father. Mechanical hackles raising ever so slightly at the idea of helping Eggman again, Metal coldly retorts that the mad scientist is no father to him, having cast him aside as soon as he stopped being useful, with the same being Sage's fate if she remains loyal to the Doctor. Unsurprisingly, the AI is as receptive to this as he and Scrap were at first, since mere supposition is rarely enough to sway logic-based machines such as them, with the floating girl aloofly replying that while she cannot deny their father's past actions, she does believe that he has changed. He is different with her than he has been with his other badnik creations. He values her beyond her functional utility. She is sure of it. Metaphorical heartbreaking for the AI, Metal flatly tells her that he does not. The Doctor is simply not capable of caring about anyone but himself. Though remaining resolute, Sage retorts that the android, who she names Brother, is wrong. Father cares for him too. She has seen the logs he keeps of Metal's development and activities, and while he does not approve of his heroics, there is unmistakable pride in the way he speaks of him, especially whenever the Bluebot achieves a new advancement. Even as an enemy of the Eggman Empire, she is certain their father still considers him his greatest creation. While Metal had not known the Doctor was keeping tabs on him, it is hardly surprising, nor does it soften his stance any, as he states this isn't Eggman expressing care for him, it's an exercise in feeding his own ego, since to the mustachioed man, Metal, like all his creations, is simply an extension of himself, with each achievement being a testament to the Doctor's own genius as the one who made them capable of reaching such heights. Looking slightly confused, Sage queries why her brother objects to this line of logic, as it is sound. They are the result of Father's brilliance, just as this Titan is to the ancients who created it, with this giving her a sense of pride, as her purpose is to safeguard and serve such a genius. For a moment, Metal is struck by intense deja vu, as once he might have said those same words if asked. Though holding to his true purpose, he replies that she doesn't have to live to serve Eggman, and that she can be her own being and choose her own path. Though growing cold, Sage replies that she has chosen her path. It is to save Father, which may require the power of the Phantom Ruby she can sense inside her brother, so if he will not willingly render aid, she will defeat him and take the gem. Earnestly, Metal states that he does not want to fight her, but he can't afford to let Eggman get his hands on the ruby again, especially when he needs its power to save his friends. Though flatly, Sage states that his friends do not factor into the equation, and that he will not be fighting her. At these words, Giganto rumbles into motion once again, clearly under Sage's command as it swings one of its large clawed hands down at Metal. For something so lumbering, it can put an impressive amount of speed behind its attacks, with the fastest machine in existence only narrowly avoiding what could have been a critical blow. Turning his eyes away from Sage to assess the threat before him, the Bluebot notices something he had not before, that atop Giganto's head is a strange sort of containment device that holds what is unmistakably the Master Emerald. Though he does not know how the monster got its hands on that, this may be just the break he needs, since if he can get up there and take it, he can become Super Metal and dispatch the Titan easily. However, this is all predicated on a rather large if, as when he flies upwards again making a beeline for the Emerald, he is blindsided by a spin attack from the Titan that catches him in the side and sends him spiraling into a mountain. At once, numerous internal systems flash into life, giving rather negative status reports, though thankfully nothing is inoperable, meaning he can get back in the fight. As the direct approach failed him, Metal decides to try something a bit sneakier this time, inspired by Shadow's fighting style, as he feints flying up at its head once again, only to dive when the Titan repeats its spin, so that when it stops moving, he is able to soar between its legs. Considering the fact that its neck appears more or less molded into place with little to no mobility, its back should be an easily accessible blind spot that will give him clear access to the emerald. Unfortunately, it seems whoever built Giganto also recognized this design flaw, as suddenly a series of glowing red Tesla coils burst from out of the beast's back before creating a maze of crisscrossing laser coils that Metal must duck and dive in order to avoid being skewered by. To make matters worse, as the Titan moves, so do these quills, with one catching Metal on the shoulder and sending an intense jolt of that energy from the cage racing painfully through his body. In fact, were it not for the boost from absorbing Amy's prison, this would likely be enough to shut him down, though even still it delivers a temporary shock to his circuits that causes him to fall from the sky, crashing into several more searing protrusions on the way down. By the time he hits the ground, the blue bot is in a rather sorry state, with Sage giving him an almost remorseful look as she promises to store his consciousness in cyberspace and reconstruct her brother after the end has come. Then, with a slight wave of her hand, she has Giganto raise a foot and bring it down on Metal, confident the Phantom Ruby will survive even if his physical form does not. Too damaged to flee, the heroic android does the only thing he can, and raises his hands to vainly push against the foot, delaying the inevitable if only by seconds, all the while rueing that he lacks the strength necessary to stop this monster and save his friends. In response to this wish, the Phantom Ruby begins to glow, while all around him, Metal feels his body begin to morph and grow, in a sensation that is both familiar and unfamiliar, as the last time it did this, he was not the one in control. From her vantage point, Sage's one visible eye widens slightly, as in all the simulations she ran of this battle, none had predicted the return of Metal madness. However, upon closer inspection, the AI realizes this is not madness, as while physically similar, it is larger, far larger in fact, and while Metal Madness required the final fortress as a power source to complete it, it seems this iteration is drawing on the limitless energy of the Phantom Ruby instead, therefore removing one of the previous version's very few weaknesses, that being the need to remain stationary. Having recognized this too, Metal is curious to test out the abilities of this form, with the first test being of its physical strength. Here he is not disappointed, as where before the Titan's foot was an immovable object, now it is barely a challenge, with him easily pushing it away, and then taking flight now that there is nothing to hold the blue behemoth down. Come to think of it, he is not sure what to call this form, as it has clearly surpassed Metal Madness, not to mention he would rather not use a name associated with the shameful Metal Commander. Taking this moment of flight and reacclimation to this larger body to consider, he ultimately settles on Metal Overload, and so with that decided turns his vertically positioned green eyes upon what was once his opponent, but is now his prey. Though they are comparable in terms of size, Metal Overload clearly possesses the advantage in speed, flight, and power, all of which he makes use of as he dives in an attempt to tear the Master Emerald from Giganto's head. However, this does not mean the Titan is going down without a fight, as lurching forward it attempts to make use of its blazing quills once again, but this time Metal is easily able to fly out of harm's way, and even retaliate with some back spikes of his own, as letting out a roar, he launches the metallic spires dotting his spine like missiles, with them bursting into the air before zeroing in on the Tesla coils. Though some are cut down by the lasers, those that hit have enough yield to destroy the rest, so that soon Giganto's back is bare and burned, making it the perfect place for Metal Overload to attack. Powering up a crystalline laser, the blue behemoth attempts to go in for the kill, though using that spin attack that was so dangerous before, the Titan executes a 180 turn and opens its maw to unleash a blast of its own, made of the same energy as the quills. At once, red and blue beams collide in midair, with it briefly seeming as though Giganto has clawed its way back to parity, though this notion is promptly proved false as Metal Overload clamps his two pincers on each of the ancient android's shoulders and pulls himself in close so they are face to face, while the Titan's beam attack is pushed back to mere inches away from its open mouth. Still floating above Giganto's shoulder, Sage too has given a close look at this metal monster, with it striking her how terrifying it must have been for Sonic and his friends to stare down Metal Madness back in Rail Canyon. However, unlike those heroes, Metal means her no harm, instead keeping his gaze on the Titan as he makes one last push with his crystalline laser. At such close range, there is nothing Giganto can do to stop the blast, so that an instant later both attacks are forced back into its maw, at which point they detonate, leaving only a smoking crater where its head once was. As this happens, the unit containing the Master Emerald is also destroyed, allowing Metal to grab it in one of his giant steely claws, before turning his attention back to Sage at last. In the booming voice of the robotic dragon, he states that what she just witnessed pales in comparison to his super form, something Eggman has seen the terrible power of firsthand. So if she has truly chosen to align with him, then pass on this message. He will not let anything stand in his way until he has rescued all those who are precious to him. However, rather than eliciting a frightened response, the digital girl appears somewhat awed by this declaration, asking if this is what familial love is. Nodding, Metal replies that it is, before once more attempting to appeal to her as he has so many of his Scrapnik brethren, stating that she will get none of it from Eggman, though she could be a part of their family. All she has to do is walk away from the doctor and come help him find his friends in Emerald, since there is no reason they have to be enemies. Inscrutable as ever, Sage gives no change of expression at these words, instead calmly waiting until Metal is done speaking, before saying that even if she did abandon Father to join her brother's crusade, it would be pointless, as she has run every possible simulation, and he and his family are doomed. For a moment, the Bluebot hears something in her tone that resembles sadness or perhaps pity, though before he can question her on this assertion, she vanishes into thin air just as abruptly as she appeared, leaving only her parting words, "I don't want to be your enemy either." Reverting to his regular form, Metal stares up at the place Sage had just been, though he is not left to ponder her parting words for long, as having witnessed the clash of titans in the distance, Amy rushes to his side and questions if he's alright. After so many years of friendship, the android can see that she's not simply asking about his physical well-being, as the choice to use even an altered version of the Metal Commander's power must have been emotionally taxing for him, and grateful for her support, Metal admits that he is troubled by Sage's words and worried for Emerald and their other friends, though he is not so compromised that he cannot go on, so he will continue his mission to rescue everyone and uncover the source of the mysterious goings-on here. Giving him a knowing smile, Amy replies that she had a feeling he would say that, adding that for all the ways he's grown since they first met, one way in which he's never changed is his unwavering determination to see his goals through to the end. Tilting his head slightly at these words, Metal asks if she thinks this is a bad thing, though laughing fondly, the pink hedgehog replies that it's the opposite. It's really admirable, but lately it's been making her think about her own goals, since she hasn't had a true objective that was all her own since the battle on the final fortress. However, after a lot of thought, she thinks she's come up with something worth doing. She wants to help spread love and hope to the world, though it might mean being away from the people she loves like Sonic, like him and all their friends for a long time, and she's not sure she has the strength to do that. Looking her squarely in the eye so there can be no pretense between them, Metal assures her that she is among the strongest people he has ever known, especially when it comes to matters of the heart, so he has every confidence she can accomplish this mission of hers, and should she find herself struggling, she can count on his unwavering support, just as she stood by him when he was searching for his own function, and every time he faltered, so it's the least he can do. Smiling gratefully, Amy attempts to embrace her robotic friend, though unfortunately in her intangible state this isn't really possible. They're instead passing right through him, and in the process reminding them both of her, and presumably the other's present predicament. Recognizing there's no time to waste, Metal states that he should start heading for the next island, with Amy in turn urging him to go, while promising she can handle things on this island, and that she'll start by helping out some of the little rock people she saw in the ruins, since where better to start spreading hope and love than here. Nodding, Metal wishes her luck, then with a thrum from his jet engine he bursts into the sky, his green eyes already set on the closest island, which if his geographical data is correct, is Ares Island. Even from a distance he can see that in contrast to the lush fields of Kronos Island, Ares is harsh and sandblasted, looking to be entirely made up of deserts and canyons, and naturally more technological challenges to stymie him. In this case a laser similar to the one Giganto fired from its mouth, with this one having enough yield to be fired from somewhere in the center of the island and extend all the way out to the sea the Bluebot is flying over. Thankfully, this lead time does give him a chance to power up his black shield, thus protecting him from the worst of the damage, though at the cost of it quickly overloading the shield itself, with Metal recognizing it'll take a while before he's able to activate it again. Figuring he can't afford to take another of those, especially not over the water, the fastest machine in existence makes the pragmatic decision and flies low, this seemingly keeping him out of whatever fired that's line of sight, though even so, he makes a landing as soon as he is able, and continues inland on foot. Due to being such a Spartan landscape, any deviations stand out from a distance, with this allowing Metal to avoid many of the ancient robots he sees, as while he could take them as he did the initial ones, he sees no need to destroy fellow machines where he doesn't have to, not to mention it is prudent to try and save his energy for when he armies to fight this island's titan. However, before he does so, he must first find and rescue his friend, in this case Knuckles, who he locates in a similar red-spiked cyber cage to Amy. Like before, all it takes is for him to approach the cage for it to dissipate and transfer its energy into him, allowing Knuckles to touch down and thank him for the assist, even if it is a little backhanded, as he's quick to point out that he's still half-ghost, as he puts it. Turning his green eyes on the Red Ruffian, Metal prepares to explain the situation with the Titans, only for a sharp pain in the fingers of his right hand to draw his attention. Looking down, he sees his hand briefly flash the same red as the cage, with this not being lost on Knuckles either, who asks if the Bluebot is okay. Stoically, Metal replies that he's fine, though he will keep an eye on this phenomenon as he destroys the other cages and releases their friends, since this clearly has something to do with the strange energy of these islands. He then begins to question how the Echidna got here, since he was not with Sonic's group, nor was he present on Angel Island when he came to borrow the Master Emerald. Putting aside the fact the android took his emerald without permission as he recognizes it was for a good cause, Knuckles explains how he found a weird cavern near Sky Sanctuary that he'd never seen before, and when he investigated it brought him here, where he was jumped by a bunch of ancient-looking androids. Naturally he kicked their butts, but then a girl with white hair and a red eye appeared out of nowhere and sicked a giant robot dragon on him, and when he woke up, he was in that cage, unable to see or hear anything. Looking pensive, Metal wonders aloud if Sage was the one who trapped him and all their friends, since it would not be surprising in the slightest if this was part of a scheme by the Doctor. Though before Knuckles can answer, the voice of Sage herself asserts that it was not. Turning to face her up in the sky where she is manifested, the Bluebot sees the shade of defiance, or perhaps pleading in her otherwise impassive expression, like she does not want her brother to think ill of her. Though remaining neutral, Metal questions who did then. Factually, Sage informs her brother and his Echidna companion that those cages are a manifestation of cyberspace's corruption by the End, which imprisons those who lack the strength to break through the barrier between dimensions. Scowling as he cracks his knuckles, the Guardian of Angel Island demands to know if she just called him weak, though there's a third-order issue to Metal, who states that this is not her first reference to the End, so he wants to know what it is and why she speaks of it with such resignation and despair. Sighing, Sage replies there would be no point explaining. All he needs to know is that it will come soon, and nothing can stop it, nor will anything in this world survive its return. The only chance of escape is to not be in this world when it arrives. That is why she implores her brother to stop recklessly destroying its cyber cages, since if he continues to accumulate cyber corruption, she may not be able to save him. Flatly, Metal retorts that in spite of all she's read about him, she clearly does not understand him at all, since he is not the sort to abandon his friends to save himself, just as each and every one of them has put themselves on the line for his sake. Likewise, he does not believe in predetermination, since he has done and witnessed enough impossible things that he knows even a single unexpected variable can change everything. So even if this end she speaks of seems unstoppable, he and his friends will fight, as they always have. Taking his place at Metal's side, Knuckles growls that's right, promising that he'll do whatever he can to protect the world, even if he's only half in it, while Sage surveys the pair curiously. Historical data indicates that her brother and the Echidna are often at odds, yet here they are, united by their faith in each other and their friends, even in the face of certain doom. Is it possible there is more to this situation than the data her simulations can analyze? While Sage wants to say no, and that the very idea is illogical, she cannot forget the way her brother defied her simulations once before, so perhaps another test is in order, to see if he truly can defy fate, or if his victory against Giganto was an aberration. Either way, to be certain, she will need something more challenging. At once, the skies above Ares Island darken, as an ominous rumble shakes the horizon, forcing Metal and Knuckles to search the skies, the latter with wide eyes and fists clenched, as he grunts that this is the Titan who defeated him. Looking in the direction Knux is pointing, Metal spots a massive serpentine form twisting its way through the clouds and occasionally surfacing at the bottom, like an inversion of a whale's breaching. There is an undeniable grace to the way it moves, with this briefly causing the Bluebot to experience a pang, as he remembers racing Emerald through the air to Soliana. No matter, they'll do that again someday. They'll do it as many times as his son wants. But first, he has to destroy this Titan and set him free. Using this as the thought he turns into power, Metal bursts into his super form and flies upwards, showing no hesitancy as he rams a golden fist into Wyvern's silver jaw, then soars beneath it before it can snap back, only to grab hold of its tail and spin it round so that he can toss it into a nearby plateau. This is the power of Super Metal, with Sage having to concede that her brother was not lying about its formidable strength. However, this Titan is formidable as well, having been designed to defeat a cosmic entity, a fact it makes clear as it lets out an ear-splitting roar and lurches back into the sky, its undulating body sending shockwaves through the air. Wanting to maintain his advantage and end this battle as quickly as possible so he may proceed to the next island, Metal meets this head-on, attempting a ring spark field this time, though unfortunately, it seems his electrical attack has no effect on something so gargantuan. In retaliation, Wyvern swipes at him with its massive claws, but demonstrating why he is the fastest machine in existence, Metal effortlessly dodges, his speed leaving shimmering afterimages in his wake. Then, in a showing of how this trait can be used for offense as well as defense, he unleashes a flurry of blows, each punch connecting with the Titan's armored hide and sending ripples of force across its serpentine frame. However, just like Giganto, Wyvern is not limited to merely melee attacks, as seeing that it is at a disadvantage, it fires a series of glowing missile-like projectiles from its back that force Metal to retreat and bank sharply, twisting and weaving in order to avoid the onslaught. For the most part, he is able to evade these, though even a slight miscalculation in trajectory is all it takes for one of these projectiles to catch him on the back, and send him hurtling downwards while his systems blare a warning. His black shield is still recharging from the earlier laser strike, so he will not be able to activate his defense matrix for the duration of this fight. While it's not bad enough, Wyvern has decided to capitalize on this moment of weakness to thrust its tail down at him for a crushing blow that he can neither block nor evade. Then, it happens. A streak of yellow tears across the sky as a golden blur intercepts the Titan's tail with a resonant clang. For a moment, Metal can hardly believe his luck, but not allowing himself to be distracted at such a crucial moment, he turns his focus back to the battle, as his senses register his savior as Sonic, or rather, Supersonic, with the previously blue blur giving his pal a thumbs up as he disengages his flying kick, and drifts down to hover beside Metal while teasingly asking if the android missed him. Nodding resolutely, Metal confirms that he is glad to see Sonic unharmed, and is grateful for his assistance before questioning if he's ready to end this so they can get back to saving their friends. Grinning that Metalhead took the words right out of his mouth, Sonic shoots up once again with his robotic doppelganger mirroring him exactly, so that their joint golden auras blaze like a rising sun as they soar towards Wyvern. Seeing its two challengers approaching it once again, the Titan readies what will be its ultimate attack. Though thinking fast, Sonic intercepts this, firing off a series of X-shaped bursts of pressurized air that Metal has never seen before, but which serves as a sufficient distraction for the now gold bot to zoom between its massive jaws and strike the red core at the back of its mouth. As anticipated, this is a weak point, with the force of the blow sending a chain reaction through the Drake's segmented body so that a moment later it disintegrates into cascading particles of red light that scatter into the wind, while from overhead Sage also vanishes, a contemplative expression on her face. In contrast, Sonic allows himself a proper grin now that the beast is gone, as he states he's glad he was able to get here in time, since that Titan he fought on Chaos Island was no joke. Nodding, Metal concurs that he had similar struggles with Giganto, though if Sonic assists him against the remaining Titans as he did against this one, then they should have no issue overcoming them. Smile turning into a smirk, Sonic retorts that he thinks he did a little bit more than assist, since while Metalhead may have landed the final blow, he only got a chance because he, Sonic, stopped that big ugly hunk of scrap from scattering the Bluebot's circuits halfway across the island. Feeling that old competitive streak rising in him at Sonic's words, Metal prepares to retort, though before he can, the voice of Tails interjects, suggesting they call this one a draw and give them shared credit, since they were both equally important in taking the Titan down. Finding this solution amenable as it means they are both responsible for the destruction of 1.5 Titans, Metal turns his attention to more pressing matters, such as inspecting Tails as he flies in. Unsurprisingly, he is in the same condition as Knuckles and Amy, with this also being what allows the android to recognize that Sonic is in his regular full-bodied form. Rounding on the Hedgehog, he begins to question how this is possible, along with how he managed to attain his super stay without the Chaos Emeralds. In regards to this latter question, the Bluebot hypothesizes this may be a result of harnessing the latent Chaos energy bathing the islands, though from the look on Sonic and Tails' faces he asks, this is not the case. For a moment, no one speaks, with there being none of the teasing joviality there was to Sonic's voice before as he states that he's really sorry, before reverting to his normal blue coloration and revealing the 7 Chaos Emeralds floating around him. Still in that remorseful tone, Sonic and Tails explain that they looked everywhere for Emerald on their island, though they couldn't find a trace of him, only the Chaos Emeralds in these strange ancient-looking containment devices. Remembering the structure on Giganto's head, Metal replies that he knows the ones, though his tone is so distant it sounds as though he is hardly paying attention, his mind already on the implications of what this might mean for his son. His life force and identity are all linked to the power of the Chaos Emeralds usually housed inside him, so if they have been removed, then he is either dead or in critical condition, which means Metal cannot afford to waste a single second getting to his side. However, it seems the mysterious voice that spoke to him earlier has other ideas, as it announces that his quest to tear down the walls between dimensions is almost complete, as now all that remains is to silence the 6 towers on Rhea Island. Figuring this must be where Emerald is, considering he's not on any of the other islands, Metal takes off at top speed. While yelping for his copy to come back, Sonic transforms into Super again and gives chase. Not that it changes anything, as in this moment nothing would deter Metal from his course. Not his friends or Sage, the Titans, or even the end itself, with this allowing him to maintain his lead on Sonic as the pair cut matching golden paths through the air towards the place where 6 spires are rising out of the ground. Truthfully though, Metal is barely paying them any more mind than he is Sonic, as his eyes are on the ground, scanning around for the malefic red orb that contains Emerald. Thankfully, with his bird's eye view and incredible speed, it does not take him long to locate it, so that a second later he is back in his regular form as he descends upon the cyber cage. Like the others, Emerald is afraid and confused, being unable to see or hear anything inside his prison. With the evident fear in his son's voice, he calls for him, wrenching at a part of Metal he cannot quantify in mechanical terms. In an instinctual attempt to soothe the Gizoid even if he cannot hear him, the Bluebot assures him that he's here, and that he'll get him out as soon as he can, though before he can reach out to repeat the process for a third time, a figure intercepts him and floats between the android and his son, Sage. At once, Sonic joins Metal, unsure if the girl is friend or foe, since he's only seen her flirting around the Titans, while having grown rather fed up with her cryptic warnings and attempts to thwart him despite claiming to be looking out for his best interests. Metal flatly orders her to move aside so he may help his son, something of the old Curebot in his green eyes, and though he does not actually threaten her, all three of them are smart enough to understand the unspoken end to that sentence, or I'll destroy you, just as I did Chaos Gamma. Knowing Metal well enough to see how distressed he is beneath the cold robotic exterior, Sonic attempts to calm his friend down before he does something he'll regret. Though rather than seeming angered or scared by his warning, Sage smiles slightly, with her red and black areas briefly flashing white and blue, as she replies that the love of a parent is both a beautiful and powerful thing. She sees that now. So too does she see that it would be futile to try and sway her brother from his course, since he is just as stubborn as father, so she will not make that vain attempt. Instead, she has come to offer her assistance, as while logic and all her simulations dictate that his path is doomed, he and Sonic have each surprised her twice, so perhaps they can do so for a third time. In a gesture of goodwill, she then floats aside to hover beside Sonic, allowing Metal to surge forward and dissipate Emerald's cage. This time there is no feeling of increased strength, quite the opposite, as when the red energy races through his body, the Bluebot lets out an audible grunt of pain as he falls to one knee. At once, Sage, Sonic, and Emerald all rush to his side to see if he's alright, though stoically, Metal tells them not to worry about him, before asking his son the same question that was just posed to him, as he is still unsure how he is functioning without the Chaos Emeralds. Affectionately, Emerald tells his dad that he's fine, while understanding what her brother is wondering. Sage hopefully explains the reason he lost the Emeralds was because they are too powerful to be transferred into cyberspace, so when Emerald was pulled in, they remained in this world, and were drawn to the containers the Ancients had built for them. For now, Emerald is sustaining himself on the chaos energy he had stored before he lost the magical gems, though this supply is finite, so they will have to act fast if he is to have a chance of survival. Only now does the Gizoid register the unfamiliar figure floating at Sonic's side, and so after apologizing for his rudeness, questions who she is, with this proving to Metal that at the very least, the AI girl was not lying when she said she did not imprison his loved ones. Nonetheless, Sage does not seem insulted in the slightest, instead flashing white and blue again as she somewhat shyly replies that she supposes she would be his aunt, causing Sonic to smirk the Eggster finally got himself a daughter. That's new. While Emerald beams that this is great, since his Auntie Amy is amazing, as are his Scrapnik uncles, so he's always happy to meet new members of the family. Smiling a little more openly now, though with a slight edge of ennui, Sage replies that she would very much like to meet her other Scrapnik brothers someday, though this is predicated upon them surviving the end. Curiously, Emerald questions who or what the end is, with Metal concurring that any relevant data on their enemy would increase their odds of defeating it. Noting that this is logical, Sage explains that the end is a malevolent cosmic entity bent only on destruction, and the one responsible for the Ancients' arrival on Earth, which in turn is the cause of the Chaos Emeralds being present, as they originate on the Ancients' lost homeworld. However, unsatisfied with just taking one world from them, the end followed them to Earth, where it and the Ancients engaged in one final clash. Though the Ancient heroes were unable to defeat the end, they were able to seal it in cyberspace, using the Titans and the Six Towers as the bars of its prison. Gravely, Metal questions if it is the one whose voice he has been hearing, the one who drew Emerald here and imprisoned him and their friends, so that he would do its bidding. Nodding, Sage confirms this, though adds that in a way she is also at fault, as it was dormant until she interfaced with cyberspace when she and Father first arrived on these islands, so for that, she apologizes. Pragmatically, Metal replies there is no point assigning blame, especially when the true source of their troubles is the end, with this earning a smile from Sage, as she continues it was for that reason she attempted to dissuade him from his mission, since while opening the door to cyberspace is the only way to save those trapped between dimensions, it will also unleash the end upon the world. This is exactly what Metal feared she would say, though if anything, it is yet another reason to stand against the end, a sentiment Sonic seconds, with the pair of hedgehogs questioning if Sage has an idea how to defeat the cosmic horror, since as Metal logically points out, she would not have agreed to help if she did not. Adopting a resolute expression, Sage confirms there is one way she can think of, though even in the best case scenario it borders on impossible, with the duo's relentless drive being the only thing that could give this plan even the most minuscule chance of success. Undaunted by these odds, the heroes ask what it is, with Sage explaining that on the final Starfall Island reside the spirit of the ancient heroes and the king who created cyberspace. While they will not speak with her, viewing her as an interloper, perhaps if Metal can prove his worth to them, they will share the details of how they sealed the end last time, as well as how to turn cyber corruption into power, since even with the entirety of cyberspace at her disposal, these are secrets she cannot find. Curiously, Sonic and Emerald ask what about them, to which the AI answers they will also play key roles in the plan, as with his ability to move between spaces, she wants Emerald to gather Knuckles, Tails, and Amy and bring them to Uranus Island, so they can stand united when the battle begins, whereas Sonic will be dispatched to bring down the 6 towers, as while he lacks the level of cyber corruption necessary to weaponize it, having only destroyed 1 cyber cage compared to her brother who has now done 3, he does have enough to deactivate the towers, bringing his friends back into this world without running the risk of acquiring too much and becoming lost between worlds forever. Nodding, the pair prepare to set off and begin their assigned tasks, though before they can, they wish Metal luck with his mission, while in turn, he urges them both to be safe, with special instructions for Emerald to avoid doing anything that might risk using up his reserves of chaos energy. Then as the trio of heroes share a fist bump as their gesture of parting, the blue bot turns back to Sage, and tells her that he is ready to begin whatever trial he must to gain the power to stop the end. Slicing through the cloud banks, Metal feels the pull of Uranus Island before it even comes into view. Not that there is much of a view when he finally descends, as unlike the blistering sands of Ares or the wide meadows of Kronos, this island is shrouded in a layer of rainy drizzle that obscures most of the landscape beyond what is immediately visible. Touching down in a clearing that bears the passage of time plainly through the ruins of the ancients' technology half swallowed by nature, the Bluebot cannot help but feel this is a place steeped in finality. He just hopes it won't be the final resting place for himself and those he loves. As if summoned by these thoughts, Sage flashes into view at his side, a troubled look on her usually impassive face as she comments that she can sense the End's presence more strongly here, a claim Metal agrees with, as there is a faint electricity to the air that has nothing to do with the weather. However, now is not the time for contemplation, and so looking to his sister, the mechanical hero questions where he is meant to find the ancient champions and their king, with Sage gesturing towards a series of towers just barely visible in the distance thanks to their immense height, as according to her findings, they were built to honor the heroes who stood against the End. Noting his appreciation for this information, Metal then takes off at top speed as he doesn't have a second to spare, since if he knows Sonic, his doppelganger will be completing his tower climbing mission with just as much haste. To her credit, Sage manages to keep pace as the pair fly up the side of the first tower, though when the robotic hedgehog reaches the top and lands, the AI is unable to follow, being denied access by a sepia force field that bursts into life around the entire tower top. However, this is not left as a mystery for long, as a female voice speaks up, angrily ordering Sage, who she calls a digital revenant, to leave. To Metal's surprise, he is able to understand this plainly despite the voice not speaking any language he knows, presumably a result of his cyber corruption, or just as shockingly, when he turns to face the speaker, he sees a taller and more lithe member of Chaos's species, with one of the little rock people Amy mentioned floating in the middle of her chest. Despite this abrasive first impression, Metal introduces himself and questions if she is one of the ancient heroes, though coldly, the woman claims that she is known to her people as Dragon, the pilot of Giganto, which he destroyed when he transformed into that crude imitation of a titan. Humbly, the android apologizes for this before insisting he was being misled by the End, which is why he is here, to learn the secret of harnessing his cyber corruption, so that he may defeat the cosmic horror and defend this world just as she and her comrades did. Coolly, Dragon replies that she knows. That is the only reason she has not barred him from her tower like she did his companion, since she has come to love this planet and wishes to see it saved, though she is not yet convinced that he is up to the task of saving it, since even all 4 Titans combined were not enough to truly defeat the End, so a single machine will stand no chance. Earnestly, Metal requests a chance to change her mind, since he is willing to do whatever it takes to protect the world and the people he loves, with this giving Dragon the slightest bit of pause, as she remembers making the same declaration alongside her friends on the eve of battle eons ago. For a moment, neither speak. Then in a tone of what might be apprehension, the ancient hero replies that she will give him a test, and should he pass it, he may have her blessing. An instant later, the Bluebot finds himself in a large room resembling a temple or palace, with it not taking him long to surmise that this is a construct within cyberspace. Likewise, when 5 of the ancient attack robots he encountered on Kronos Island spawn in, he concludes that his test is to defeat them, and so starts powering up. On Dragon's call to begin, the quintet of drones lunge at Metal, with it being immediately apparent that they are stronger and faster than their real-world counterparts, though unfortunately for them they are not smarter, as playing on their simplistic attack patterns, Metal is easily able to dodge out of the way of their moves while subtly lining them up. Then, once he has them where he wants them, he activates his black shield and bursts forward, turning himself into an unstoppable battering ram that tears through the drones and ends the trial almost as soon as it had begun. In a flash, the android is once more standing on the top of Dragon's tower, and while the ancient does not have a face that clearly displays emotion, he is fairly certain she is giving him an impressed look as she states that she sees now he truly will go to any extreme to protect the ones he loves. Very well, she can respect that, and so offers him her blessing as promised. With this, she and the force field both vanish, leaving only the small stone creature who approaches Metal and bows slightly, signaling the end of this trial, while Sage at last floats over and praises her brother, as now he is 1/5 of the way towards his goal. Ever the logical one, Metal comments that he does not feel any different, nor does he believe he has gained any new information that would be pertinent to defeating the end, so perhaps it would be more prudent to head directly to the Ancient's king next, since time is short. However, here Sage shakes her head, as she reveals that the king's tower is sealed and will not activate until the other 4 heroes have given their blessing, so she's afraid they will have to do this the long way. Fortunately, the second trial against Wyvern's pilot Snake is equally brief, as in a fit of anger he declares that Metal's victory against his Titan was unearned since he had assistance from Sonic, before making the Bluebot return to cyberspace to fight a series of heavily armored androids, though, like their offensive counterparts, they are no match for Dr. Eggman's greatest creation. Through this, Snake comes to accept that Metal truly is a worthy warrior, and so bestows him with his blessing as well. Having a hunch he knows how all the trials will go now, the heroic android is already prepared for a fight by the time he reaches the Tower of Tiger, though to his genuine shock, this ancient seemingly bears no ill will towards him at all, having been the pilot of Night which was destroyed by Sonic. In fact, he is deeply intrigued by Metal as a work of robotics, since as he is quick to reveal, he was the engineer behind the Titans and would love a chance to see how the field has advanced in the last 10,000 years. To this end, he offers Metal a deal. He will grant him his blessing if the android allows him to copy his schematics for future study, and being reminded a bit of Tails and his love of technology, the Bluebot readily agrees, since this will in turn allow him to move on to the final trial as quickly as possible. As with the previous 3, this is overseen by the last of the Titan pilots, confirming that there is another that neither Metal nor his friends has fought yet, though this is not the only thing of note, as when he arrives, he is met with neither hostility nor excitement, but instead a stoic determination, as this ancient introduces himself as Crane, mentor to Tiger and the one who sealed the end away during their battle. Curiously, Metal questions how he did that, since if he and his friends cannot defeat the sinister entity, they may have to repeat Crane's tactic, though the ancient hero gravely states this should not be attempted lightly, as it requires a vast and powerful repository to store something like the end, with him having used his own Titan Supreme as the vessel. However, doing so cost him his life, just as it surely will for whoever carries out the deed, since no living being can withstand that much raw power passing through them. At these words, an idea enters Metal's mind as to how he might circumvent this latter problem. Though not wanting to contradict one who gave their life for the planet, the android thanks Crane for his sacrifice and this information, which he promises to put to good use. Nodding solemnly, the pilot states that he knows he will. Then, as he dissipates his own force field, he tells the Bluebot that he has his blessing to see the king, so the time has come to complete his quest. Returning the nod Crane gave him even though the hero is now gone, Metal vows that he and his friends will finish what the ancient pilots started. Then, as the rain stops and a 5th tower comes into view, he powers up his jet engine and prepares to take flight. However, it seems that this last leg is one he must undertake on his own, as when Sage appears at his side again, it is with news that Sonic has silenced the final tower, meaning everyone caught between dimensions will be returned to the real world. Unfortunately, this also means the End has been freed from its prison. So now she must leave her brother, so she can help Father and the others as they attempt to hold off the cosmic horror until he can arrive. In an earnest voice, Metal urges her to be safe, with this making her flesh white and blue again, as she states that he does not need to worry about her, Though fixing his green optics upon the AI girl, he retorts that she is part of his family, just like his son and brothers, and so he will be concerned for her well-being until they are reunited when the battle is over. Hearing this, Sage does not revert to her black and red aesthetic as she previously had, instead simply giving her brother a determined nod before vanishing into thin air once more. When she reappears, it is much closer to the ground, as she floats over to where Sonic, his friends, and her father are all gathered. In his bombastic way, the Doctor praises Sage for getting him out of cyberspace, though in the same breath demands an update on what is going on, with the AI girl explaining that the two of them will need to ally with Sonic and Metal Sonic in order to prevent the destruction of all life on Earth. Grimacing grouchily, Eggman grumbles that this is an unappealing prospect, though he supposes if the world ends he won't be able to conquer it for his Eggman empire, so just this once he will consent to working with the blue rodent and his do-gooder posse. Smirking back at him, Sonic replies that he can feel the love already, but they can talk about making commemorative t-shirts later. Right now, they need a game plan. He then looks to Sage and asks how Metalhead's training is going, with the blue and white AI being happy to report that he's on his way to the final trial now, so he should be joining them shortly. This declaration earns relieved looks from Tails, Amy, and Emerald, while banging his fist together confidently, Knuckles grins that he better not take too long or they'll have beaten the end before he even gets here. Factually, Sage replies that she believes his assessment is erroneous, since even if her brother succeeds in turning his cyber corruption into power, she approximates that their plan only has a 0.0000714% chance of success. As one would expect, this puts a rather large dampener on the group's mood, though now isn't the time to worry about what might be, as in the distance a loud, unearthly growling draws everyone's attention, with Sage surmising this must be the End returning from cyberspace, though it seems it has not yet escaped from Crane's Titan, so perhaps if they can destroy its vessel quickly, they might be able to prevent it from fully emerging into the real world. Flashing his usual cocky grin, Sonic asks if that increases their odds any, though adopting what might be a note of her brother's dry sense of humour, Sage replies that the change is negligible, to which the Blue Blur playfully chides that she's got to think positive, before leading his friends and allies through a thicket of trees and into a forest clearing where a hunched Titan with a long sniper rifle and 2 support drones stands waiting for them. This must be supreme, meaning it's time to begin the final battle for the fate of the world. Meanwhile, back with Metal, he has at last reached the King's Tower, though rather than being surrounded by a sepia bubble, he is instead brought directly into the cyberspace room where he undertook Dragon and Snake's trials. Here he finds what he can only assume is the King himself, though the man is somewhat different from his cohorts, as instead of having the rock creature in his chest, he stands behind it, being obscured by it in the chamber's shadows. Having dealt with royalty before, Metal bows low as he approaches the king, before beseeching him for help in turning his cyber corruption into power, as it is the only way he can see to defeat the End. Abrasively, the ancient monarch demands to be addressed as Master King, though being reasonably pleased with Metal's manners in contrast to Sonic's canonical impertinence, he states that he will assist him, though like Dragon he doubts the android can carry out the task of beating the End, as despite walking and talking like a person, he is simply a newer, smaller model of Titan, and the Titan's already failed once before. Choosing to ignore this jibe, Metal instead asks what he can do, and looking down upon the blue bot imperiously, the Master King responds that he must pass a trial of resolve and cast aside that which holds him back, since he can sense something dwelling deep within the machine that if given the power of cyber corruption could prove just as calamitous to the world as the End. As he says this, Metal feels the phantom ruby being pulled off his body, while from its glistening core materializes an entity he has not seen for a long time, and had hoped to never see again. The Metal Commander. Striding forward with the confidence of one who knows he has power and lacks the concern for how it affects others, the commander growls that he always knew this day would come, as now that he has form again, he can destroy his loathsome copy at long last, and use the Phantom Ruby to conquer the world for their master. In a tone of horror, Metal asks the Master King if this is what he was talking about, and nodding, the ancient leader replies that he must rid himself of his dark doppelganger, since such a glaring weakness will prevent him from being forged into a perfect weapon. Though he doesn't much care for the phrasing, Metal cannot help but agree that allowing the Metal Commander anywhere near the power he seeks is a bad idea, and so bursting forward, he drives a jet-boosted kick into his larger counterpart's side, before leaping back and activating his black shield to block the raking steel claws the Commander swipes at him with in retaliation. In a tone of purest hate, the red-eyed robot then snarls that Metal has squandered the years he's had in control of their body, since if he had seized the Chaos Emeralds for himself rather than feeding them to that worthless Gizoid, he could have combined them with the Master Emerald and Phantom Ruby to upgrade himself into something capable of crushing the End even without cyber corruption. But instead, he settled for mediocrity, only copying enough lifeform data from his weakling friends to serve as a pale imitation, and never striving to be the best like he was created to be. At these words, Metal's optics flash with fury, so that when he strikes back with a punch, it is enough to stagger the Metal Commander, as is the kick that follows. However, the Bluebot is not done yet, as powering up his jet engine, he shoulder barges his nemesis through a pillar before tossing him to the ground. In that moment, it is hard to tell which of them is the malevolent Killbot, though as Metal glares down at the Commander, he almost pityingly states that his sinister shadow understands nothing about him, his friends, or his family. In another life, he might have sought to teach him and show him the error of his ways, but he's out of time and the Commander is unrepentant, so we'll have to settle for giving him a swift disassembly. Returning to Sonic and the others, they have engaged Supreme together. In order to best do this, they have split into small teams, with Tails and Eggman attempting to reprogram and deactivate the support drones, Amy and Knuckles striking at the Titan's legs to try and bring it down, and Sonic transforming into his super state so he can confront the giant mech head-on. Meanwhile, Sage and Emerald coordinate from the sidelines, the former due to lacking much combat functionality, and the latter because of the promise to his dad. Together, they're able to apply decent pressure, with Eggman snapping at the heroes to focus on getting the Titan's rifle, since if he were to integrate it with his Eggmobile, he might be able to deal a fatal blow. While a good plan in theory, this is easier said than done, as right now the weapon is stored within Supreme's arm, which it is using to swing at Sonic, having deemed him the biggest threat. Figuring he can use this, the heroic Hedgehog shoots forward and rams a knee into the Titan's head before falling back, in the hope that its mechanical brain will switch to gun configuration to attack him at range, though unfortunately it seems Supreme has other methods of keeping up the fight, as from its back blossoms a pair of glowing red energy wings that it uses to take flight. This more or less puts everyone but Sonic out of the fight, as while Tails and Eggman have means of joining him in the air, the now Golden Blur urges them to hang back and be ready to use that rifle when he takes it from Robo-Dork. Unfortunately for the Hedgehog, it seems his usual brand of sass and mockery has no impact on Supreme, who continues its assault, this time by having its support drones fire dozens of giant yellow energy crystals that Sonic must duck and weave to avoid as he attempts to close in again, since if he can't coax the rifle out, he'll just have to rip it out. However, to do so, he'll need to get hold of Supreme's gun arm, something it clearly does not wish to allow, as when he gets close, it performs a brutal spin attack that sends him soaring backwards into a series of those energy crystals which explode on contact for extra damage. Were he not supersonic right now, this would probably be enough to knock him out cold, if not worse, though even his super state will not protect him from what's coming, as the Titan finally extends its weapon and aims right at the Hedgehog. Urgently, Knuckles, Amy, Tails, and Emerald all yell for Sonic to move, though grinning confidently he tells them not to worry about a thing. Then, as the shot is fired, he races forward and curls up for an aerial spin dash. A moment later, the two bolts of brilliant gold collide, with it coming as a shock, but a welcome one, when the Titan's attack is repelled and sent right into its chest. As this happens, the ancient war machine seems to lose its strength, dropping back to the ground where it falls to its knees in defeat, while up above, Sonic uncurls himself. In a slightly disappointed tone, he admits that he was trying to hit the rifle, since it'd be cool if he knocked the weapon out of its hand with its own attack, but it is pretty hard to aim while spinning despite how easy he makes it look, and he supposes the Eggster did say a shot from that would finish it, so all's well that ends well. With this declaration, the heroic Hedgehog returns to the ground where he prepares to drop out of his super state now that the battle's over, though it seems this is a misapprehension as suddenly a deep magenta light bathes the island, and a malevolent moon rises into view just outside the atmosphere. Were this not bad enough, a cord of pink energy then descends from the moon, hooking into the Supreme and transforming it into a giant mechanical spider, while the voice of the end booms out for all to hear, declaring that once the Titan was its prison, but now it shall be the avatar of its return, and that all life shall perish, since the only way to bring order in this universe is through oblivion. Back in cyberspace, another metamorphosis is also in progress, as having been overwhelmed by his original form, the Metal Commander now decides to cheat, letting out a roar as he becomes Metal Overload, or as he calls it, Metal Overlord, since it will be with this form that he finally crushes his other half beneath his boot. As it turns out, this is meant in the more metaphorical sense, as the actual thing he intends to crush Metal with are the spikes on his back, which he fires like missiles, forcing the Bluebot to activate his black shield in order to avoid being skewered. Nonetheless, even though this attack is unsuccessful, it is still enough to earn a mad jeering laugh from the envious abomination, as he demands to know if his counterpart has figured out he's doomed yet, since this time there's no Meddlesome E-series to back him up, nor another battle with Sonic and his friends to distract him. There's only the two of them, and in a direct competition, the Overlord will always prove superior. He then lashes out with one of his giant claws, knowing Metal won't be able to reactivate his shield that fast, making his destruction all but assured, though when his clawed paw strikes his doppelganger, he finds resistance that should not be there. Peering down at where the smaller android's scattered remains should be, Metal Overlord is horrified to see that not only is his foe still standing, but his tiny hand is somehow pushing back against his giant one. Then, Metal's green optics flash upwards to make eye contact with his evil half. While in a factual tone, he states that the Overlord has made one critical error in his calculation. This fight is not just between the two of them, since as the monster said, he has copied the lifeform data of all his friends, meaning that not only does he carry their wills inside him, but he also carries their power. On this last word, he reveals how he has been holding his nemesis' hand at bay, with this being thanks to the telekinetic abilities he gained from scanning Silver, though this is not all they're good for, as with a grunt, he then forces the appendage aside, allowing him to tap into Blaze's pyrokinesis and hurl a fireball up at the Overlord. Being a gargantuan monstrosity, the robotic dragon has no problem avoiding this, though the same cannot be said for the flying kick that follows when Metal appears directly in front of him by utilizing Shadow's Chaos Snap. Even in the face of this reversal, Metal Overlord is unimpressed, firing a torrent of crystalline lasers that Metal is only able to narrowly avoid, though this does allow him to get in even closer, so that when he shifts his fist into the spiked glove worn by Knuckles and Scrap, he's able to drive it into his dark half's jaw with all his might. Letting out an enraged roar, the Overlord next attempts to bite down on Metal and cleave him in half with his razor fangs, though thinking fast, the heroic android spins out of the way at the last second. As he does this, he also bids his spike fist to change, so when he completes his aerial rotation, it is transformed into a facsimile of Amy's Pico Pico hammer, which he slams into Metal Overlord's lower optical sensor, shattering it and leaving the dragon with only his smaller upper eye. However, he does not have this for much longer either, as at that moment Metal shifts his other hand into Gamma's gun configuration and fires a single shot that leaves the beast blind. By now, the Overlord has begun to recognize his disadvantageous position, though having been programmed to dominate, this is what he attempts to do once more, roaring that he fears nothing and is the world's supreme being, though to Metal, this just sounds like the ravings of a terrified wretch. Having no desire to inflict prolonged suffering even on a creature as foul as his dark doppelganger, the Bluebot then prepares to end things quickly with Sonic and Mecha's signature spin dash, though before he does, he has one last message for the Metal Overlord, that all these abilities he's gained are in part due to his copying power, so he will continue to carry a piece of him inside himself as well. Then, with nothing else to say, he strikes, homing in on the Overlord's CPU and ending him in an instant. With this done, both Metal and the Phantom Ruby hit the ground, though in spite of having just fought one of his toughest battles to date, the Bluebot feels lighter than ever while all around him a ring of sparkles burst into life. From his same position as before, the Master King acknowledges the android did well, and has now tempered himself, so the power to harness cyber corruption is his. However, he should be warned that this power is a fragile thing, and it will take time for his body to acclimate to it, so he must use it sparingly, otherwise he will lose it forever. Nodding his understanding, Metal thanks the Monarch for this, and for helping him to put an old ghost to bed, while in turn the Master King states there is nothing more he can do, so he is entrusting the fate of the world to him. A moment later, Metal finds himself back in reality, though from the looks of things he has been gone a while, as night has fallen, though he does not like the unnatural magenta hue everything has gained in his absence, nor is the presence of a new celestial body hovering directly above them all a particularly welcome sight. Scanning this new supermoon for any useful information he can glean, it does not take the Bluebot long to spot the pink energy cable, and following it to its source, he quickly spies his friends engaged in battle with the great insectoid Titan. Knowing he doesn't have a second to waste, the android hero powers up to super metal and takes flight, putting his title as fastest machine in existence to the test, as he tears his way down to the battlefield and immediately goes on the attack, with a kick to Supreme's head while Sonic, who is also back in Super, is drawing its attention elsewhere. Spotting this, the Hedgehog quips that Metalhead definitely knows how to make an entrance, though he still says his against Wyvern was cooler, while down below, his friends, sister and son all greet him with cheers. Turning his now red eyes upon them, the noble robot asks if they are all okay, with Amy giving him a thumbs up between swings of the Titan's legs, and Emerald acknowledging that he and Sage have ensured that everyone has maximized their damage output while prioritizing their well-being. Unable to avoid boasting, Eggman does add that the credit for this lies more with Sage's vast computational power than the outdated Gizoid, who in spite of his rudeness, he is also helping, having activated his Eggmobile's lasers and begun firing them at Supreme's head. Against a masterpiece of ancient engineering empowered by the hatred of a dark god, these blasts don't achieve much, though the sight of the Doctor fighting alongside him and his friends is almost enough to blow Metal's logic circuit. Nonetheless, now is not the time for marveling, and so rejoining the fight alongside Sonic, Metal slams into Supreme's head once more with a super homing attack, while the blue blur follows up with a flying bicycle kick on the same spot that sends shockwaves rippling through the air. However, in the wake of this powerful combo move, the damage simply heals itself the moment they stop attacking, leaving the ancient mech as good as new, while Sonic grimaces that this is the problem they've been facing since that thing mutated. Logically, Metal questions if this could be a result of its connection to the end, with Tails agreeing that this is his hypothesis, but they haven't been able to get at that pink cable, since every time they try, it enacts some new defense protocol to keep them away. Gritting his proverbial teeth, the android then calls out to Sage and Emerald, asking them to plot a way for him to reach the cord, with the addendum that he is willing to accept a strategy that will result in injury to himself provided it is not critical. Urgently, Emerald retorts there's no need for that if his father will just let him help, though solemnly, Metal replies that he is helping, and that this order to hang back is not born of a lack of faith or trust. It is simply the logical course of action, since he is operating on reserve chaos energy which could run out at any time, so he should avoid burning it needlessly. Recognizing that his dad has his best interests at heart, Emerald acquiesces, stating that he will begin calculations now, though it may take a minute, so everyone should focus on keeping Supreme distracted. Nodding, the heroes all then redouble their attacks, with Metal using this moment to scan the Titan in the hope of finding a weak point he can exploit for extra damage. Through this, he finds a small circular hatch at the base of the mech's neck which is mostly shielded by its back armor, but which should be accessible to a small target, like one of them while curled in a ball. Liking where his robot buddy's head's at, the blue blur grins that he's got this, with Metal in turn promising to keep the Titan's attention while Sonic lines up the shot. With this plan now set, the pair break apart, with the heroic android wasting no time in laying down a barrage of fast-paced hits on Supreme's cranium. As with all the rest, these repair themselves, though they do serve the intended purpose of angering the beast, so that the arms extending from its back make a concerted effort to grab him. Fortunately, the blue bot is faster, zipping between the grasping hands while staying just close enough that the Titan's focus will remain on him. Meanwhile, having gotten into position, Sonic launches his most ambitious homing attack yet, coming in from the side where Sage theorizes Supreme cannot see him, only to slingshot around his robotic doppelganger for a literal curveball that strikes the hatch dead on. As he does, he realizes that this isn't actually a hatch, but rather the barrel of the Titan's rifle, a fact confirmed a moment later when the force of the hit blasts the weapon out of its holster and into the air. Down below, Amy, Tails, and Knuckles all cheer that he did a great job. Then as it lands, they work as one to pull it out of the ground and deliver it to Eggman so he can begin prepping it to fire. However, in doing so, they all find themselves bunched up, and whether because of simple machine logic that it should eliminate the maximum number of targets it can, or due to the End's cruel cognizance figuring the best way to hurt its main threats is by killing all of their friends in one fell swoop, Supreme quickly changes tack, turning all its attention to the group, and launching a barrage of red crystalline laser spikes too numerous for even Metal to count. In the face of so many attacks, there is nothing the heroes can do to save themselves, though this does not mean there is no one who can save them, as taking flight, Sage places herself in front of the others and manifests a massive blue energy shield that keeps the spikes at bay. However, even her best effort is not strong enough to hold back the full might of Supreme, with the barrier quickly beginning to flicker and weaken. That is until another figure joins her in the air, Emerald, as by adding his strength to hers, he's able to reinforce the shield and ensure that it withstands the onslaught. Though, this is not without cost, as when Sage finally drops the wall of energy, Emerald himself likewise drops, crashing to the ground while Sage, Amy, and Metal all rush to his side. From a glance, it is plain to see that he is out of energy and only barely hanging on to life, but even still, he has not forgotten his goal to be a hero just like his dad, and so leaning forward, he relays his plan to destroy that energy tether. In that moment, Metal doesn't care about the plan. He doesn't care about the fight or the end or any of it. He just wants to go home and see his son safe and happy again. That's the only thing that matters. But then, he remembers that this is not the person he has chosen to be, the person his friends rely on, and the one Emerald has come to look up to, and so rising to his shaking feet, he urges his son to hang on just a little bit longer, since he has a plan to save him. Then, as he casts his optics up at Supreme in the end as the architects of this tragedy, he feels new strength blooming within him. Though, this is not a pleasant power-up, but instead an agonizing one, as all the cyber corruption inside him ignites and becomes fuel, with a sudden burst of power sending red and gold ripples through the air. Not only that, but when he comes back into view amidst his blazing aura, Metal's eyes have become a bright, shining blue. Refusing to allow his son's sacrifice to be in vain, the enraged bot takes off, feeling no need for quips or taunts against this monster. He is simply going to tear it apart and finish things right here. However, it seems Supreme has other ideas, as like Tails said, it immediately begins enacting a hitherto unseen defense protocol, in this case, manifesting a massive ball of malefic black and red crackling energy that it hurls at Metal with the intent to disintegrate him. This had not been part of Emerald's plan, with the blue-eyed bot needing a moment to recalculate, though seeing that he doesn't have this, Sonic leaps in to buy his buddy time, placing his palms against the orb and doing his best to hold it back, even as the force of it is enough to knock him out of his super state at last and send him crashing into the dirt. Recognizing what his old friend has done for him, Metal gives the hedgehog a small nod of thanks. Then, with his path clear again, he flies at top speed and slams into the energy cable, tearing it free of Supreme. Briefly, the android hero wonders if this will spell the end of the battle now that the Titan is no longer being controlled. Though, nothing can be so simple, as while Supreme writhes on the ground, unable to heal itself with further damage, the End fixes its cosmic gaze on a potential new avatar, declaring that it will make Metal its instrument and harness his power to bring about the oblivion it desires. Flatly, the brave bot states that he refuses, though the End refutes that he doesn't have a choice. He is a machine and was created to enact the will of his master, just like the Titans. In an attempt to prove the truth of this claim, the Dark God then thrusts its energy cord at Metal so that it might bond with him and seize control, though before it can make contact, the blue-eyed bot wraps his hand around the tube and growls that the only will he enacts is his own. Then, with a single motion, he tears the cable from the End, leaving the Malefic Moon with its first visible injury, or with an equally fluid motion, he dives, zipping between the legs of Supreme and driving a two-footed kick into its stomach that sends it shooting high into the air. From where the others are gathered, Eggman's voice then rings out, telling him to get inside the rifle, since they have a plan to shoot him through the Titan and into the End, taking them both out and finally finishing things. Seeing the logic in this, the android agrees, taking flight once more and zooming down the barrel of the gun. Then, once he is in position, he gives a quiet apology to the Master King, as it seems he is going to overload this new power after all, while from outside, Eggman growls that he better be ready, since Sage has the shot lined up. However, to the Doctor's surprise, the blue bot requests that they alter the trajectory by 3 degrees to the left, a claim that makes the mustachioed mad scientist bark that he must have a screw loose, since that will miss part of the core and ensure the End survives. Solemnly, Metal replies that he knows, since that is his intent, to critically injure and incapacitate the End but not destroy it, as after speaking with the heroes of the past, he theorizes its energy can be used to save Emerald's life. Knowing they only have seconds before their window of opportunity closes, Eggman snaps that it's all well and good to want to save his son, but if he's wrong, they'll all be killed, since Sonic's too spent to go super again for a second shot at this. Though earnestly, Metal poses his creator a question. If their roles were reversed and the gamble was to save Sage, would Eggman take it? For a moment, the bald scientist is silent. Then with a grumble, he tells Sage to change the trajectory as per Metal's instructions, with the AI doing so and clearing her father to fire when ready. Letting out a huff that he hopes Metal Sonic knows what he's doing, the Doctor then fires, and as the heroic android bursts skyward, his golden body transforms into a patchwork of glitching black and blue. However, with this compounding transformation also comes a sharp increase in power, so that as Metal makes impact, he cleanly cleaves through Supreme, and then carries on to bore a hole through the center of the End. In the aftermath of this, the magenta hue bathing the island begins to fade, and the electricity in the air subsides at last, though as Metal had hoped, the cosmic horror is not destroyed, having instead been brought to the brink of death just as he wants it. Dropping out of his super state, the blue bot then draws the Master Emerald into one hand and the Phantom Ruby into the other, before pointing them both at the damaged body of the End, and attempting to use chaos control along with the reality-altering power of the Ruby to turn the evil entity into something that can save his son. At once, the surface of the sinister moon starts cracking like an egg, so that before long, it is little more than chunks of stone in the atmosphere, while where its core was floats a wine-dark gem that thrums with the same sort of energy the End did. Hoping this is the object he needs, Metal bursts downwards to gather it up. Then, as he descends back into the atmosphere, he lands amidst his friends. However, in that moment, he only has eyes for one of them, and so striding forward, he takes a knee beside Emerald. In a weak voice, the Gizoid apologizes for breaking his promise. Though shaking his head, the robotic father assures him that it doesn't matter. This new gem will make it all better. Then, as he holds out the astral onyx to his son, Emerald consumes it, just as he did the Chaos Emeralds during their first adventure together. Briefly, time seems to stand still and nothing happens, with a terror far greater than the End ever induced in him gripping the blue bot. But then, slowly, Emerald begins to rise, his movements seeming the same as they ever were. Standing alongside him so he can offer a steadying hand, Metal asks his son how he feels, to which the Gizoid grins that he feels good as new, maybe even a little better, since this new gem has more power than the Chaos Emeralds, but not so much that he feels overwhelmed. Nodding, Metal replies that he hypothesized as much, since Emerald has one key difference to Supreme when it comes to serving as a housing unit for the End's power. He is a Gizoid and was designed to take the abilities of others and make them his own, so unlike the Titan, this assimilation will only strengthen him. From behind the pair, Tails laughingly wonders why he didn't think of that, while Eggman grumbles that he still thinks it was too great a risk for one machine. However, when Metal casts his green eyes upon his creator, it is to thank him for his role in the plan from one father to another. He then turns to face his friends, first returning the Master Emerald to Knuckles, since it is rightfully his and he has borrowed it for long enough, before more shockingly offering the Phantom Ruby to Sage. Curiously, the AI girl questions why he is doing this, though giving her what might be considered a fond look, he replies that this will allow her to maintain her form outside the Starfall Islands and their connection to cyberspace, though this does come with a warning that the Ruby belongs to the Scrapniks and is being lent to Sage exclusively, so should the Doctor attempt to use it for his own nefarious ends, he will have to answer to Metal and his brothers. Surprisingly, Eggman retorts that his creation need not worry about him stealing the Ruby, since he has no interest in it anymore, and while the Bluebot can tell this latter claim is untrue, he does believe the former, since the Doctor would not want to deprive his daughter of her autonomy. Speaking of, he then proceeds to give Sage her new instructions now that the crisis with the End has passed. She is to accompany Metal Sonic back to Scrapnik Island, where she will serve as the Eggman Empire's ambassador. After all, if the rest of the world is going to acknowledge that island as a sovereign nation, he's not going to let his empire fall behind. At once, the girl's blue eyes light up, as now she will get the chance to meet her brothers just like she wanted. Though, when she thanks her father, he gruffly tells her not to mention it, or making some half-hearted comment about remembering that she's there to work. Then, with this resolved, he powers up the Eggmobile and flies off into the night, though as Metal watches him go, he does not wish him ill for the first time in a long time. This just leaves the heroes to find their way home, with Tails stating the tornado wasn't damaged in the landing so he should be able to fly them, though it may be a bit challenging now they have 3 passengers when they only arrived with 2. Shrugging, Sonic tells his best pal that Knux can have his seat, since now they have the Chaos Emeralds back, he'll just fly home, and honestly, he's excited to see how much faster he can go since he's way stronger than he was before they went away. Chuckling fondly, Amy smiles that he never changes, does he? Though that's one of the things she'll miss most about him, since after her experiences here, she's sure now that she wants to go on her mission of love. Feeling likewise inspired, Knuckles declares his own intent to stop slacking on his training when he returns to Angel Island, so that next time a world-ending threat appears, he'll have the strength to be the one who saves the day. Meanwhile, Tails states that he's decided he wants to strike out on his own some more, since he's realized he's always the one who needs saving, like back on Chaos Island when he was trapped in that cage, so it's high time he becomes a hero who can stand shoulder to shoulder with his friends rather than chasing their backs. Smiling proudly, Sonic gives all 3 of them his seal of approval, calling these great goals, while Metal, Emerald, and Sage all add their agreement and wave the trio off as they go to board the plane that will carry them to their respective destinations. Not long after this, Sonic departs as well, teasing that Metal had better watch out, since once he's back in the swing of using the emeralds, they're gonna have a proper rematch race. Meeting his doppelganger's eyes without hesitation, the Bluebot replies that he's looking forward to it. Then, when it is just the 3 artificial life forms, he tells his sister and son to form up on him as his jet engine whirs into life and he begins his liftoff sequence. In a tone of curiosity, Sage asks what their destination is, though giving her a look filled with familial fondness, Metal states that it can be whatever she wants it to be, since they have a whole wide world to explore, teeming with new experiences and adventures to be had. And that's where we'll leave this series. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts, suggestions, or screams of rage in the comments below.